Chapter 27 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 27. After a little explanation, I discovered who my new friends were. The lady and my mother were remotely related, but they had been educated together, and separated only when they married. My mother's death had prevented my knowing that such a relation existed, far less that she took the warmest interest in the son of her earliest friend. Mrs. Rivers had been the poorer of the two, and for a long time considered that her childhood's companion was moving in an elevated sphere of life, while she had married a lieutenant in the Navy, and while he was away, attending the duties of his profession, she lived in retirement and economy, in the rustic, low-roofed, yet picturesque and secluded cottage, whose leaf-shrouded casements and flowery lawn even now are before me, and speak of peace. I never call to mind that abode of tranquillity without associating it with the poet's wish: Mine be a cot beside the hill, a beehive's hum shall soothe my ear, a willowy brook that turns a mill, with many a fall shall linger near. To anyone who fully understands and appreciates the peculiar beauties of England, who knows how much elegance, content, and knowledge can be sheltered under such a roof, these lines must ever, I think, as to me, have a music of their own, and, unpretending as they are, breathe the very soul of happiness. In this embowered cot, near which a clear stream murmured, which was clustered over by 1,000 odoriferous parasites, which stood in the seclusion of a beech wood, there dwelt something more endearing even than all this; and one glance at the only daughter of Mrs. Rivers served to disclose that an angel dwelt in the paradise. Alethea Rivers! There is music, and smiles, and tears, a whole life of happiness, and moments of intensest transport in the sound. Her beauty was radiant. Her dark eastern eye, shaded by the veined and darkly fringed lid, beamed with a soft but penetrating fire. Her face of a perfect oval, and lips which were wreathed into 1,000 smiles, or softly and silently parted, seemed the home of every tender and poetic expression which one longed to hear them breathe forth. Her brow clear as day, her swan throat, and symmetrical and fairy-like form disclosed a perfection of loveliness that the youngest and least susceptible must have felt, even if they did not acknowledge. She had two qualities which I have never seen equaled separately, but which, united in her, formed a spell no one could resist: the most acute sensitiveness to joy or grief in her own person, and the most lively sympathy with these feelings in others. I have seen her so enter heart and soul into the sentiments of one in whom she was interested, that her whole being took the color of their mood, and her very features and complexion appeared to alter in unison with theirs. Her temper was never ruffled. She could not be angry. She grieved too deeply for those who did wrong, but she could be glad. And never have I seen joy, the very sunshine of the soul, so cloudlessly expressed as in her countenance. She could subdue the stoutest heart by a look, a word, and were she ever wrong herself, a sincere acknowledgment, an ingenuous shame, grief to have offended, and eagerness to make reparation, turned her very error into a virtue. Her spirits were high, even to wildness, but at their height tempered by such thought for others, such inbred feminine softness, that her most exuberant gaiety resembled heart-cheering music, and made each bosom respond. Everything loved her. Her mother idolized her. Each bird of the grove knew her, and I felt sure that the very flowers she tended were conscious of and rejoiced in her presence. Since my birth, or at least since I had lost my mother in early infancy, my path had been cast upon thorns and brambles, blows and stripes, cold neglect, reprehension, and debasing slavery. To such was I doomed. I had longed for something to love, and in the desire to possess something whose affections were my own, I had secreted at school a little nest of field mice on which I tended. But human being there was none who marked me, except to revile, and my proud heart rose in indignation against them. Mrs. Rivers had heard a sad story of my obduracy, my indolence, my violence. She had expected to see a savage. But my likeness to my mother won her heart at once, and the affection I met transformed me at once into something worthy of her. I had been told I was a reprobate, till I half believed. I felt that there was war between me and my tyrants, and I was desirous to make them suffer, even as they made me. I read in books of the charities of life, and the very words which seemed only a portion of that vast system of imposture with which the strong oppress the weak. I did not believe in love or beauty, or if ever my heart opened to it, it was to view it in external nature, and to wonder how all of perceptive and sentient in this wondrous fabric of the universe was instinct with injury and wrong. Mrs. Rivers was a woman of feeling and sense. She drew me out. She dived into the secrets of my heart. For my mother's sake she loved me, and she saw that to implant sentiments of affection was to redeem a character not ungenerous, and far, far from cold, whose evil passions had been fostered as in a hotbed, and whose better propensities were nipped in the bud. She strove to awaken my susceptibility to kindness by lavishing 1,000 marks of favor. She called me her son, her friend. She taught me to look upon her regard as a possession of which nothing could deprive me, and to consider herself and her daughter as near and dear ties that could not be rent away. She imparted happiness, she awoke gratitude, and made me in my innermost heart swear to deserve her favor. I now entered on a new state of being, and one of which I had formed no previous idea. I believed that the wish to please one who was dear to me would render every task easy; that I did wrong merely from caprice and revenge, and that if I chose, I could with my finger stem and direct the tide of my passions. I was astonished to find that I could not even bend my mind to attention, and I was angry with myself when I felt my breast boiling with tumultuous rage, when I promised myself to be meek, enduring, and gentle. My endeavors to conquer these evil habits were indeed arduous. I forced myself by fits and starts to study sedulously. I yielded obedience to our school laws. I taxed myself to bear with patience the injustice and impertinence of the ushers, and the undisguised tyranny of the master. But I could not forever string myself to this pitch. Meanness and falsehood and injustice again and again awoke the tiger in me. I am not going to narrate my boyhood's wrongs. I was doomed. Sent to school with a bad character, which at first I had taken pains to deserve, and afterward doing right in my own way, and still holding myself aloof from all, scorning their praise, and untouched by their censure, I gained no approbation, and was deemed a dangerous savage, whose nails must be kept close pared, and whose limbs were still to be fettered, lest he should rend his keepers. From such a scene I turned, each Sunday morning, my willing steps to the cottage of Mrs. Rivers. There was something fascinating to me in the very peculiarities of her appearance. Ill health had brought premature age upon her person, but her mind was as active and young, her feelings as warm as ever. She could only stand for a few minutes, and could not unassisted walk across the room. She took hardly any nourishment, and looked, as I have said, more like a spirit than a woman. Thus deprived of every outward resource, her mind acquired, from habits of reflection and resignation, aided by judicious reading, a penetration and delicacy quite unequalled. There was a philosophical truth in all her remarks, adorned by a feminine tact and extreme warmth of heart, that rendered her as admirable as she was endearing. Sometimes she suffered great pain, but for the most part her malady, which was connected with the spine, had only the effect of extreme weakness, and at the same time of rendering her sensations acute and delicate. The odor of flowers, the balmy air of morning, the evening breeze, almost intoxicated her with delight. Any dissonant sound appeared to shatter her. Peace was within, and she coveted peace around, and it was her dearest pleasure when we, I and her lovely daughter, were at her feet, she playing with the sunny ringlets of Alethea's hair, and I listening, with a thirst for knowledge, and ardor to be taught, while she with eloquence mild and cheering, full of love and wisdom, charmed our attentive ears, and caused us to hang on all she said as on the oracles of a divinity. At times we left her, and Alethea and I wandered through the woods and over the hills. Our talk was inexhaustible, now canvassing some observation of her mother, now pouring out our own youthful bright ideas, and enjoying the breezes and the waterfalls, and every sight of nature, with a rapture unspeakable. When we came to rugged uplands or some swollen brook, I carried my young companion over in my arms. I sheltered her with my body from the storms that sometimes overtook us. I was her protector and her stay, and the very office filled me with pride and joy. When fatigued by our rambles, we returned home, bringing garlands of wild flowers for the invalid, whose wisdom we revered, whose maternal tenderness was our joy, and yet whose weakness made her in some degree dependent on us, and gave the form of a voluntary tribute to the attentions we delighted to pay her. Oh, had I never returned to school, this life had been a foretaste of heaven. But there I returned, and there again I found rebuke, injustice, my evil passions, and the fiends who tormented me. How my heart revolted from the contrast! With what inconceivable struggles I tried to subdue my hatred, to be as charitable and forgiving as Mrs. Rivers implored me to be. But my tormentors had the art of rousing the savage again, and despite good resolves, despite my very pride, which urged me merely to despise, I was again violent and rebellious, again punished, again vowing revenge, and longing to obtain it. I cannot imagine, even the wild passions of my after life do not disclose, more violent struggles than those I went through. I returned from my friends, my heart stored with affectionate sentiments and good intentions. My brow was smooth, my mind unruffled, my whole soul set upon at once commanding myself, and proving to my tyrants that they could not disturb the sort of heavenly calm with which I was penetrated. On such a day, and feeling thus, I came back one evening from the cottage. I was met by one of the ushers, who, in a furious voice, demanded the key of my room, threatening me with punishment if I ever dared lock it again. This was a sore point. My little family of mice had their warm nest in my room, and I knew that they would be torn from me if the animal before me penetrated into my sanctuary before I could get in to hide them. But the fellow had learned from the maids that I had some pets, and was resolute to discover them. I cannot dwell on the puerile yet hideous minutiae of such a scene. The loud voice, the blow, the key torn from me, the roar of malice with which my pets were hailed, the call for the cat. My blood ran cold. Some slave, among boys even there are slaves, threw into the room the tiger animal. The usher showed her her prey, but before she could spring I caught her up, and whirled her out of the window. The usher gave me a blow with a stick. I was a well-grown boy, and a match for him unarmed. He struck me on the head, and then drew out a knife, that he might himself commence the butcher's work on my favorites. Stunned by the blow, but casting aside all the cherished calm I had hitherto maintained, my blood boiling, my whole frame convulsed with passion, I sprung on him. We both fell on the ground. His knife was in hand, open. In our struggle I seized the weapon, and the fellow got cut in the head. Of course I inflicted the wound, but had neither before nor at that time the intention. Our struggle was furious. We were both in a state of frenzy, and an open knife at such a moment can hardly fail to do injury. I saw the blood pouring from his temple, and his efforts slacken. I jumped up, called furiously for help, and when the servants and boys rushed into the room, I made my escape. I leaped from the window, high as it was, and alighted, almost by a miracle, unhurt on the turf below. I made my way with all speed across the fields. Methought the guilt of murder was on my soul, and yet I felt exultation that at last I, a boy, had brought upon the head of my foe some of the tortures he had so often inflicted upon me. By this desperate act I believed that I had severed the cords that bound me to the vilest servitude. I knew not but that houseless want would be my reward, but I felt light as air and free as a bird. Instinctively my steps took the direction of my beloved cottage, yet I dared not enter it. A few hours ago I had left it in a pure and generous frame of mind. I called to mind the conversation of the evening before, the gentle eloquence of Mrs. Rivers, inculcating those lessons of mild forbearance and lofty self-command which had filled me with generous resolve. And how was I to return? My hands dyed in blood. I hid myself in the thicket near her house. Sometimes I stole near it. Then, as I heard voices, I retreated farther into the wild part of the wood. Night came on at last, and that night I slept under a tree, but at a short distance from the cottage. The cool morning air woke me, and I began seriously to consider my situation. Destitute of friends and money, whither should I direct my steps? I was resolved never to return to my school. I was nearly 16. I was tall and athletic in my frame, though still a mere boy in my thoughts and pursuits. Still, I told myself that, such as I, many a stripling was cast upon the world, and that I ought to summon courage, and to show my tyrants that I could exist independent of them. My determination was to enlist as a soldier. I believed that I should so distinguish myself by my valor as speedily to become a great man. I saw myself singled out by the generals, applauded, honored, and rewarded. I fancied my return, and how proudly I should present myself before Alethea, having carved out my own fortune, and become all that her sweet mother entreated me to be, brave, generous, and true. But could I put my scheme in execution without seeing my young companion again? Oh, no! My heart, my whole soul led me to her side, to demand her sympathy, to ask her prayers, to bid her never forget me, at the same time that I dreaded seeing her mother, for I feared her lessons of wisdom. I felt sure, I knew not why, that she would wholly disapprove of my design. I tore a leaf from my pocket-book, and with the pencil implored Alethea to meet me in the wood, whence I resolved not to stir till I should see her. But how was I to convey my paper without the knowledge of her mother, or being seen by the servants? I hovered about all day. It was not till nightfall that I ventured near, and knowing well the casement of her room, I wrapped my letter round a stone and threw it in. Then I retreated speedily. It was night again. I had not eaten for 24 hours. I knew not when Alethea could come to me, but I resolved not to move from the spot I had designated till she came. I hunted for a few berries, and a turnip that had fallen from a cart was as the manna of the desert. For a short half hour it stilled the gnawings of my appetite, and then I lay down, unable to sleep. Eyeing the stars through the leafy boughs above, thinking alternately of a prisoner deserted by his jailer and starved to death, while at each moment he fancied the far step approaching, and the key turning in the lock; and then again of feasts, of a paradise of fruits, of the simple, cheerful repasts at the cottage, which for many a long year I was destined never again to partake of. It was midnight. The air was still, not a leaf moved. Sometimes I believed I dozed, but I had a sense of being awake always present to my mind. The hours seemed changed to eternity. I began suddenly to think I was dying. I thought I never should see the morrow's sun. Alethea would come, but her friend would not answer to her call. He would never speak to her more. At this moment I heard a rustling. Was there some animal about? It drew near. It was steps. A white figure appeared between the trunks of the trees. Again I thought it was a dream, till the dearest of all voices spoke my name. The loveliest and kindest face in the world bent over me. My cold, clammy hand was taken in hers, so soft and warm. I started up. I threw my arms around her. I pressed her to my bosom. She had found my note on retiring for the night. Fearful of disobeying my injunctions of secrecy, she had waited till all was at rest before she stole out to me. And now, with all the thoughtfulness that characterized her, when another's wants and sufferings were in question, she brought food with her, and a large cloak to wrap my shivering limbs. She sat beside me as I ate, smiling through her tears. No reproach fell from her lips. It was only joy to see me, and expressions of kind encouragement. I dwell too much on these days. My tale grows long, and I must abridge the dear recollections of those moments of innocence and happiness. Alethea easily persuaded me to see her mother, and Mrs. Rivers received me as a mother would a son who has been in danger of death and is recovering. I saw only smiles, I heard only congratulations. I wondered where the misery and despair which gathered so thickly around me had flown. No vestige remained. The sun shone unclouded on my soul. I asked no questions. I remained passive. I felt that something was being done for me, but I did not inquire what. Each day I spent several hours in study, so as to reward the kindness of my indulgent friend. Each day I listened to her gentle converse, and wandered with Alethea over hill and dale, and poured into her ear my resolutions to become great and good. Surely in this world there are no aspirations so noble, pure, and godlike as those breathed by an enthusiastic boy, who dreams of love and virtue, and who is still guarded by childlike innocence. Mrs. Rivers, meanwhile, was in correspondence with my uncle, and by a fortunate coincidence a cadetship long sought by him was presented at this moment, and I was removed to the East Indian Military College. Before I went, my maternal friend spoke with all the fervor of affection of my errors, my duties, the expectation she had that I should show myself worthy of the hopes she entertained of me. I promised to her and to Alethea. I vowed to become all they wished. My bosom swelled with generous ambition and ardent gratitude. The drama of life, methought, was unrolling before me. The scene on which I was to act appeared resplendent in fairy and gorgeous colors. Neither vanity nor pride swelled me up, but a desire to prove myself worthy of those adored beings who were all the world to me, who had saved me from myself, to restore me to the pure and happy shelter of their hearts. Can it be wondered that, from that day to the present hour, they have seemed to me portions of heaven incarnate upon earth, that I have prized the thought of them as a rich inheritance? And how did I repay? cold, wan figure of the dead, reproach me not thus with your closed eyes and the dank strings of your wet clinging hair. Give me space to breathe, that I may record your vindication and my crime. I was placed at the military college. Had I gone there at once, it had been well. But first I spent a month at my uncle's, where I was treated like a reprobate and a criminal. I tried to consider this but as a trial of my promises and good resolution to be gentle, to turn one cheek when the other was smitten. It is not for me to accuse others or defend myself. But yet I think that I had imbibed so much of the celestial virtues of my instructress, that, had I been treated with any kindness, my heart must have warmed towards my relatives. As it was, I left my uncle's, having made a vow never to sleep beneath his roof again. I reached the military college, and here I might fairly begin a new career. I exerted myself to study, to obey, to conciliate. The applause that followed my endeavors gave me a little pleasure. But when I wrote to Alethea and her mother, and felt no weight on my conscience, no drawback to my hope, that I was rendering myself worthy of them, then indeed my felicity was without alloy. And when my fiery temper kindled, when injustice and meanness caused my blood to boil, I thought of the mild, appealing look of Mrs. Rivers, and the dearer smiles of her daughter, and I suppressed every outward sign of anger and scorn. For 2 whole years I did not see those dear, dear friends, while I lived upon the thought of them. Alas, when have I ceased to do that? I wrote constantly and received letters. Those dictated by Mrs. Rivers, traced by her sweet daughter's hand, were full of all that generous benevolence and enlightened sensibility which rendered her the very being to instruct and rule me; while the playful phrases of Alethea, her mention of the spots we had visited together, and history of all the slight events of her innocent life, breathed so truly of the abode of peace from which they emanated, that they carried the charm of a soft repose even to my restless spirit. A year passed, and then tidings of misery came. Mrs. Rivers was dying. Alethea wrote in despair. She was alone, her father distant. She implored my assistance, my presence. I did not hesitate. Her appeal came during the period that preceded an examination. I believed that it would be useless to ask leave to absent myself, and I resolved at once to go without permission. I wrote a letter to the master, mentioning that the sickness of a friend forced me to this step, and then, almost moneyless and on foot, I set out to cross the country. I do not record trivialities. I will not mention the physical sufferings of that journey. They were so much less than the agony of suspense I suffered, the fear that I should not find my maternal friend alive. Life burnt low indeed, when I at last stepped within the threshold of her sick chamber. Yet she smiled when she saw me, and tried to hold out her hand. One already clasped that of Alethea. For hours we thus watched her, exchanging looks, not speech. Alethea, naturally impetuous and even vehement, now controlled all sign of grief, except the expression of woe that took all color from her face and clouded her brow with anguish. She knelt beside her mother, her lips glued to her hand, as if to the last to feel her pulse of life and assure herself that she still existed. The room was darkened. A broken ray tinged the head of the mourner, while her mother lay in shadow, a shadow that seemed to deepen as the hue of death crept over her face. Now and then she opened her eyes, now and then murmured inarticulately, and then she seemed to sleep. We neither moved. Sometimes Alethea raised her head and looked on her mother's countenance, and then, seeing the change already operated, it drooped over the wan hand she held. Suddenly there was a slight sound, a slight convulsion in the fingers. I saw a shade darken over the face. Something seemed to pass over and then away, and all was marble still, and the lips, wreathed into a smile, became fixed and breathless. Alethea started up, uttered a shriek, and threw herself on her mother's body. Such name I give. The blameless soul was gone forever. It was my task to console the miserable daughter, and such was the angelic softness of Alethea's disposition that when the first burst of grief was over, she yielded to be consoled. There was no hardness in her regrets. She collected every relic, surrounded herself with every object that might keep alive the memory of her parent. She talked of her continually, and together we spoke of her virtues, her wisdom, her ardent affection, and felt a thrilling, trembling pleasure in recalling every act and word that most displayed her excellence. As we were thus employed, I could contemplate and remark the change the interval of my absence had operated in the beautiful girl. She had sprung into womanhood. Her figure was surrounded by 1,000 graces. A tender charm was diffused over each lineament and motion that intoxicated me with delight. Before I loved, now I revered her. Her mother's angelic essence seemed united to hers, forming two in one. The sentiments these beings had divided were now concentrated in her, and added to this a breathless adoration, a heart's devotion, which still even now dwells beside her grave and hallows every memory that remains. The cold tomb held the gentle form of Mrs. Rivers. Each day we visited it, and each day we collected fresh memorials, and exhausted ourselves in talk concerning the lost one. Immediately on my arrival I had written to my uncle, and the cause of my rash act pleading my excuse, it was visited less severely than I expected. I was told that it was well that I displayed affection and gratitude towards a too indulgent friend, though my depravity betrayed itself in the manner even in which I fulfilled a duty. I was bid at once return to the college. After a fortnight had passed, I obeyed. And now I lived on Alethea's letters, which breathed only her eloquent regrets. Already my own dream of life was formed to be forever her protector, her friend, her servant, her all that she could deign to make me, to devote myself day after day, year after year, through all my life to her only. While with her, oppressed by grief as we both were, I did not understand my own sensations, and the burning of my heart, which opened as a volcano when I heard her only speak my name, or felt the touch of her soft hand. But returned to college, a veil fell from my eyes. I knew that I loved her. I hailed the discovery with transport. I hugged to my bosom the idea that she was the first and last being to awaken the tumultuous sensations that took away my breath, dimmed my eyes, and dissolved me into tenderness. Soon after her mother's death, she was placed as a parlor boarder at a school. I saw her once there, but I did not see her alone. I could not speak. I could only gaze on her unexampled loveliness. Nor, strange to say, did I wish to disclose the passion that agitated me. She was so young, so confiding, so innocent. I wished to be but as a brother to her, for I had a sort of restless presentiment that distance and reserve would ensue on my disclosing my other feeling. And in fact I was a mere boy. I knew myself to be a friendless one, and I desired time and consideration, and the fortunate moment to occur, before I exchanged our present guileless but warm and tender attachment, for the hopes and throes of a passion which demands a future, and is therefore full of peril. True, when I left her, I reproached myself for my cowardice, but I would not write, and deferred till I saw her all explanations of my feelings. Some months after, the time arrived when I was to embark for India. Captain Rivers had returned, and inhabited the beloved cottage, and Alethea dwelt with him. I went to see her previous to my departure. My soul was in tumults. I desired to take her with me, but that was impossible. And yet to leave her thus, and go into a far and long exile away from her, was too frightful. I could not believe that I could exist without the near hope and expectation of seeing her, without that constant mingling of hearts which made her life blood but as a portion of my own. My resolution was easily made to claim her as mine, my betrothed, my future bride, and I had a vague notion that, if I were accepted, Captain Rivers would form some plan to prevent my going to India, or to bring me back speedily. I arrived at the cottage, and the first sight of her father was painful to me. He was rough and uncouth, and though proud of his daughter, yet treated her with little of that deference to which she had a right even from him. The more reason, I thought, to make her mine, and that very evening I expressed my desire to Captain Rivers. A hoarse laugh was the reply. He treated me partly as a mad boy, partly as an impertinent beggar. My passions were aroused. My indignation burst all the fetters I sought to throw over it. I answered haughtily, insolently. Our words were loud and rude. I laughed at his menaces and scoffed at his authority. I retorted scorn with scorn, till the fiery old sailor was provoked to knock me down. In all this I thought not of him in the sacred character of Alethea's father. I knew but one parent for her. She had, as it were, joined us by making us companions and friends, both children of her heart. She was gone, and the rude tyrant who usurped her place excited only detestation and loathing from the insolence of his pretensions. Still, when he struck me, his age and his infirmities, for he was lame, prevented my returning the blow. I rose, and folding my arms, and looking at him with a smile of ineffable contempt, I said, "Poor miserable man, do you think to degrade me by a blow? But for pity, I could return it, so that you would never lift up your head again from that floor. I spare you. Farewell. You have taught me one lesson. I will die rather than leave Alethea in the hands of a ruffian such as you." With these words I turned on my heel, and walked out of the house. I repaired to a neighbouring public house, and wrote to Alethea asking, demanding an interview. I claimed it in her mother's name. Her answer came. It was wedded with her tears. Dear gentle being! So alien was her nature from all strife, that the very idea of contention shook her delicate frame, and seemed almost to unhinge her reason. She respected her father, and she loved me with an affection nourished by long companionship and sacred associations. She promised to meet me if I would abstain from again seeing her father, in the same wood, and at the same midnight hour as when before she came to bring assistance and consolation to the outcast boy 3 years before. I saw her again, and for the last time, before I left England. Alethea had one fault, if such name may be given to a delicacy of structure that rendered every clash of human passion terrifying. In physical danger she could show herself a heroine, but awaken her terror of moral evil, and she was hurried away beyond all self-command by spasms of fear. Thus, as she came now clandestinely under the cover of night, her father's denunciations still sounding in her ears, the friend of her youth banished, going away forever, and that departure disturbed by strife, her reason almost forsook her. She was bewildered, clinging to me with tears, yet fearful at every minute of discovery. It was a parting of anguish. She did not feel the passion that ruled my bosom. Hers was a gentler, sisterly feeling, yet not the less entwined with the principles of her being, and necessary to her existence. She lavished caresses and words of endearment on me. She could not tear herself away. Yet she rejected firmly every idea of disobedience to her father, and the burning expressions of my love found no echo in her bosom. Thus we parted, and a few days afterward I was on the wide sea, sailing for my distant bourne. At first I had felt disappointed and angry, but soon imagination shed radiance over what had seemed chilly and dim. I felt her dear head repose on my heart. I saw her bright eyes overbrimming with tears, and heard her sweet voice repeat again and again her vow never to forget her brother, her more than brother, her only friend, the only being left her to love. No wonder that, during the various changes of a long voyage, during reveries indulged endlessly through calm nights, and the mightier emotions awakened by storm and danger, that the memory of this affection grew into a conviction that I was loved, and a belief that she was mine forever. I am not writing my life, and but for the wish to appear less criminal in my dear child's eyes, I had not written a word of the foregone pages, but leaped at once to the mere facts that justify poor Alethea, and tell the tragic story of her death. Years have passed, and oblivion has swept away all memory of the events of which I speak. Who recollects the wise white lady of the secluded cot, and her hoary daughter? This heart alone. There they live enshrined. My dreams call up their forms. I visit them in my solitary reveries. I try to forget the ensuing years, and to become the heedless, half-savage boy who listened with wonder, yet conviction, to lessons of virtue, and to call back the melting of the heart which the wise lady's words produced, and the bounding wild joy I felt beside her child. If there is a hell, it need no other torment but memory to call back such scenes as these, and bid me remember the destruction that ensued. I remained 10 years in India, an officer in a regiment of the company's cavalry. I saw a good deal of service, went through much suffering, and doing my duty on the field of battle, or at the hour of attack. I gained that approbation in the field which I lost when in quarters by a sort of systematized insubordination which was a part of my untamable nature. In action even I went beyond my orders, however that was forgiven. But when in quarters I took part with the weak and showed contempt for the powerful, I was looked upon as dangerous, and the more so that the violence of my temper often made my manner in a high degree reprehensible. I attached myself to several natives. That was a misdemeanor. I strove to inculcate European tastes and spirit, enlightened views, and liberal policy to one or two native princes, whom, from some ill luck, the English governors wished to keep in ignorance and darkness. I was forever entangled in the intimacy, and driven to try to serve the oppressed, while the affection I excited was considered disaffection on my part to the rulers. Sometimes also I met with ingratitude and treachery. My actions were misrepresented either by prejudice or malice, and my situation of a subordinate officer without fortune gave to the influence I acquired through learning the language and respecting the habits and feelings of the natives an air of something so inexplicable as might, in the dark ages, have been attributed to witchcraft, and in these enlightened times was considered a tendency to the most dangerous intrigues. Having saved an old Rajah's life, and having taken great pains to extricate him from a difficulty in which the Europeans had purposely entangled him, it became rumored that I aspired to succeed to a native principality, and I was peremptorily ordered off to another station. My views were in diametrical opposition to the then Indian government. My conversation was heedless, my youthful imagination exalted by native magnificence. I own I often dreamed of the practicability of driving the merchant sovereigns from Hindostan. There was, as is the essence of my character, much boyish folly joined to dangerous passion, all of which took the guise in my own heart of that high heroic adventure with which I longed to adorn my life. A subaltern in the company's service, I could never gain my Alethea, or do her the honor with which I longed to crown her. The acquisition of power, of influence, of station, would exalt me in her father's eyes. So much of what was selfish mingled in my conduct, but I was too young and impetuous to succeed. Those in power watched me narrowly. The elevation of a day was always followed by a quick transfer to an unknown and distant province. In all my wildest schemes, the thought of Alethea reigned paramount. My only object was to prove myself worthy of her, and my only dream for the future was to make her mine forever. A constancy of 10 years, strung perpetually up to the height of passion, may appear improbable, yet it was so. It was my nature to hold an object with tenacious grasp, to show a proud contempt of obstacles, to resolve on ultimate triumph. Besides this, the idea of Alethea was so kneaded up and incorporate within my being that my living heart must have been searched and anatomized to its core, before the portion belonging to her could have been divided from the rest. I disdained the thought of every other woman. It was my pride to look coldly on every charm, and to shut my heart against all but Alethea. During the first years of my residence in India, I often wrote to her, and pouring out my soul on paper, I conjured her to preserve herself for me. I told her how each solitary jungle or mountain ravine spoke to me of a secluded home with her, how every palace and gorgeous hall seemed yet a shrine too humble for her. The very soul of passion breathed along the lines I traced. They were such as an affianced lover would have written, pure in their tenderness, but heartfelt, penetrating, and eloquent. They were my dearest comfort. After long wearisome marches, after the dangers of an assault or a skirmish, after a day spent among the sick or dying, in the midst of many disappointments and harassing cares, during the storms of pride and the languor of despair, it was my consolation to fly to her image and to recall the tender happiness of reunion, to endeavor to convey to her how she was my hope and aim, my fountain in the desert, the shadowy tree to shelter me from the burning sun, the soft breeze to refresh me, the angelic visitor to the unfortunate martyr. Not one of these letters ever reached her. Her father destroyed them all. On his head be the crime and the remorse of his daughter's death. Fool and coward! Would I shift to other shoulders the heavy weight? No, no! Crime and remorse still link me to her. Let them eat into my frame fiery torture. They are better than forgetfulness. I had 2 hopes in India. One was to raise myself to such a station as would render me worthy of Alethea in the eyes of Captain Rivers. The other, to return to England, to find change there, to find love in her heart, and to move her to quit all for me. By turns these 2 dreams reigned over me. I indulged in them with complacency. I returned to them with ardor. I nourished them with perseverance. I never saw a young Indian mother with her infant, but my soul dissolved in tender fancies of domestic union and bliss with Alethea. There was something in her soft dark eye, and in the turn of her countenance, purely Eastern, and many a lovely half-veiled face I could have taken for hers. Many a slight symmetrical figure, round, elegant, and delicate, seemed her own, as with elastic, undulating motion they passed on their way to temple or feast. I cultivated all these fancies. They nourished my fidelity, and made the thought of her the absolute law of my life. 10 years passed, and then news came that altered my whole situation. My uncle and his only son died. The family estate devolved on me. I was rich and free. Rich in my own eyes, and in the eyes of all to whom competence is wealth. I felt sure that, with this inheritance, Captain Rivers would not disdain me for his child. I gave up my commission immediately, and returned to England. England and Alethea! How balmy, how ineffably sweet was the idea of once more beholding the rural spot where she resided, of treading the woodland paths with her, of visiting her dear mother's grave, of renewing our old associations, and knitting our destinies inextricably in one. It was a voyage of bliss. I longed for its conclusion, but feeling that a pathway was stretched across the ocean, leading even into her very presence, I blessed each wave or tract of azure sea we passed over. The limitless Atlantic was my road to her, and became glorified as the vision of the Hebrew shepherd boy, and yet loved with the same home-felt sweetness as that with which I used to regard the lime-tree walk that led to her garden gate. I forgot the years that had elapsed since we met. It was with difficulty that I forced my imagination to remember that I should not find her pale mother beside her to sanctify our union. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 28. On landing in England, I at once set off to the far northern county where she resided. I arrived at the well-known village. All looked the same. I recognized the cottages and their flower gardens, and even some of the elder inhabitants looking, methought, no older than when I left them. My heart hailed my return home with rapture, and I quickened my steps towards the cottage. It was shut up and abandoned. This was the first check my sanguine spirit had met. Hitherto I had not pronounced her name or asked a question. I longed to return as from a walk, and to find all things as I had left it. Living in a dream, I had not considered the chances and the storms, or even the mere changes of the seasons of life. My pen lags in its task. I dilate on things best hurried over, yet they serve as a screen between me and fate. A few inquiries revealed the truth. Captain Rivers was dead, his daughter married. I had lived in a fool's paradise. None of the obstacles existed that I expected to meet and conquer, but in their stead a fourfold brazen door had risen, locked, barred, and guarded, and I could not even shake a hinge, or put back a bolt. I hurried from the fatal spot. It became a hell to me. And oh, to think that I had lived in vain, vainly dreamed of the angel of my idolatry, vainly hoped, and most vainly loved, called her mine when another held her, sold myself to perpetual slavery to her shadow, while her living image enriched the shrine of another's home. The tempest that shook my soul did not permit me to give form, or indeed to dwell consecutively on such desolating thoughts. As a man who arrives from a pleasant journey and turns the corner where he expects to view the dwelling in which reposes his wife, his children, all dear to him, and when he gains the desired spot, beholds it smoldering in ashes, and is told that all are consumed, and that their bones lie beneath the ruins. Thus was I. My imagination had created home and bride, and fair being sprung from her side, who called me father, and one word defaced my whole future life, and widowed me forever. Now began that chain of incidents that led to a deed I had not thought of. Incidents or accidents, acts done I know not why, nothing in themselves, but meeting and kindled by the fiery spirit that raged in my bosom. They gave such direction to its ruinous powers as produced the tragedy forever to be deplored. Bewildered and overwhelmed by the loss which to me had all the novelty and keenness of a disaster of yesterday, though I found that many years had gone by since, in reality, it was completed, I fled from the spot I had so fondly sought, and hurried up to London on no fixed errand, with no determined idea, yet vaguely desiring to do something. Scarcely arrived, I met a man whom I had known in India. He asked me to dine with him, and I complied, because to refuse would have required explanation, and the affirmative was more easily given. I did not mean to keep my engagement. Yet when the hour came, so intolerable had I become to myself, so poignant and loathsome were my thoughts, that I went, so to lose for a few moments the present sense of ill. It was a bachelor's dinner, and there were, in addition to myself, 3 or 4 other guests, among them a Mr. Neville. From the moment this man opened his lips to speak, I took a violent dislike to him. He was, and always must have been, the man whom among 10,000 I should have marked out to abhor. He was cold, proud, and sarcastic, withal a decayed dandy, turned cynic, who, half despising himself, tried wholly to disdain his fellow creatures. A man whose bosom never glowed with a generous emotion, and who took pride in the sagacity which enabled him to detect worms and corruption in the loveliness of virtue. A poor, mean-spirited fellow, despite his haughty outside. And then, when he spoke of women, how base a thing he seemed! His disbelief in their excellence, his contemptuous pity, his insulting love, made my blood boil. To me there was something sacred in a woman's very shadow. Was she evil, I regarded her with the pious regret with which I might view a shrine desecrated by sacrilegious hands. The odor of sanctity still floated around the rifled altar. I never could regard them as mere fellow creatures. They were beings of a better species, sometimes gone astray in the world's wilderness, but always elevated above the best among us. For Alethea's sake I respected every woman. How much good I knew of them! Generous, devoted, delicate. Their very faults were but misdirected virtues. And this animal dared revile beings of whose very nature he could form no conception. A burden was lifted from my soul when he left us. "It is strange," said our host, "that Neville should indulge in this kind of talk. He is married to the most beautiful and the best woman in the world. Much younger than himself, she yet performs her duties as a wife with steadiness and cheerfulness. Lovely beyond her sex, she is without its weakness. To please some jealous freak of his, she has withdrawn herself from the world, and buried herself alive at his seat in the north. How she can endure an eternal tete-a-tete with that empty, conceited, and arrogant husband of hers is beyond any guessing." I made some observation expressive of my abhorrence of Mr. Neville's character, and my friend continued: "Disagreeable and shallow as he is, one would have thought that the society of so superior, so perfect a woman would reconcile him to her sex. But I verily believe he is jealous of her surpassing excellence, and that it is not so much a natural, and I might almost call it generous, fear of losing her affections, as a dislike of seeing her admired, and knowing that she is preferred to him, especially now that he absolutely looks an old fellow. Poor Alethea Rivers, hers is a hard fate." I had a glass of wine in my hand. My convulsive grasp shivered the brittle thing, but I gave no other outward sign. Before I was miserable, I had lost all that made life dear, but to know that she was lost to herself, bound for life to a human brute, curdled my heart's blood, and spread an unnatural chilliness through my frame. What a sacrifice was there, a sacrifice of how much more than life, of the heart's sweetest feelings, when a spirit, sent to gladden the world, and cast one drop of celestial nectar into the bitterness of existence, was made garbage for that detested animal. From that moment, from the moment I felt assured that I had seen Alethea's husband, something departed from the world, such as I had once known it, never to return again. A sense of acquiescence in the decrees of Providence, of confidence in the benevolence and beauty of the universe, of pride, despite all my misfortunes, in being man, of pleasure in the loveliness of nature, all departed. I had lost her. That was nothing. It was my disaster, but did not injure the order and grace of the creation. She was, I fondly trusted, married to a better man than I. but bound to that groveling and loathsome type of the world's worst qualities, the devil usurped at once the throne of God, and life became a hell. You are miserable, Alethea. You must be miserable. For you there is no sympathy, no mingling of hearts, no generous confidence in another's esteem and kindness, no indulgence in golden imaginations of the beauty of life. You are tied to a foul, corrupting corpse. You are cut off from the dear associations of the social hearth, from the dignified sense of having exchanged virgin purity for a sweeter and more valuable possession in another's heart. Coldly and listlessly you look on the day which brings no hope to you, if indeed you do not rave and blaspheme in your despair. Oh, with me, the brother of your soul, your servant, lover, untiring friend, how differently had your lot been cast! I rushed from my friend's house. I entered no roof that night. My passions were awake, my fierce volcanic passions. Had I encountered Neville, I had assuredly murdered him. My soul was chaos, yet a tempestuous ray gave a dark light amid the storm. A glimmering yet permanent irradiation mantled over the ruins among which I stood. I said to myself, I am mad, driven to desperation. But beneath this outward garb of my thought, I knew and recognized an interior form. I knew what I desired, what I intended, and what, though I tried to cheat myself into the belief that I wavered, I henceforth steadily pursued. There is, perhaps, no more dangerous mood of mind than when we doggedly pursue means, recklessly uncertain of their end. Thus was I led to the fatal hour, a life of love, and a sudden bereavement, with such a thing the instrument of my ruin. A contempt for the order of the universe, a stern demoniacal braving of fate, because I would rule and put that right which God had let go wrong. Oh, let me not again blaspheme. God made the stars and the green earth within whose bosom Alethea lies. She also is his, and I will believe, despite the hellish interference that tainted and deflowered her earthly life, that now she is with the source of all good, reaping the reward of her virtues, the compensation for her suffering. Else why are we created? To crawl forth, to suffer and die? I cannot believe it. Spirit of the Blessed, Omnipotence did not form perfection to shatter and dissipate the elements like broken glass. But I rave and wander. Alethea still lives and suffers at the time of which I write, and I, erecting myself into a providence, resolved to put that right which was wrong, and cure the world's misrule. From that moment I never paused to look back. I set my soul upon the cast, and I am here. And Alethea, her mysterious grave you shall now approach. Bent upon a dangerous purpose, fate led before me an instrument, without which I should have found it difficult to execute my plan. I got a letter from a man in great distress, asking for some small help. He was on the point of quitting England for America, and working his passage. Slight assistance would be of inestimable benefit in furthering his plans. The petitioner followed his petition quickly, and was ushered in before me. I scrutinized his shrewd yet down-looking countenance. I scanned his supple yet uncertain carriage. I felt that he was a coward, yet knew he would tamper with roguery in all safety for a due reward. I had known the fellow in India. James Osborne was his name. He dabbled in various disreputable money transactions, both with natives and Englishmen, and at last, having excited the suspicion of government, got thrown into prison. He had then written to me, who was considered a sort of refuge for the destitute, and I went to see him. There was no great harm in the man. On the contrary, he was soft-hearted and humane. The infection of dishonesty, caught in bad company and fostered in poverty, was his ruin. And he joined to this a strong desire to be respectable, if he could only contrive to subsist without double dealing. I thought that by extricating him from his embarrassments and removing him from temptation, I might save him from ignominy. So I paid his passage to England, where he told me that he had friends and resources. But his old habits pursued him, and even now, though poverty was the alleged motive for his emigration, I saw that there was secret fear of legal pursuit for dishonest practices. He had been inveigled, he said, to lend his name to a transaction which turned out a knavish one. With all this, Osborne was not a villain, and scarcely a rogue. There was truth in what he said. He had always an aspiration for a better place in society, but he saw no way of attaining it except by money, and no way of gaining money except by cheating. I listened to his story. "You are an incorrigible fellow," said I. "How can I give ear to your promises? Still, I am willing to assist you. I am myself going to America. You shall accompany me." By degrees I afterward explained the service I needed, yet I only half disclosed the truth. Osborne never knew the name or position of the lady who was to be my companion across the Atlantic. A man's notions of the conduct of others are always colored by his own ruling passion. Osborne thought I was intent on carrying off an heiress. With this ally I proceeded to Cumberland, my mind more intent on the result of my schemes than their intermediate detail. I learned before I went that Mr. Neville was still in town. This was a golden opportunity, and I hastened to use it. I reached the spot that Alethea inhabited. I entered the outer gate of the demesne. I rode up to the avenue that led to the house. I was ushered into the room where I knew that I should find her. I summoned every power to calm the throbbing of my heart. I expected to find her changed, but when I saw her I discovered no alteration. It was strange that so much of girlish appearance should remain. Her figure was light and airy, her rich clustering ringlets abundant as before. Her face, it was Alethea, all herself. That soft loving eye, that clear brow, those music-breathing lips. Time had not harmed her. It was herself. She did not at once recognize me. The beardless stripling was become a weather-beaten, thought-worn man. But when I told her who I was, the name so long forgotten, never heard since last she spoke it, Rupert, burst from her lips. It united our severed lives, and her look of rapture, her accent all breathless with joy, told me that her heart was still the same, ardent, affectionate, and true. We sat together, hand linked in hand, looking at each other with undisguised delight. At first, with satanic cunning, I assumed the brother's part. I questioned her concerning her fate, her feelings, and seeing that she was averse to confess the truth of her disappointed, joyless married state, I led her back to past days. I spoke of her dear mother. I said that often had the image of that pale, wise spirit checked, guided, and whispered sage lessons to me in my banishment. I recalled 1,000 scenes of our childhood, when we wandered together, hand in hand, heart linked to heart, confiding every pain, avowing every wild or rebellious thought, or discussing the mighty secrets of nature and of fate, which to our young hearts were full of awe and mystery, and yet of beauty and joy. As I spoke, I examined her more narrowly. At first she had appeared to me the same. Now I marked a difference. Her mouth, the home of smiles, had ever its sweet, benignant expression, but her eyes, there was a heaviness in the lids, a liquid melancholy in their gaze, which said that they were acquainted with tears. Her cheeks, once round, peach-like and downy, were not fallen, yet they had lost their rich fullness. She was more beautiful, there was more reflection, more sentiment in her face. But there was far, far less happiness. Before, smiles sprung up wherever she turned to gaze. Now an interest akin to pity and tears made the spectator's heart ache as he watched the turns of a countenance which was the faithful mirror of the truest heart that ever beat. Worse than this, there ever and anon shot across her face a look that seemed like fear. Oh, how unlike the trusting, dreadless Alethea! My talk of other days at first soothed, then excited and threw her off her guard. By degrees I approached the object of all my talk, and drew her to speak of her father and the motives that induced her marriage. My knowledge and vivid recollections of all that belonged to her made her unawares speak, as she had not done since we parted, the undisguised truth. And before she knew what she had said, I had led her to confess that she had never loved her husband, that she found no sympathy and little kindness in him, that her life had been one of endurance of faults alien to her own temperament. Had I been more cautious, I had allowed this to pass off at first, and won her entire confidence before I laid bare my own thoughts. For all she said had never before been breathed into any living ear but mine. It was her principle to submit, and to hide her sense of her husband's defective disposition. And had I not, with a serpent's subtlety, glided on imperceptibly, had I not brought forward her mother's name, and the memory of childhood's cloudless years, she had been mute with me. But now I could contain myself no longer. I told her that I had seen the miserable being to whom she was linked. I uttered curses on the fate that had joined them together. She laid her hand on my arm, and looking in my face with confiding innocence, "Hush, Rupert," she said. "You make me mean more than I would willingly have you think. He is not unkind. I have no right to complain. It is not in every man that we can find a brother's or a friend's heart. Neville does not understand these things, but he is my husband. As such, I honor him." I saw the internal feeling that led her to speak thus. I saw the delicate forbearance that filled her noble mind. She thought of her virgin faith plighted, long years spent at his side, her children, her fidelity, which, if it had ceased to cling to him, had never wandered, even in thought, to another. Duties exemplarily fulfilled, earnest strivings to forget his worthlessness. All this honor for her own pure nature she cheated herself into believing was honor paid to him. I resolved to tear the veil which her gentleness and sense of right had drawn before the truth, and I exclaimed impetuously, "Wrong yourself not so much, dear girl. Do not fancy that your high soul can really bow down to baseness. You pay reverence to your own sense of duty, but you must hate that man." She started, and her face and neck became dyed in blushes, proceeding half from anger at being urged beyond her wish, half from native modesty at hearing her husband thus spoken of. As for myself, I grew mad as I looked on her, and felt the sweet transporting influences that gathered round. Here indeed was the creature whom I had loved through so many years, who was mine in my dreams, whose faith and true affection I fancied I held forever. And she was torn from me, given away, not to one who, like me, knew and felt her matchless excellence, but to a base-minded thing, from whom she must shrink as from an animal of another species. All that her soul contained of elevated thoughts and celestial aspirations, all of generous, high, and heroic that warmed her heart, what were they before a blind, creeping worm who held a matchless jewel in his hand and deemed it dross? He even could not understand or share the more sober affections, mutual trust and mutual forbearance, the utterance of love, the caresses of tenderness. What were these to a wretch who saw baseness and deceit in the most lofty and pure feelings of a woman's heart? I expressed these thoughts, or rather they burst from me. She interrupted me. "I do not deny," she said, "for I know not how you have cheated me of my secret, but that repinings have at times entered my mind. and I have shed foolish tears to think that the dreams of my childhood were as a bright morning quickly followed by a dim, cloudy day. But I have reproved myself for this discontent, and you do very wrong to revive it. The heart will rebel, but religion and philosophy, and the very tears I shed, soothe its ruffled mood, and make me remember that we do not live to be happy, but to perform our duties. To fulfill mine is the aim of my life. Teach me how to do that more completely, more entirely to resign myself, and you will be my benefactor. It is true that my husband does not understand the childish overflowings of my heart, which is too ready to seek its joys among the clouds. He does not dwell with rapture on the thoughts and sentiments which give me so much life and happiness. He is a stronger and sterner nature, a slower one also, I acknowledge, one less ready to sympathize and feel. But if I have in my intercourse with him regretted that lively, cheering interchange of sentiment which I enjoyed with you, you are now here to bestow it, and my life, hitherto defective, your return may render complete. I laughed bitterly. Poor innocent bird, I cried. Think you at once to be free and in a cage, at once to feel the fowler's grasp and fly away to heaven? Alethea, you miserably deceive yourself. Hitherto you have but half guessed the secrets of a base, groveling spirit. Have you never seen your husband jealous? She shuddered, and I saw a spasm of exquisite pain cloud her features as she averted her head from me, and the look of trembling fear I had before remarked crept over her. I was shocked to see so much of the slave had entered her soul. I told her this. I told her she was being degraded by the very duties which she was devoting herself, body and soul, to perform. I told her that she must be free. She looked wonderingly, but I continued. Is not the very name of liberty dear and exhilarating? Does it not draw you irresistibly onward? Is not the very thought of casting your heavy chains from off you full of new and inexpressible joy? Poor prisoner, do you not yearn to breathe without a fear? Would you not with transport escape from your jailer to a home of love and freedom? Hitherto she had fancied that I but regretted her sorrows as she did, and repined as she did over a fate whose real misery she alone could entirely feel. She repented having spoken so openly, yet she loved me for my unfeigned sympathy. But now she saw that something more was meant. She looked earnestly at me, as if to read my heart. She saw its wishes in my eyes, and shrunk from them as from a snake, as she exclaimed, "Never, dear Rupert, speak thus to me again, or we must again part. I have a son." The radiance of angelic love lighted up her face as she uttered these words. And then, my error and weakness being her strength, she resumed the self-possession she had lost during our previous conversation. With bewitching grace she held out her hand to me, and in a voice modulated by the soul of persuasion said, "Let us be friends, Rupert, such as we once were, brother and sister. I will not believe that you are returned only to pain and injure me. I am happy in my children. Stay but a little, and you will see how foolish I have been to complain at all. You also will love my boy." Would you not think that these words had sufficed to cure my madness and banish every guilty project? Had you seen her inimitable grace of attitude, the blushing, tender expression of her face, and her modest, earnest manner, a manner which spoke the maternal nature, such as Catholics imagine it, without a tincture of the wife, a girlish yet enthusiastic rapture at the very thought of her child, you would have known that every scheme I meditated was riveted faster, every desire to make her my own forever more fixed and eager. I went on to urge her, till I saw every feature give token of distress, and at last she suddenly left me, as if unable any longer to bear my pertinacity. She left me without a word, but I saw her face bathed in tears. I was indeed insane. these tears which sprung from anguish of soul, to think that her childhood's companion should thus show himself an injurer instead of a friend, I interpreted into signs of relenting, into a struggle with her heart. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 29. I called again the following morning, but she was denied to me. Twice this happened. She feared me, I believed, and still more frantically I was driven to continue my persecutions. I wrote to her. She did not answer my letters. I entered the grounds of her house clandestinely. I lay in wait for her. I resolved to see her again. At length one afternoon I found her alone, walking and musing in the more solitary part of the park. I stood suddenly before her, and her first emotion was pleasure, so true was she to her affections, so constant to her hope that at last I should be persuaded not to pain her by a renewal of my former conversation. But I believed that I had a hold on her that I would not forego. When she offered to renew our childhood's compact of friendship, I asked her how that could be if she refused me her confidence. I asked how she could promise me happiness whose every hope was blighted. I told her that it was my firm conviction that her mother had intended us for one another, that she had brought her up for me, given her to me, and that thus she was indeed mine. Her eyes flashed fire at this. My mother, she said, brought me up for a higher purpose than even conducing to your happiness. She brought me up to fulfill my duties, to be a mother in my turn. I do not deny, she continued, that I share in some sort my mother's fate, and am more maternal than wifelike. And as I fondly wish to resemble her in all her virtues, I will not repine at the circumstances that lead me rather to devote my existence to my children than to be that most blessed creature, a happy wife. I do not ask for that happiness. I am contented with my lot. My very girlish romantic repinings do not really make me unhappy. Nor your fears, nor his base jealousy, his selfishness, his narrow soul, and brutish violence? I know more than you think, Alethea. I read your heart. You must be miserable, submissive, yet tyrannized over, wedded to your duty, yet watched, suspected, accused. There are traces of tears on your cheeks, my poor girl. Your neck is bowed by the yoke, your eyes have no longer the radiance of conscious rectitude, and yet you are innocent. God knows I am, she replied, as a shower of tears fell from her eyes. But she was ashamed, and brushed them away. I am and will be Rupert, though you would mislead me. Where indeed can I find a consciousness of rectitude except in my heart? My husband mistrusts me, I acknowledge it. By torture you force the truth. He does not understand, and you would pervert me. In God and my own heart I put my trust, and I will never do that which my conscience tells me is wrong. And despite both I shall be happy. A mother is, in my eyes, a more sacred name than wife. My life is wrapped in my boy. In him I find blameless joy, though all the rest pierce my heart with poisoned arrows. You shall, sweet Alethea, I cried, preserve him and every other blessing. You were not born to inherit this maimed, poverty-stricken life, the widowed mother of an orphan child, such as you are now. I will be a father to him for your sake, and many other joys will be yours, and the fondest, truest heart that ever warmed man's bosom shall be all your own. Alethea, you must not offer yourself up a living sacrifice to that base idol, but belong to one whose love and honor and eternal devotion merit you, though he possess no other claim. Let me save you from him. I ask no more. I felt a tear, for many long years forgotten, steal down my cheek. My heart worshipped her excellence, and pity and grief mingled with my deep regrets. She saw how sincerely I was moved, and tried to comfort me. She wept also, for despite her steadier thoughts, she knew the cruelty of her destiny, and I do believe her heart yearned to taste once more before she died the full joy of complete sympathy. But if indeed her tears were partly shed for herself, yet she never wavered. She deplored my unhappiness, but she reproved my perversion of principle. She tried to awaken patience, piety, or philosophic fortitude, any of the noble virtues that might enable me to combat the passion by which I was enslaved. Time was forgotten as we thus talked with the same openness of heart as in former days. Yet those hearts, how saddened and wounded since then! I would not let her go. While the moon rose high, shedding its silvery light over the forest trees, and casting dark shadows on our path, still we indulged in what she deemed our last conference. As I must answer my crimes before God, I swear I could discern no wavering thought, no one idea that strayed to the forbidden ground towards which I strove to lead her. She told me that she had intended not to see me again till her husband returned. She said that she must implore me not again to seek her in this way, or I should make her a prisoner in her house. I listened, I answered, I knew not what. I was more resolved than ever not to lose her. Despite all, I still was mad enough to hope. She left me at last, hoping to have conquered, yet resolved not to see me again, she said, till her husband returned. This determination on her part was in absolute contradiction to what I resolved should be. I had decreed to see her again. Nay, more, I would see her, not within the precincts of her home, where all spoke against me, but where she should be free, where, seeing nothing to remind her of the heavy yoke to which she bent her neck, I fondly dreamed I might induce her wholly to throw it aside. If it so pleased her, I would detain her but a few short hours, and restore her to her home in all liberty. But, could I induce her to assert her freedom, and follow me voluntarily, then, to think that possible, the earth reeled under me, and my passion gained strength from its very folly. I prepared all things for my plan. I went to Liverpool, and bought 2 fleet horses, and a light foreign caleche suited to my purpose. Returning northward towards Dromore, I sought a solitary spot for the scene of our last interview, or of the first hour of my lasting bliss. What more solitary than the wild and drear seashore of the south of Cumberland? Landward it is screened by a sublime background of mountains, but in itself presenting to the view a wide extent of uninhabited sands, intersected by rivers which, when the tide is up, present a dreary expanse of shallow water, and at ebb are left, except in the channels of the rivers, a barren extent of mud and marsh, the surrounding waste being variegated only by a line of sand hills thrown up to the height of 30 or 40 feet, shutting in the view from shore, while seaward no boat appeared ever to spread its sail on that lonely sea. On these sands, near the mouth of one of the rivers, there was a small hut deserted, but not in ruins. It was probably occasionally inhabited by guides, who are used in this part of the country to show the track of the fords when the tide is full, and any deviation from the right path is attended by peril, the beds of the rivers being full of ruts and deep holes. That hut I selected as the spot where all should be determined. If she consented to accompany me, we would proceed rapidly forward to Liverpool, and embark for America. If she resolved to return, this spot was but 5 miles from her home, and I could easily lead her back without suspicion being excited. I was anxious to put my scheme in execution, as her husband was shortly expected. It seemed a feasible one. In my own heart I did not expect to induce her to forsake her home, but I might, and the very doubt maddened me. And if I did not, yet for a few hours to have her near me, not in any spot that called her detested husband master, but in the wide free scenes of nature, the ocean, parent of all liberty, spread at our feet, the way easy to escape, no eye, no ear to watch and spy out the uncontrolled and genuine emotions of her heart, or no hand to check our progress if she consented to follow. In this plan, Osborne, whom I had left at the miserable town of Ravenglass, and who indeed had been the man to find and point out to me the solitary hut, was necessary. My explanation and directions to him were few and peremptory. He was to appear with the calèche, he acting as postilion, at a certain spot. The moment he saw me arrive, as soon as I had placed the lady who was to be my companion in the carriage, he was to put spurs to his horses, and not by any cry of hers, nor command of mine, nor interference of strangers, to be induced to stop till he reached the hut. There she should be free. Till then I should have her a prisoner even beyond my own control, lest her entreaties should cheat me out of my resolves. Osborne looked frightened at some portion of these orders, but I glossed over any inconsistency. My bribe was high, and he submitted. At every step I took in this mad and guilty scheme, I became more resolved to carry it on. Here is my crime, here the tale of sin I have to relate. The rest is disaster and endless remorse. What moved me to this height of insanity, what blinded me to the senseless as well as the unpardonable nature of my design, I cannot tell, except that for years I had lived in a dream, and waking in the real world, I refused to accommodate myself to its necessities, but resolved to bend its laws to my desires. I loved Alethea, I had loved her through years of absence. She was the wife of my reveries, my hopes, my heart. I could no more part with the thought of her as such than with a consciousness of my own identity. To see her married and a mother might be supposed capable of dissipating these fancies. Far from it. Her presence, her beauty, the witchery of her eye, her heart-subduing voice, her sensibility, the perfection of her nature, which her inimitable loveliness only half expressed, but which reached my soul, through a sort of inner sense that acknowledged it with worship, all this added to my frenzy, and steeped me to the very lips in intoxication. What right had I to call this matchless creature mine? None. That I acknowledged, but that he, the man without a soul, the incarnate Belial, should claim her, was not to be endured. Mad as I was, I aver, and he who reads all hearts be now my testimony, that it was more my wish to set her free from him than to bind her to myself that urged me on. I had, in the solitary shades of her park, during the arguments and struggles of our last interview, sworn that if she would suffer me to take her, and her boy too if she chose, away from him, I would place her in some romantic spot, build a home worthy of her, surrounded with all the glory of nature, and only see her as a servant and a slave. I pledged my soul to this, and I would have kept my oath. Those who have not loved may look on this as the very acme of my hallucination. It might be, I cannot tell, but so it was. All was ready, and I wrote to her to meet me for the last time. In this also I was in one sense sincere, for I had determined, if I should fail in my persuasions, never to see her more. She came, but several hours later than I intended, which to a certain degree deranged my plans. The weather had a sultriness about it all day, portending storm, occasioning a state of atmosphere that operates to render the human frame uneasy and restless. I paced the lane that bounded the demesne of Dromore for hours. I threw myself on a grassy bank. The rack in the upper sky sped along with fearful impetuosity. It traversed the heavens from west to east, driven by a furious wind which had not yet descended to us. for below on earth no breath of air moved the herbage, or could be perceived amid the topmost boughs of the trees. Everything in nature, acted upon by these contrary influences, had a strange and wild appearance. The sun descended red towards the ocean before Alethea opened the private gate of the grounds, and stood in all her loveliness before me. She brought her son with her. At first this annoyed me, but at a second thought it seemed to render my whole design more conclusive. She had spoken of this child with such rapture that it would have been a barbarity beyond my acting to separate her from him. By making him her companion, she completed my purpose. I would take them away together. I met her, I thought, with self-possession, but she read the conflict of passion in my face, and, half fearful, asked what disturbed me. I attributed my agitation to our approaching parting, and drawing her hand through my arm, walked forward along the lane. At the moment of executing my project, its wickedness and cruelty became so apparent that 1,000 times I was about to confess all, solicit her forgiveness, and leave her forever. But that hardness, which in the ancient religions is deemed the immediate work of God, crept over my heart, turning its human misgiving to stony resolution. I endeavored to close every aperture of my soul against the relenting moods that assailed me. Yet they came with greater power each time, and at length, wholly mastering me, I consented to be subdued. I determined to relinquish my schemes, to bid her an eternal adieu, and moved by self-pity at the desolate lot I was about to encounter, I spoke of separation and absence, and the death of hope, with such heartfelt pathos as moved her to tears. Surely there is no greater enemy to virtue and good intentions than that want of self-command, the exterior of which, though I had acquired, no portion existed in the inner substance of my mind. Calm, proud, and stern as I seemed to others, capable of governing the vehemence of my temper, within I was the same slave of passion I had ever been. I never could force myself to do the thing I hated. I never could persuade myself to relinquish the thing I desired. There is the secret of my crimes, there the vice of my disposition, which produced for her I loved a miserable death, and for myself endless unutterable woe. For a moment I had become virtuous and heroic. We reached the end of the lane. My emissary appeared with the carriage. I had worked myself up by this time to determine to restore her to her home, to part with her forever. She believed this. The despair written on my brow, my sombre, mute, yet heartbroken mien, my thoughts which had totally relinquished their favorite project, and consented to be widowed of her forever, expressed in brief passionate sentences, proved to her, who had never suspected that I meant otherwise, that I took my last look and spoke my last words. We reached the end of the lane. Osborne drove up. "Be not surprised," I said. "Yes, it is there, Alethea, the carriage that is to convey me far, far away. Gracious God, do I live to see this hour!" The carriage stopped. We walked up to it. A devil at that moment whispered in my ear. A devil who feeds on human crimes and groans prompted my arm. Coward and dolt! To use such words! My own hellish mind was the sole instigator. In a moment it was done. I lifted her light figure into the carriage. I jumped in after her. I bade her boy follow. It was too late. One cry from him, one long piercing shriek from her, and we were gone. With the swiftness of the winds we descended the eminence towards the shore, and left child and all return far behind. At that moment the storm burst over us, but the thunder was unheard amid the rattling of the wheels. Even her cries were lost in the uproar. But as the thickening clouds changed twilight into night, the vivid lightning showed me Alethea at my feet in convulsions of fear and anguish. There was no help. I raised her in my arms, and she struggled in them without meaning, without knowledge. Spasm succeeded to spasm. I saw them, by the flashes of the frequent lightning, distort her features with agony, but I could not even hear her groans. The furious haste at which we went, the thunder from above, the splash of the rain, suspended only by the howlings of the rising wind, drowned every other sound. I called to Osborne to stop. He gave no heed to my cries. Methought the horses had taken fright, and held the bit in their teeth. With such unimaginable speed we swept along. The roar of ocean, torn up by the wild west wind, now mingled with the universal uproar. Hell had broken loose upon earth. Yet what was every other and more noisy tempest compared to that which shook my soul, as I pressed Alethea to my heart in agony, vainly hoping to see the color revisit her cheeks, and her dear eyes open? Was she already a corpse? I tried to feel her breath upon my cheek, but the speed of my course, and the uproar of the elements, prevented my being able to ascertain whether she was alive or dead. And thus I bore her. Thus I made her my bride. Thus I, her worshipper, emptied the vials of pain on her beloved head. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 30. At last I became aware that the wheels of the carriage passed through water. Hope revived with the thought. The hut where Osborne was to stop was to the south of the river we were now crossing. The tide was ebbing, and despite the wind and storm, we passed the ford in safety. A moment more, and the carriage stopped amid the sands. I took the unfortunate lady in my arms, and carried her into the hut. Then, fetching the cushions of the carriage, I bade Osborne take the horses on to a covered shed about half a mile off, which he had prepared for them, and return immediately. I re-entered the hut. Still Alethea lay motionless on the ground where I had placed her. The lightning showed me her pale face, and another flash permitted me to discover a portion of luggage brought here by Osborne, necessary if we fled. Among other things, which, soldier-like, I always carried with me, I saw my canteen. It contained the implements for striking a light, and tapers. By such means I could at last discover that my victim still lived, and sometimes also she groaned and sighed heavily. What had happened to her I could not tell, nor by what means consciousness might be restored. I chafed her head and hands in spirituous waters. I made her swallow some, in vain. For a moment she somewhat revived, but relapsed again, and the icy cold of her hands and feet seemed to portend instant dissolution. Osborne returned as I had ordered. He was totally unaware of the state to which my devilish machinations had brought my victim. He found me hanging over her, calling her by every endearing name, chafing her hands in mine, watching in torture for some signs of returning sense, as would assure me that I was not about to see her expire before my eyes. He was scared by what he saw, but I silenced him, and made him light a fire, and heat sand, which I placed at her feet. And then, by degrees, with help of large doses of sal volatile and other drugs, circulation was restored. She opened her eyes and gazed wildly round, and tears gushed from under the lids in large slow drops. My soul, blessed God! Every mad desire and guilty scheme had faded before the expectation of her death. All I asked of heaven was her life, and leave to restore her to her child and her home. Heaven granted, as I thought, my prayer. The livid streaks which had settled round her mouth and eyes disappeared. Her features lost the rigidity of convulsions. A slight color tinged her cheeks. Her hands, late chill and stiff, now had warmth and voluntary motions of their own. Once or twice she looked round and tried to speak. Gerard! That word, the name of her boy, was murmured. I caught the sound as I bent eagerly over her. "He is safe, he is well," I whispered. All is well. Be comforted, Alethea. The poor victim smiled. Yes, her own sweet smile dawned upon her face. She, too, is safe, I thought. Once again I felt my heart beat freely and at ease. She continued, however, in a state of torpor. There were 2 rooms in the hut. I prepared a sort of couch for her in the inner one. I placed her on it. I covered her with her cloak. By degrees, some sort of insensibility in which she sunk changed to sleep. We left her then, and sat watching in the outer room. I kept my eyes fixed on her, and saw that each hour added to the tranquillity of her repose. I could not hear her breathe, for though the thunder and rain had ceased, the wind howled and the near ocean roared. Its billows, driven by the western gale, encroached upon the sands almost to the threshold of the hut. A revulsion had taken place within me. I felt that there was something dearer to me than the fulfillment of my schemes, which was her life. She appeared almost miraculously restored, and my softened heart thanked God and blessed her. I believed I could be happy even in eternal absence, now that the guilt of her death was taken from my soul. Well do I remember the kind of rapture that flowed in upon my heart, as at dawn of day I crept noiselessly to her side, and marked the regular heaving of her bosom, and saw her eyelids, heavy and dark with suffering, it is true, yet gently closed over the dear orbs which again and for many a long year would enjoy the light of day. I felt a new man. I felt happy. In a few short hours I should receive her pardon, convey her home, declare my own guilt, and while absolving her, offer myself as the mark of whatever vengeance her husband might choose to take. Me, oh, what was I? I had no being. It was dissolved into a mere yearning for her life, her contentment. I was about to render myself up as a criminal to a man whose most generous act would be to meet me in the field. But that was nothing. I thought not of it, either with gladness or regret. She lives. She shall be restored to all she loves. She once again will be at peace. These were my dreams as I hung over her, and gradually the break of day became more decided. By the increasing light I could perceive that I had not deceived myself. She slept a healthy, profound, healing sleep. I returned to the outer room. Osborne had wrapped himself in his greatcoat, and lay stretched on the floor. I roused him, and told him to go for the horses and carriage immediately, so that the first thing that might welcome Alethea's awakening should be the offer of an immediate return home. He gladly obeyed, and left the hut. But scarcely was he gone than a sort of consciousness came over me that I would not remain with her alone. So I followed him at some little distance towards the shed where the carriage and horses were. The wind had scattered every cloud, and still howled through the clear grey morning sky. The sea was in violent commotion, and huge surges broke heavily and rapidly on the beach. The tide was flowing fast, and the bed of the river we had crossed so safely the night before was covered by the waves. In a little time the ford would be impassable, and this was another reason to hasten the arrival of the horses. To the east, each crag and precipice, each vast mountain top, showed in dark relief against the golden eastern sky. Seaward, the horizon was misty from the gale, and the ocean stretched out illimitably. Curlews and gulls screamed as they skimmed the crested waves, and breaker after breaker dashed furiously at my feet. It was a desolate but a magnificent spectacle, and my throbbing heart was in unison with its vast grandeurs. I blessed sea and wind and heaven and the dawn. The guilt of my soul had passed from me, and without the grievous penalty I had dreaded. All again was well. I walked swiftly on. I reached the shed. Osborne was busy with the horses. He had done what he could for them the night before, and they seemed tolerably fresh. I spoke cheerfully to the man as I helped to harness them. Osborne was still pale with fright, but when I told him that I was going to carry the lady back to her friends, and that there was nothing to fear, he took heart. I bade him come slowly along, that the noise of the wheels might not waken her, if she still slept, and I walked beside, my hand on the neck of one horse, while he bestrode the other, and we gazed around and pointed to each other signs of the recent tempest, which had been so much more violent than I in my preoccupation had known. And then, as the idea of the ford being rendered impassable crossed me again, I bid him get on at a quicker rate. There was no fear of disturbing the sleeping lady, for the wheels were noiseless on the heavy sands. I have mentioned that huge sand hills were thrown up here and there on the beach. Two of the highest of these shut out all view of the hut, and even of the river, till we were close upon them. As we passed these mounds, my first glance was to see the state of the tide. The bed of the river was entirely filled with dashing crested waves, which poured in from the sea with inconceivable rapidity, and obliterated every trace of the ford. I looked anxiously round, but it was plain we must wait for the ebbing tide, or take a long detour to seek the upper part of the stream. As I gazed, something caught my eyes as peculiar. The foam of the breaking waves was white, and this object also was white. Yet was it real, or but the mockery of a human form? For a moment my heart ceased to beat, and then with wings to my feet I ran to the hut. I rushed into the inner room. The couch was deserted, the whole dwelling empty. I hurried back to the river's brink, and strained my eyeballs to catch a sight of the same fearful object. It was there. I could not mistake. A wave lifted up, and then again overwhelmed and swallowed it in its abyss. The form, no longer living, the dead body of Alethea. I threw myself into the water. I battled with the waves. The tide bore me on. Again and again I was blinded and overwhelmed by the surges, but still I held on, and made my way into the middle of the roaring flood. As I rose gasping from one large billow that had for more than a minute engulfed me in its strangling depths, I felt a substance strike against me. Instinctively I clutched at it, and grasping her long streaming hair, now with renewed strength and frantic energy, I made for shore. I was as a plaything to the foaming billows, but by yielding to them, by suffering myself to be carried up the tide to where the river grew shallower and the waves less powerful, I was miserable enough at last to escape. Fool! Did I not know that she was dead? Why did I not, clasping her in my arms, resign my life to the waters? No, she had returned to me from the gates of death the night before, and I madly deemed the miracle would be twice performed. I reached the bank. Osborne, trembling and ghastly, helped me to lift her on shore. We endeavoured by various means to recall the spark of life. It was too late. She had been long in the water, and was quite dead. How can I write these words? How linger on these hideous details? Alas! they are forever before me. No day, no hour passes but the whole scene is acted over again with startling vividness, and my soul shrinks and shudders from the present image of death. Even now that the dawn of Greece is breaking among the hills, that the balmy summer air fans my cheek, that the distant mountain tops are gilded by the morning beams, and the rich tranquil beauty of a southern clime is around, yet even now the roar of that distant ocean is in my ear, the desolate coast stretches out far away, and Alethea lies pale, drenched, and lifeless at my feet. I saw it all. And how often and forever do I go over in my thoughts what had passed during the interval of my absence. She had awoke refreshed. She collected her scattered senses. She remembered the hideous vision of her carrying off. She knew not of my relenting. She feared my violence. She resolved to escape. She was familiar with that shore. Its rivers and the laws which govern their tides were known to her. She believed that she could pass the water in safety, for often, when the bed of the estuary was apparently full, she knew that she had forded the stream on horseback, and the waters scarce covered the animal's fetlock. Intent on escaping the man of violence, of reaching her beloved home, she had entered the stream without calculating the difference of a calm neap tide and the mass of irresistible waves borne up by the strong western wind. They perhaps seemed less terrible than I. To fly from me she encountered, delivered herself up to them, and there she lay, destroyed, dead, lost forever. No more of this. What then I did may, I now conceive, appear more shocking to my countrymen than all that went before. But I knew little of English customs. I had gone out, an inexperienced stripling, to India, and my modes of action were formed there. I now know that when one dies in England they keep the lifeless corpse, weeping and watching beside it, for many days, and then, with lingering ceremonies and the attendance of relations and friends, lay it solemnly in the dismal tomb. But I had seen whole armies mown down by the sword and disease. I was accustomed to the soldier's hastily dug grave, in a climate where corruption follows fast upon death. To hide the dead with speed from every eye was the Indian custom. And then, should I take the corpse of Alethea, wet with the ocean tide, ghastly from the throes of recent death, and bear her to her home, and say, "Here she is, she enjoyed life and happiness yester evening, I bore her away, behold my work"? Should I present myself to her husband, answer his questions, detail the various stages of my crime, and tamely await his vengeance or his pardon? Never. Or should I destroy myself at her side, and leave our bodies to tell a frightful tale of mystery and horror? The miserable terrors of my associate would of itself have prevented this catastrophe. I had to reassure and protect him. My resolution was quickly made not to outlive my victim, and making atonement by my death, what other penalty could I be called upon to pay? But my death should not be a tale to appall or amuse the vulgar, or to swell with triumph the heart of Alethea's tyrant husband. Secrecy and oblivion should cover all. My plan was laid, and I acted accordingly. Osborne entered into the design with alacrity. He was moved by other feelings. He was possessed by an agony of fear. He did not doubt but that we should be accused of murdering the hapless lady, and the image of the gallows flitted before his eyes. Understanding each other without many words, Osborne said that in the shed where we had placed the horses he had remarked a spade. It was so early that no one was about to observe him, and he went to fetch it. He returned in about half an hour. I sat keeping watch the while by the dead, and feasted my eyes with the sight of my pale victim as she lay at my feet. Of what tough materials is man formed, that my heartstrings did not break, and that I outlived that hour! Osborne returned, and we went to work. Some 10 yards above high water mark there was a single leafless, moss-grown skeleton tree, with something like soil about its roots, and sheltered from the spray and breeze by the vicinity of a sand hill. Close to it we dug a deep grave. I placed the cushions in it, on which her fair form, all warm and soft, had reposed during the preceding night. Then I composed her stark limbs, banding the long wet tresses of her abundant hair across her eyes, forever closed, crossing her hands upon her pure, death-cold bosom. I touched her reverently. I did not even profane her hand with a kiss. I wrapped her in her cloak, and laid her in the open grave. I tore down some of the decaying boughs of the withered tree, and arching them above her body, threw my own cloak above, so with vain care to protect her lifeless form from immediate contact with the soil. Then we filled up the grave, and scattering dry sand above, removed every sign of recent opening. This was performed in silence, or with whispered words. The roaring waves were her knell, the rising sun her funeral torch. I was satisfied with the solemnity of the scene around, and I was composed, for I was resolved on death. Osborne trembled in every limb, and his face rivaled in hue her wan, bloodless countenance. We carefully removed every article from the hut, and put all in the same state as when we found it. I did not, indeed, fear discovery. Who would imagine that my course would be to the desolate sea beach? And if they did, and found all, I should be far, I should be dead. But Osborne was eager to obliterate every mark of the hut having been visited. When he was satisfied that he had accomplished this, without looking behind, I got into the carriage. We drove with what speed we could to Lancaster, and there to Liverpool. Osborne was in a transport of fear till he got on board an American vessel. Fortunately, the wind having veered towards the north, there was one about to weigh anchor. I placed a considerable sum of money in my accomplice's hands, and recommended discretion. He would have questioned me as to my own designs, but he respected my stern silence, and we parted never to meet again. A small coasting vessel bound for Plymouth was at that moment making her way out of harbor. I hailed a man on board, and threw myself onto the deck. Elizabeth can tell the rest. She knows how I landed in a secluded village of Cornwall, with the intent there to make due sacrifice to the outraged manes of Alethea. Still I grieve for the unaccomplished purpose. Still I repine that I did not there die. She stopped my hand. An angel, in likeness of a human child, arrested my arm, and winning my wonder by her extraordinary loveliness, and my interest by her orphan and desolate position, I seemed called upon to live for her sake. The struggle was violent, for I longed to make atonement by my death, and I longed to forget my crimes and their consequences in the oblivious grave. At first I thought that the respite I granted myself would be short, but it lasted for years, and I dragged out a living death, having survived love and hope, remorse my follower, ghastly images of crime and death my comrades. I traveled from place to place, pursued by Alethea's upbraiding ghost and my own torturing thoughts. By frequent change of place I sought to assuage my pangs. I believe that I increased them. They might perhaps have been mitigated by the monotony of a stationary life. But a traveller's existence is all sensation, and every emotion is rendered active and penetrating by the perpetual variation of the appearances of natural objects. Thought and feeling awaken with the sun, and dewy eve and the radiant stars cause the eyes to turn towards the backward path, while darkness, felt palpably as one proceeds onward in an unknown land, awakens the snakes of conscience. The storm and expected wreck are images of retribution, while yet the destruction I pined for receded from before my thirsting lips. Yet still I dragged on life, most unworthily and unworthy, till on a day I saw the son of my victim at Baden. I witnessed misery wildly spread through my means, and felt that her disembodied spirit must curse me for the evil I had brought on her beloved child. I remembered all she had fondly said of him, and the cloudless beauty of his face, his joyous laugh, and free step, when last I saw him at her side. He was blighted and destroyed by me, gloomy, savage, and wild. Eternal sorrow was written on his brow, fear and hatred gleamed in his eyes. Such by my means had the son of Alethea become, such had his base-minded father rendered him. But mine the guilt, mine be the punishment. What a wretch was I, to live in peace and security, ministered to by an angel, while this dearest part of herself was doomed to anguish, and to the unmitigated influence of the demon forever at his side, through my accursed means. From that hour I became thrice hateful to myself. I had tried to live for my Elizabeth, but that idea passed away with every other solace, in which hitherto I had iniquitously indulged. I resolved to die, but as a taint has been cast by the most villainous heart in the world upon her hallowed name, my first task was to redeem that out of her unworthy husband's hands. And yet I could not, I would not, while living, disclose the truth, and give a triumph to my enemy. But soon, oh, very soon, will the soil of Greece drink up my life blood, and while this writing proclaims her innocence, I shall be sheltered by the grave from the taunts and revilings of men. And you, dear child of my affection, who have been to me as a blessing immediate from heaven, who have warmed my heart with your love, and smoothed the fierceness of my temper by your unalterable sweetness, who having blessed me with your virtues, clinging to the ruin with a fidelity I believed impossible, how shall I say farewell to you? Forgive your friend that he deserts you. Long ago he deserted himself and the better part of life. It is but the shell of him that remains, and that corroded by remorse and the desire to die. You deserve better than to have your young days clouded by the shadow of my crime thrown over them. Forget me and be happy. You must be so, while The sun is up. The martial trumpet sounds. It is a joy to think that I shall have a soldier's grave. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 31. Such was the tale presented to the young, enthusiastic, innocent Elizabeth, unveiling the secret of the life of him whom she revered above all the world. Her soul was in her eyes as she read, or rather devoured page after page, till she arrived at the catastrophe, when a burst of passionate tears relieved her swelling bosom, and carried away upon their stream 1,000 trembling, unspeakable fears that had gathered in wild multitude around her heart. He is innocent! He, my benefactor, my father, when he accused himself of murder, spoke, as I thought, of a consequence, not an act. And if the chief principle of religion be true, that repentance washes away sin, he is pardoned, and the crime forgotten. Noble, generous heart! What drops of anguish have you not shed in atonement? What glorious obsequies you pay your victim, for she also is acquitted. Gerard's mother is more than innocent. She was true to him, and to the purest sentiments of nature to the end. Nay, more, her life was sacrificed to them. And Elizabeth went over in her mind, as Falkner had often done, the emotions that actuated her to attempt the dangerous passage across the ford. She fancied her awakening on the fatal morning, her wild look around. No familiar object met her view, nor did any friendly voice reassure her. The strange scene and solitary hut were testimonies that she did not dream, and that she had really been torn from home and all she loved by a violence she could not resist. At first she must have listened tremblingly, and fancied her lover enemy at hand, but all is still. She rises. She ventures to examine the strange dwelling to which she has been carried. No human being presents himself. She quits the threshold of the hut. A familiar scene is before her eyes, the ocean and the dreary but well-known shore, the river which she has often crossed, and among the foldings of the not-distant hills, embosomed in trees, she sees Dromore, her tranquil home. She knows that it is but a few miles distant, and while she fancies her enemy near at hand, yet the hope animates her that she may cross the stream unseen and escape. Elizabeth imaged all her hopes and fears. She seemed to see the hapless lady place her uncertain feet, her purpose being stanch and unfaltering, within the shallow wave which she believed she could traverse in safety. The roar of the advancing tide was in her ears, the spray dashed round her, and her footing grew uncertain as she sought to find her way across the rugged bed of the river. But she thought only of her child, from whom she had been torn, and her fears of being, through the deed of violence which had carried her off, excluded from her home forever. To arrive at that home was all her desire. As she advanced, she still fixed her eyes on the clustering woods of Dromore, sleeping stilly in the grey, quiet dawn, and she risked her life unhesitatingly to gain the sacred shelter. All depended on her reaching it, quickly and alone, and she was doomed never to see it more. She advances resolutely but cautiously. The waves rise higher. She is in the midst of the stream. Her footing becomes more unsteady. Does she look back? There is no return. Her heart proudly repels the very thought of desiring it. She gathers her garments about her. She looks right onward. She steps more carefully. The surges buffet her. They rise higher and higher. The spray is dashed over her head and blinds her sight. A false step. She falls. The water opens to engulf her. She is borne away. One thought of her, Gerard, one prayer to heaven, and the human eye can pursue the parting soul no farther. She is lost to earth. None upon it can any longer claim a portion in her. But she is innocent. The last word murmured in her last sleep, the last word human ears heard her utter, was her son's name. To the last she was all mother. Her heart filled with that deep yearning which a young mother feels to be the very essence of her life, for the presence of her child. There is something so beautiful in a young mother's feelings, usually a creature to be fostered and protected, taught to look to another for aid and safety. Yet a woman is the undaunted guardian of her little child. She will expose herself to 1,000 dangers to shield his fragile being from harm. If sickness or injury approach him, her heart is transfixed by terror. Readily, joyfully, she would give her own blood to sustain him. The world is a hideous desert when she is threatened to be deprived of him, and when he is near, and she takes him to the shelter of her bosom and wraps him in her soft, warm embrace. She cares for nothing beyond that circle, and his smiles and infantine caresses are the life of her life. Such a mother was Alethea, and in Gerard she possessed a son capable of calling forth in its intensity and of fully rewarding her maternal tenderness. What wonder when she saw him cast pitilessly down on the roadside, alive or dead she knew not. The wheel of the carriage that bore her away might have crushed and destroyed his tender limbs. What wonder that she should be threatened by instant death through the excess of her agony. What wonder that, reviving from death, her first and only thought was to escape, to get back to him, to clasp him to her heart, never to be severed more? How glad and yet how miserable Gerard would be to read this tale, his proudest and fondest assertions certified as true, and yet to feel that he had lost her forever, whose excellence was proved to be thus paramount. Elizabeth's reflections now rested on him, and now turned to Falkner, and now she opened the manuscript again, and read anew, and then again her heart made its commentary, and she wept and rejoiced, and longed to comfort her father, and congratulate Neville all in a breath. She never thought of herself. This was Elizabeth's peculiarity. She could be so engrossed by sympathy for others that she could forget herself wholly. At length she remembered her father's directions, that his manuscript should be given to Neville when he called. She had no thought of disobeying, nor could she help being glad that Gerard's filial affection should receive its reward, even while she was pained to think that Falkner should be changed at once into an enemy in her new friend's eyes. Still her generous nature led her instantly to ally herself to the weaker side. Neville was triumphant, Falkner humiliated and fallen, and thus he drew her closer to him, and riveted the chain of gratitude and fidelity by which she was bound. She had shed many tears for Alethea's untimely fate, for the virtues and happiness hurried to a mysterious end, buried in an untold grave. But she had her reward. Long had she been there, where there is no trouble, no strife. Her pure soul received into the company of kindred angels. Her heroism would now be known, her actions justified. She would be raised above her sex in praise, her memory crowned with unfading glory. It was Falkner who needed the exertion of present service, to forgive and console. He must be raised from his self-abasement, his despair must be cured. He must feel that the hour of remorse was past, that of repentance and forgiveness come. He must be rewarded for all his goodness to her, by being made to love life for her sake. Neville, whose heart was free from every base alloy, would enter into these feelings. Content to rescue the fame of his mother from the injury done it, happy in being assured that his faithful filial love had not been mistaken in its reliance, the first emotion of his generous soul would be to forgive. Yet Elizabeth fancied that, borne away by his ardor in his mother's cause, he might altogether pass over and forget the extenuating circumstances that rendered Falkner worthy of pardon, and she thought it right to accompany the narrative with an explanatory letter. Thus she wrote: "My father has given me these papers for the purpose of transmitting them to you. I need not tell you that I read them this day for the first time, that till now I was in total ignorance of the facts they disclose. It is most true that I, a little child, stopped his arm as he was about to destroy himself. Moved by pity for my orphan state, he consented to live. Is this a crime? Yet I could not reconcile him to life, and he went to Greece seeking death. He went there in the pride of life and health. You saw him at Marseilles. You saw him today, the living effigy of remorse and woe. It is hard, at the moment you discover that he was the cause of your mother's death, to ask your sympathy for his sufferings and high-minded contrition. I leave you to follow the dictates of your own heart with regard to him. For myself, attached to him as I am by every sentiment of affection and gratitude, I am from this moment more than ever devoted to his service, and eager to prove to him my fidelity. These words come from myself. My father knows not what I write. He simply told me to inform you that he should remain here, and if you desired aught of him, he was ready at your call. He thinks perhaps you may require further explanation, further guidance to your mother's grave. Oh, secret and obscure as it is it not guarded by angels? Have you not been already led to it? She left off abruptly. She heard a ring at the outer gate. The hour had come. It must be Neville. She placed the papers in the writing case, and directing and sealing the letter, gave both to the servant, to be delivered to him. Scarcely was this done, when suddenly it flashed across her how the relative situations of Neville and herself were changed. That morning she had been his chosen friend. Into her ear he poured the history of his hopes and fears. He claimed her sympathy, and she felt that from her he derived a happiness never felt before. Now he must regard her as the daughter of his mother's destroyer, and should she ever see him more? Instinctively, she rushed to the highest room of the house to catch one other glimpse. By the time she reached the window, the act was fulfilled that changed both their lives, the packet given. Dimly, in the twilight, she saw a horseman emerge from under the wall of the garden and slowly cross the heath, slowly at first, as if he did not comprehend what had happened or what he was doing. There is something that excites unspeakable tenderness when the form of the loved one is seen even from afar, and Elizabeth, though unaware of the nature and depth of her sensations, yet felt her heart soften and yearn towards her friend. A blessing fell from her lips, while the consciousness of all of doubtful and sad that he must at that moment experience, at being sent from her door with a written communication only, joined to the knowledge that each succeeding hour would add to the barriers that separated them, so overcame her, that when at last he put spurs to his horse and was borne out of sight into the thickening twilight, she burst into a passion of tears, and wept for some time, not knowing what she did nor where she was, but feeling that from that hour the color of her existence was changed, its golden hue departed, and that patience and resignation must henceforth take place of gladness and hope. She roused herself after a few minutes from this sort of trance, and her thoughts reverted to Falkner. There are few crimes so enormous but that, when we undertake to analyze their motives, they do not find some excuse and pardon in the eyes of all except their perpetrators. Sympathy is more of a deceiver than conscience. The stander-by may dilate on the force of passion and the power of temptation, but the guilty are not cheated by such subterfuges. He knows that the still voice within was articulate to him. He remembers that at the moment of action he felt his arm checked, his ear warned. He could have stopped and been innocent. Perhaps of all the scourges wielded by the dread Eumenides, there is none so torturing as the consciousness of the willfulness of the act deplored. It is a mysterious principle to be driven out by no reasonings, no commonplace philosophy. It had eaten into Falkner's soul, taken sleep from his eyes, strength from his limbs, every healthy and self-complacent sentiment from his soul. Elizabeth, however, innocent and good as she was, fancied 1,000 excuses for an act whose frightful catastrophe was not foreseen. Falkner called himself a murderer, but though the untimely death of the unfortunate Alethea was brought about by his means, so far from being guilty of the deed, he would have given 1,000 lives to save her. Since her death, she well knew that sleep had not refreshed, nor food nourished him. He was blighted, turned from all the uses and enjoyments of life. He desired the repose of the grave. He had sought death. He had made himself akin to the grim destroyer. That he acted wrongly, nay criminally, Elizabeth acknowledged. But by how many throes of anguish, by what repentance and sacrifice of all that life holds dear, had he not expiated the past? Elizabeth longed to see him again, to tell him how fondly she still loved him, how he was exalted, not debased, in her eyes, to comfort him with her sympathy, cherish him with her love. It was true that she did not quite approve of the present state of his mind. There was too much of pride, too much despair. But when he found that, instead of scorn, his confession met with compassion and redoubled affection, his heart would soften, he would no longer desire to die, so to escape from blame and retribution, but be content to endure and teach himself that resignation which is the noblest and most unattainable temper of mind to which humanity may aspire. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 32 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 32. While these thoughts, founded on a natural piety, pure and gentle as herself, occupied Elizabeth, Falkner indulged in far other speculations. He triumphed. It is strange that although perpetually deceived and led astray by our imagination, we always fancy that we can foresee, and in some sort command, the consequences of our actions. Falkner, while he deplored his beloved victim with the most heartfelt grief, yet at no time experienced a qualm of fear, because he believed that he held the means of escape in his own hands, and could always shelter himself from the obloquy that he now incurred in an unapproachable tomb. Through strange accidents that resource had failed him. He was alive, and his secret was in the hands of his enemies. But as he confronted the injured son of a more injured mother, another thought, dearer to his lawless yet heroic imagination, presented itself. There was one reparation he could make, and doubtless it would be demanded of him. The law of honor would be resorted to avenge the death of Alethea. He did not for a moment doubt but that Neville would challenge him. His care must be to fall by the young man's hand. There was a sort of poetical justice in this idea, a noble and fitting ending to his disastrous story that solaced his pride and rilled him, as it has been said, with triumph. Having arrived at this conclusion, he felt sure also that the consummation would follow immediately on Neville's perusal of the narration put into his hands. This very day might be his last, and it was necessary to make every preliminary arrangement. Leaving Elizabeth occupied with his fatal papers, he drove to town to seek Mr. Raby's solicitor to place in his hands the proofs of his adopted child's birth, so to secure her future acknowledgment by her father's family. She was not his child, no drop of his blood flowed in her veins. His name did not belong to her. As Miss Raby, Neville would gladly seek her, while as Miss Falkner, an insuperable barrier existed between them, and though he fell by Gerard's hand, yet he meant to leave a letter to convince her that this was but a sort of cunning suicide, and that it need place no obstacle between two persons whom he believed were formed for each other. What more delightful than that his own Elizabeth should love the son of Alethea? If he survived indeed, this mutual attachment would be beset by difficulties. His death was like the levelling of a mountain. All was plain, easy, happy, when he no longer deformed the scene. He had some difficulty in meeting with Mr. Raby's man of business. He found him, however, perfectly acquainted with all the circumstances, and eager to examine the documents placed in his hands. He had already written to Treby, and received confirmation of all Falkner's statements. This activity had been imparted by Mrs. Raby, then at Turnbridge Wells, who was anxious to render justice to the orphan, the moment she had been informed of her existence. Falkner heard with great satisfaction of the excellent qualities of this lady, and the interest she showed in poor Edwin Raby's orphan child. The day was consumed and part of the evening in these arrangements, and a final interview with his own solicitor. His will was already made. He divided his property between Elizabeth and his cousin, the only surviving daughter of his uncle. Something of shame was in his heart when he returned and met again his adopted child, a shame ennobled by the sense that he was soon to offer up his life as atonement, while she, who had long been reflecting on all that occurred, yet felt it brought home more keenly when she again saw him, and read in his countenance the tale of remorse and grief more legibly than in the written page. Passionately and gratefully attached, her heart warmed towards him. His very look of suffering was an urgent call upon her fidelity, and though she felt all the change that his disclosures operated, though she saw the flowery path she had been treading at once wasted and barren, all sense of personal disappointment was merged in her desire to prove her affection at that moment. Silently, but with heroic fervor, she offered herself up at the shrine of his broken fortunes. Love, friendship, good name, life itself, if need were, should be set at naught, weighed in a balance against her duty to him, they were but as a feather in the scale. They sat together as of old. Their looks were affectionate, their talk cheerful. It seemed to embrace the future as well as the present, and yet to exclude every painful reflection. The heart of each bore its own secret without betrayal. Falkner expected in a few hours to be called upon to expiate with his life the evils he had caused, while Elizabeth's thoughts wandered to Neville. Now he was reading the fatal narrative, now agonized pity for his mother, now abhorrence of Falkner, alternated in his heart. Her image was cast out, or only called up to be associated with the hated name of the destroyer. Her sensibility was keenly excited. How ardently had she prayed, how fervently had she believed that he would succeed in establishing mother's innocence. In what high honor she had held his filial piety, these things were still the same. Yet how changed were both towards each other. It was impossible that they should ever meet again as formerly, ever take counsel together, that she should ever be made happy by the reflection that she was his friend and comforter. Falkner called her attention by a detail of his journey to Belforest, and the probability that she would soon have a visit from her aunt. Here was a new revulsion. Elizabeth was forced to remember that her name was Raby. Falkner described the majestic beauties of the ancestral seat of her family, tried to impress her with the imposing grandeur of its antiquity, to interest her in its religion and prejudices, to gild the reality of pride and desertion with the false colors of principle and faith. He spoke of Mrs. Raby, as he had heard her mentioned, as a woman of warm feeling, strong intellect, and extreme generosity. Elizabeth listened, but her eyes were fondly fixed on Falkner's face. And at last she exclaimed with spontaneous earnestness, "For all this I am your child, and we shall never be divided." It was now near midnight. At each moment Falkner expected a message from the son of his victim. He engaged Elizabeth to retire to her room, that her suspicions might not be excited by the arrival of a visitor at that unaccustomed hour. He was glad to see her wholly unsuspicious of what he deemed the inevitable consequence of his confession, for though her thoughts evidently wandered, and traces of regret clouded her brow, it was regret, not fear, that inspired sadness. She tried to cheer, to comfort for the past, and gain fortitude to meet the future. But that future presented no more appalling image than never seeing Gerald Neville more. She went, and he remained waiting and watching the livelong night, but no one came. The following day passed, and the same mysterious silence was observed. What could it mean? It was impossible to accuse Alethea's child of lukewarmness in her cause, or want of courage. A sort of dark, mysterious fear crept over Falkner's heart. Something would be done, some vengeance taken. In what frightful shape would the ghost of the past haunt him? He seemed to scent horror and disgrace in the very winds, yet he was spellbound. He must await Neville's call. He must remain as he had promised, to offer the atonement demanded. He had felt glad and triumphant when he believed that reparation to be his life in the field. But the delay was ominous. He knew not why, but at each ring at the gate, each step along the passages of the house, his heart grew chill, his soul quailed. He despised himself for cowardice, yet it was not that, but he knew that evil was at hand. He pitied Elizabeth, and he shrunk from himself as one doomed to dishonor and unspeakable misery. End of chapter 32. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 33 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 33. On arriving in London from Hastings, Neville had repaired, as usual, to his father's house, which, as was to be supposed at that season of the year, he found empty. On the second day, Sir Boyvill presented himself unexpectedly. He looked cold and stern as ever. The father and son met as they were wont, the latter anticipating rebuke and angry unjust commands, the other assuming the lofty tone of legitimate authority, indignant at being disputed. "I hear from Sophia," said Sir Boyvill, "that you are on the point of sailing for America, and this without deigning to acquaint me with your purpose. Is this fair? Common acquaintances act with more ceremony towards each other." "I feared your disapproval, sir," replied Neville, "and thought it less faulty to act without than against a father's consent. Such is the vulgar notion, but a very erroneous one. It doubles the injury, both to disobey me and to keep me in the dark with regard to my danger." "But if the danger be only imaginary?" observed his son. Sir Boyvill replied, I am not come to argue with you, nor to dissuade, nor to issue commands. I come with the more humble intention of being instructed. Sophie, though she evidently regrets your purposed journey, yet avers that it is not so wild and aimless as your expeditions have hitherto been, that the letters from Lancaster did lead to some unlooked-for disclosure. You little know me if you are not aware that I have the question, which you debate in so rash and boyish a manner, as deeply and more sorely at heart than you. Let me then hear the tale you have heard. Surprised and even touched to find his father unbend so far as to listen to him, Neville related the American's story, and the information that it seemed probable that Osborne could afford. Sir Boyvill listened attentively, and then observed, It will be matter of triumph to you, Gerard, to learn that your strange perseverance has a little overcome me. You are no longer a mere lad, and though inexperienced and headstrong, you have shown talents and decision, and I am willing to believe, though perhaps I am wrong, that you are guided by conviction, and not by a blind wish to disobey. Your conduct has been consistent throughout, and so far is entitled to respect, but you are, as I have said, and forgive a father for saying so, inexperienced, a mere child in the world's ways. You go straight forward to your object, reckless of the remark that you excite, and the gall and wormwood that such remark imparts. Why will you not in some degree be swayed by me? Our views, if you would deign to inquire into mine, are not dissimilar. Neville knew not what to answer, for every reply and explanation were likely to offend. Hitherto, continued Sir Boyvill, in disgust at your wilfulness, I have only issued disregarded commands, but I am willing to treat my son as my friend, if he will let me, but it must be on one condition. I exact one promise. I am ready, sir, replied Neville, to enter into any engagement that does not defeat my purpose. It is simply, said Sir Boyvill, that you shall do nothing without consulting me. I, on the other hand, will promise not to interfere by issuing orders which you will not obey. But if there is any sense in your pursuit, my counsels may assist. I ask no more than to offer advice, and to have opportunity afforded to me to express my opinion. Will you not allow that so much is due to me? Will you not engage to communicate your projects, and to acquaint me unreservedly with every circumstance that falls to your knowledge? This is the limit of my exactions. Most willingly I make this promise, exclaimed Neville. It will indeed be my pride to have your participation in my sacred task. How far I can afford that, replied Sir Boyvill, depends on the conduct you will pursue. With regard to this Osborne, I consent at once that his story should be sifted. Nay, that you should go to America for that purpose, while you are ready to engage that you will not act on any information you may gather without my knowledge. You may depend, said Gerard, that I will keep to the letter of my promise, and I pledge my honor, gladly and unreservedly, to tell you everything, to learn your wishes, and to endeavor throughout to act with your approbation. This concession made on both sides, the father and son conversed on more unreserved and kinder terms than they had ever before done. They passed the evening together, and though the arrogance, the wounded pride, the irritated feelings, and unredeemed selfishness of Sir Boyvill betrayed themselves at every moment, Gerard saw with surprise the weakness masked by so imposing an exterior. His angry commands and insulting blame had been used as batteries to defend the accessible part. He still loved and regretted Alethea. He pined to be assured of her truth, but he despised himself for these emotions, calling them feebleness and credulity. He felt assured that his worst suspicions would be proved true. She might now be dead. He thought it probable that ere this her faults and sorrows were hushed in the grave. But had she remained voluntarily 1/2 hour in the power of the man who had carried her from her home, no subsequent repentance, no remorse, no suffering could exculpate her. What he feared was the revival of a story so full of dishonor, the dragging a mangled half-formed tale again before the public, which would jeer his credulity and make merry over the new gloss of a time-worn subject. When such a notion occupied his brain, his heart swelled with uncontrollable emotions of pride and indignation. Neville cared little for the world. He thought of his mother's wrongs and sufferings. He conjured up the long years which might have been spent in wretchedness. He longed, whatever she had done, to feel her maternal embrace, to show his gratitude for her early care of him. This was one view, one class of emotions present to his mind, when any occurrence tended to shake his belief in her unblemished honor and integrity, which was the religion of his heart. At the same time he, as much as his father, abhorred the indifferent and light-hearted, the levelling and base, should have any food administered to their loathsome appetite for slander. So far as his father's views were limited to the guarding Alethea's name from further discussion, Neville honored them. He showed Sir Boyvill that he was not so imprudent as he seemed, and brought him at last to allow that some discovery might ensue from his voyage. This open-hearted and peaceful interchange of sentiment between them was very cheering to both, and when Gerard visited Elizabeth the following day, his spirit was lighter and happier than it had ever been, and love was there to mingle its roseate visions with the sterner calls of duty. He entered Falkner's house with much of triumph, and more of hope gladdening his heart. He left it horror-struck, aghast, and almost despairing. He would not return to his father. Elizabeth's supposition that Falkner spoke under a delusion, produced by sudden insanity, and his reluctance that while doubt hung over the event, that her dear name should be needlessly mixed up with the tragedy of his mother's death, restrained him. He resolved at once to take no final step till the evening, till he had again seen Elizabeth, and learned what foundation there was for the tremendous avowal that still rung in his ears. The evening, he had mentioned the evening, but would it ever come? Till then he walked in a frightful dream. He first went to the docks, withdrew his luggage, and yet left word that by possibility he might still join the vessel at Sheerness. He did this, for he was glad to give himself something to do, and yet soon after, how gladly would he have exchanged those hours of suspense for the certainty that too quickly came like a sudden ray of light, to show that he had long been walking at the edge of a giddy precipice. He received the packet and letter from the servant. Dizzy and confounded, he rode away. By the light of the first lamp he read Elizabeth's letter. It disordered the current of his blood, it confused and maddened the functions of reason. Putting spurs to his horse, he galloped furiously on till he reached his father's house. Sir Boyvill was seated solitarily in his drawing-room, sipping his coffee and indulging in various thought. His wedded life with Alethea, her charms, her admirable qualities, and sweet endearing disposition, occupied him as they had never done before since her flight. For the first time the veil, woven by anger and vanity, fell from his eyes, and he saw distinctly the rashness and injustice of his past actions. He became convinced that deceit could never have had a part in her. Did not her child resemble her, and was he not truth itself? He had nourished an aversion to his son as her offspring. Now he looked on his virtues as an inheritance derived from his sweet mother, and his heart instinctively, unaccountably warmed towards both. Gerard opened the door of the room and looked in. Sir Boyvill could hardly have recognized him, his face whiter than marble, his eyes wild and wandering, his whole countenance convulsed, his person shrunk up and writhing. He threw the packet on the table, crying out, "Victory, my father, victory!" in a voice so shrill and dissonant, so near a shriek, as to inspire his auditor with fear rather than triumph. "Read, read," he continued. "I have not yet. I keep my word. You shall know all, even before me, and yet I do know all. I have seen my mother's destroyer. She is dead!" Sir Boyvill now in some degree comprehended his son's agitation. He saw that he was too much excited to act with any calmness. He could not guess how he had discovered the villain on whom both would desire to heap endless, unsatiable revenge. But he did not wonder that if he had really encountered this man and learned his deeds, that he should be transported into a sort of frenzy. He took up the packet, he cut the string that tied it, he turned over the papers, and his brow darkened. "Here is a long narrative," he said. "There is much of excuse and much of explanation here. The story ought to be short that exculpates her. I do not like these varnishings of the simple truth." "You will find none," said Neville. "At least, I heard none." His words were direct, his avowal contained no subterfuge. "Of whom do you speak?" asked Sir Boyvill. "Read," said Neville, "and you will know more than I. But half an hour ago those papers were put into my hands. I have not read them. I give them to you before I am aware of their contents, that I might fully acquit myself of my promise. They come from Rupert Falkner, my mother's destroyer." "Leave me then to my task," said Sir Boyvill, in an altered and subdued tone. "You speak of strange things, facts to undo a frightful past, and to generate a future dedicated to a new revenge. Leave me, let me remain alone while I read, while I ponder on what credit I may give, what course I must pursue. Leave me, Gerard. I have long injured you, but at last you will be repaid. Come back in a few hours. The moment I am master of the contents of the manuscript, I will see you." Gerard left him. He had scarcely been aware of what he was doing when he carried the packet, unopened, unexamined, to his father. He had feared that he might be tempted. To what? To conceal his mother's vindication? Never! Yet the responsibility sat heavy on him, and driven by an irresistible impulse, he had resolved to deprive himself of all power of acting basely by giving at once publicity to all that passed. When he had done this, he felt as if he had applied a match to some fatal rocket, which would carry destruction to the very temple and shrine of his dearest hopes, to Elizabeth's happiness and life. But the deed was done. He could but shut his eyes and let the mortal ball proceed towards its destined prey. Gerard was young. He aspired to happiness with all the ardor of youth. While we are young, we feel as if happiness were the birthright of humanity. After a long and cruel apprenticeship, we disengage ourselves from this illusion, or from, a yet more difficult sacrifice, the realities that produce felicity, for on earth there are such, though they are too often linked with adjuncts that make the purchase of them cost in the end peace of mind and a pure conscience. Thus was it with Gerard. With Elizabeth, winning her love and making her his own, he felt assured of a life of happiness, but to sacrifice his mother's name, the holy task to which he had dedicated himself from childhood, for the sake of obtaining her, it must not be. With this thought came destruction to the fresh-sprung hopes that adorned his existence. Gerard's poetic and tender nature led him to form sweet dreams of joy derived from a union which would be cemented by affection, sympathy, and enthusiastic admiration of the virtues of his companion. In Elizabeth he had beheld the embodying of all his wishes. In her eyes he had read their accomplishment. Her love for her father had first awakened his love. Her wise, simple, upright train of thinking, the sensibility ennobled by self-command, yet ever ready to spring forth and comfort the unhappy, her generosity, her total abnegation of self, her understanding so just and true, yet tempered with feminine aptitude to adapt itself to the situation and sentiments of others. All these qualities, discovered one by one, and made dear by the friendship she displayed towards him, had opened the hitherto closed gates of the world's only paradise. And now he found that, as the poet says, evil had entered even there, and the trail of the serpent, marked with slimy poison the fairest and purest of Eden's flowers. Alas for man, said the pitying spirit, dearly you pay for your primal fall. Some flowers of Eden you still inherit, but the trail of the serpent is over them all. Paradise and the Peri. Neville had looked forward to a life of blameless but ecstatic happiness, as her friend, her protector, her husband. Youth, without being presumptuous, is often sanguine, prodigal of self. It expects, as of right, a full return. Ready to assist Elizabeth in her task of watching over her father's health, who in his eyes was wasting gradually away, he felt that he should be nearest to soften her regrets, and fill his place, and soothe her sinking spirits when struck by a loss which to her would seem so dire. And now, Falkner? He believed him to be in a state of health that did not leave him many years to live. He recollected him at Marseilles, stretched on his couch, feeble as an infant, the hues of death on his brow. He thought of him as he had seen him that morning, his figure bent by disease, his face ashy, pale, and worn. He was the man whom, 13 years before, he remembered in upright, proud, and youthful strength. Woe and disease had brought on the ravages of age. He was struck by premature decay. A few years, by the course of nature, he would be laid in his grave. But Gerard could not leave him this respite. He must at once meet him in such encounter as must end in the death of one of the combatants. Whichever that might be, there was no hope for Elizabeth. In either case, she lost her all. In either case, Falkner would die, an insuperable barrier be raised between her and her only other friend. Neville's ardent and gentle spirit quivered with agony as he thought of these things. "O ye destructive powers of nature," he cried, "come all, storm, flood, and fire, mingled in one dire whirlwind, or bring the deadlier tortures tyrants have inflicted and martyrs undergone, and say, can any agony equal that which convulses the human heart when writhing under contending passions, torn by contrary purposes? This very morning Elizabeth was all the universe of hope and joy. I would not for worlds have injured one hair of her dear head, and now I meditate a deed that is to consign her to eternal grief." Athwart this tumult of thought came the recollection that he was still in ignorance of the truth. He called to mind the narrative which his father was then reading. Would it reveal aught that must alter the line of conduct which he now considered inevitable? A devouring curiosity was awakened. Leaving his father, he had rushed into the open air in obedience to the instinct that always leads the unquiet mind to seek the solace of bodily activity. He had hurried into Hyde Park, which then, in the dimness of night, appeared a wide expanse, a limitless waste. He hurried to and fro on the turf. He saw nothing, he was aware of nothing, except the internal war that shook him. Now, as he felt the eager desire to get quit of doubt, he fancied that several hours must have elapsed, and that his father must be waiting for him. The clocks of London struck. He counted. It was but 11. He had been there scarcely more than an hour. End of chapter 33. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 34 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner, by Mary Shelley, Chapter 34. Neville returned home. He paused at the drawing-room door. A slight noise indicated that his father was within. His hand was on the lock, but he retreated. He would not intrude uncalled for. He wandered through the dark, empty rooms till a bell rang. Sir Boyvill inquired for him. He hurried into his presence. He devoured the expression of his countenance with his eyes, trying to read the thought within. Sir Boyvill's face was usually stamped with an unvarying expression of cold self-possession, mingled with sarcasm. These feelings were now at their height. His aged countenance, withered and deep-lined, was admirably calculated to depict the concentrated disdain that sat upon his lips and elevated his brows. He pointed to the papers before him, and said in a composed yet hollow voice, "Take these away. Read, for it is necessary you should, the amplified confession of the murderer." Gerard's blood ran cold. "Yet why call it a confession?" continued Sir Boyvill, his assumed contempt rising into angry scorn. "From the beginning to the end it is a lie. He would varnish over his unparalleled guilt. He would shelter himself from its punishment, but in vain. Read, Gerard, read and be satisfied. I have wronged your mother. She was innocent, murdered. Be assured that her vindication shall be heard as loudly as her accusation, and that her destroyer shall die to expiate her death." "Be that my task," said Gerard, trembling and pale from the conflict of passion. "I take the office of vengeance on myself. I will meet Mr. Falkner." "Ha! You think of a duel?" cried his father. "Remember your promise, young man. I hold you strictly to it. You do nothing without first communicating with me. You must read these papers before you decide. I have decided. Be not afraid. I shall not forestall your purpose. I will not challenge the murderer. But, in return for this pledge, give me your word that you have no communication with the villain till you see me again. I will not balk you of your revenge, be sure of that, but you must see me first." "I promise," said Gerard. "And one word more," continued Sir Boyvill. "Is there any possibility of this man's escape? Is he wrapped in the security which his lie affords? Or has he even now fled beyond our vengeance?" "Be his crimes what they may," replied Neville, "I believe him to entertain a delicate sense of worldly honor. He has promised to remain in his home till he hears from me. He doubtless expects to be challenged, and I verily believe desires to die. I feel convinced that the idea of flight has not crossed his mind. Enough. Good night. We are now one, Gerard, united by our love and honor for your wronged mother's memory, and by our revenge, dissimilar only in this, that my desire to repair her injuries is more vehement even than yours." Sir Boyvill pressed his son's hand and left him. A few minutes afterward, it would seem, he quitted the house. "Now to my task," thought Neville. "And O, thou God, who watchest over the innocent, and yet gavest the innocent into the hands of the destroyer, rule thou the throbbings of my heart, that neither mad hate nor hunger for revenge take away my human nature, and turn me into a fiend." He took up the manuscript. At first the words seemed written in fire, but he grew calmer as he found how far back the narration went, and curiosity succeeding to devouring impatience, he became attentive. He read and pitied. All that awoke Sir Boyvill's ire, Falkner's presumption in daring to love, and his long-cherished constancy excited his compassion. When he came to the account of the meeting of the forsaken lover and happy husband, he found in the epithets so liberally bestowed in the contemptuous description of his father a cause for his augmented desire for vengeance. When he read that his mother herself repined, herself spoke disparagingly of her husband, he wondered at the mildness of Sir Boyvill's expressions with regard to her, and began to suspect that some strange and appalling design must be working in his head to produce this unnatural composure. The rest was madness and misery. Thus to take a wife and mother from her home, to gratify the insane desire to exert for 1/2 hour a power he had lost forever, the vain hope of turning her from her duties, which, at least as far as her children were concerned, were the dearest part of herself, her terror, her incapacity of mastering her alarm, the night of insensibility which she passed in the hut. With a start, Gerard felt sure that he had seen and marked that very spot. All wrought him up to the height of breathless interest, till when he read the sad end of all, cold dew gathered on his brow, the tears that filled his eyes changed to convulsive sobbings, and despite his manhood, he wept with the agony of a child. He ended the tale, and he thought, "Yes, there is but one termination to this tragedy. I must avenge my sweet mother, and, by the death of Falkner, proclaim her innocence." But wherefore, it came across his mind, had his father called him murderer in intention and very deed he was none. Why term the narrative a lie? He followed it word by word, and felt that truth was stamped in every line. The house was still. It was 2 a.m. Had his father retired to rest? He had been so absorbed by his occupation that he had heard no sound, knew nothing that might have been passing around. He remembered at last Sir Boyvill's good night, and believing, as all was hushed, that all slept, he retired to his own room. He could not think of Elizabeth or of the projected duel. He could think only of the narrative he had read. When in bed, unable to sleep, he rose, lighted his candle, and read much of it again. He pondered over every word in the concluding pages. It was all true. He would have staked his existence on the accuracy of every word. Was it not stamped on Falkner's brow, as he had seen him but a few hours ago, sad and worn with grief and suffering, but without the stain of concealed guilt, lofty in its very woe? It was break of day, just as Gerard was thinking of rising to find and consult with his father, that sleep crept unawares over him. Sleep will visit the young unbidden. He had suffered so much fatigue of mind and body that nature sought relief. Sleep, at first disturbed, but soon profound and refreshing, steeped his distracted thoughts in peace, his wearied limbs in delightful repose. The morning was far advanced when he awoke, refreshed, ready to meet the necessities of the hour, grieved but composed, sad but strengthened and resolved. He inquired for his father and heard, to his infinite astonishment, that he had left town. He had set out in his traveling carriage at 4 that morning. A note from him was put into Neville's hands. It contained few words. Remember your engagement, that you take no steps with regard to Mr. Falkner till you have seen me. I am setting out for Dromore. On my return, which will be speedy, I will communicate my wishes, to which I do not doubt you will accede. Neville was startled. He guessed at once Sir Boyvill's aim in the sudden journey. But was he not a fit partner in such an act? Ought he not to share in the duty of rendering honor to his mother's grave? He felt that he ought to be at his father's side, and ordering his own chariot, set out with the hope of overtaking him. But Sir Boyville travelled with equal speed, and was many miles and many hours in advance. Gerard hoped to come up with him when he stopped at night, but the old gentleman was so eager in his pursuit that he prosecuted his journey without rest. Gerard continued in the same way, travelling alone. He revolved again and again all that must be, all that might have been. Whatever happened, he was divided from Elizabeth forever. Did she love him? He had scarcely questioned the return his affection would one day meet, till now that he had lost her forever, and like a true lover, earnestly desirous to preserve some property in her he loved, he cherished the hope that she would share his deep regrets, and so prove that in heart they were one. How pleasant were the days that had passed at Oakley, all his sorrows there, and his passionate desire to unveil the mystery of his mother's fate. How had it given an interest to each hour, and imparted an untold and most sweet grace to the loved Elizabeth, that she should sympathize with so much fervor and kindness. How strange the chance that led the daughter of the destroyer to share the feelings of the unhappy victim's son, yet stranger still that that destroyer had a child. Rambling among many tangled thoughts, Gerard started when first this idea suggested itself. Where was Falkner's boasted fidelity, on which he laid claim to compassion and pardon? Where his assertion that all his soul was centered in Alethea, and this child, an angel from her birth, was even then born to him? He opened the writing case which contained the papers, and which he carried with him. He referred to them for explanation. Yes, Elizabeth then lived, and was not far from him. Her hand had stayed his arm, raised against his life. It was not enough that the frenzy of passion urged him to tear Alethea from her home and children, but even the existence of his own daughter was no restraint. He was willing to doom her from very childhood to a partnership in guilt and misery. Hitherto, despite all, and in despite of his resolve to meet him in mortal encounter, Neville had pitied Falkner. But now his heart grew hard against him. He began to revolve thoughts similar to those expressed by Sir Boyville, and to call Elizabeth's father an impostor, his tale a lie. He reread the manuscript with a new feeling of skepticism. This time he was against the writer. He detected exaggeration, where before he had only found the energy of passion. He saw an attempt to gloss over guilt, where before he had read merely the struggles of conscience. The innate innocence of profound feeling, combating with the guilt, which circumstances may impart to our loftiest emotions. His very sufferings became but the just visitation of angry heaven. He was a wretch, whom to kill were mercy, and Elizabeth, beautiful, generous, and pure, was his child. End of Chapter 34. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 35 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 35. That night was spent in traveling, and without any sleep. Neville saw the daybreak in melancholy guise. Struggling with the clouds, with which a southeast wind veiled the sky, nature looked bleak and desolate, even though she was still dressed in her summer garments. It was only the latter end of August, but so changeable is our climate that the bright festive days which he had lately enjoyed in Sussex were already followed by chill and dreary precursors of the year's decline. Gerard reached Dromore at about noon. He learned that his father had arrived during the night. He had slept a few hours, but was already gone out. It appeared that he had ridden over to a neighbor, Mr. Ashley, for he had inquired if he were in the county, and had, with his groom, both on horseback, taken the road that led toward his house. Neville hastily took some refreshment while he ordered a horse to be saddled. His heart led him to seek and view a spot which he had once before visited, and which seemed accurately described in Falkner's narrative. He left behind him the woods of Dromore, and the foldings of the green hills in which it was situated. He descended towards the barren, dreary shore. The roar of ocean soon met his ear, and he reached the waste sands that border that melancholy coast. He saw the line of sandhills, which formed a sort of bulwark against the tide. He reached at length a rapid yet shallow stream, which was about 20 yards wide, flowing over a rough bottom of pebbles. The eye easily reached its utmost depth. It could not be more than 2 feet. Could that be the murderous, furious estuary in which his mother had been borne away? He looked across. There stood the hut. There the moss-grown, leafless oak, and gathered round it was a crowd of men. His father and 2 or 3 other gentlemen on horseback were stationed near, while some laborers were throwing up the sand beneath a withered trunk. When we have long thought of and grieved over an incident, if any outward object bring the image of our thoughts bodily before us, it is strange what an accession of emotion stirs the depths of the heart. For many hours Neville's mind had dwelt upon the scene in all its parts. The wild waste sea, dark and purple beneath the lowering clouds, the dreary extent of beach, the far stupendous mountains thrown up in sublime irregular grandeur, with cloud-capped peaks and vast gulfs between, a sort of cyclopean screen to the noble landscape, which they encompassed with their wide majestic extent. His reflections had selected the smaller objects, the river, the hut, the monumental tree, and it seemed as if actual vision could not bring it home more truly. But when he actually beheld these objects, and the very motive of his coming was revealed, as it were, by the occupation of the men at work, his young heart, unhardened by many sufferings, sickened, the tears rushed into his eyes, and the words, "Oh, my mother!" burst from his lips. It was a spasm of uncontrollable pain. An instant afterward he had mastered it, and guiding his horse through the ford with tranquil mien, though pale and sad, he took his station abreast with his father. Sir Boyvill turned as he rode up. He manifested no surprise, but he looked thankful and even triumphant, Gerard thought, and the young man himself, as he contemplated the glazed eyes and attenuated form of his parent, which spoke of the weight of years despite his still upright carriage and the stern expression of his face, felt that his right place was at his side, to render the support of his youthful strength and active faculties. The men went on with their work in silence, nor did any speak. The sand was thrown up in heaps, the horses pawed the ground impatiently, and the hollow murmurs of the neighboring breakers filled every pause with sound, but no voice spoke, or if one of the laborers had a direction to give, it was done in whispers. At length some harder substance opposed their progress, and they worked more cautiously. Mingled with the sand they threw out pieces of dark substance like cloth or silk, and at length got out of the wide long trench they had been opening. With one consent, though in silence, everyone gathered nearer and looked in. They saw a human skeleton. The action of the elements, which the sands had not been able to impede, had destroyed every vestige of a human frame, except those discolored bones and long tresses of dark hair which were wound around the skull. A universal yet suppressed groan burst from all. Gerard felt inclined to leap into the grave, but the thought of the many eyes all gazing acted as a check, and a second instinctive feeling of pious reverence induced him to unfasten his large black horseman's cloak and to cast it over the opening. Sir Boyvill then broke the silence. "You have done well, my son. Let no man lift that covering, or in any way disturb the remains beneath. Do you know, my friends, who lies there? Do you remember the night when Mrs. Neville was carried off? The country was raised, but we sought for her in vain. On that night she was murdered and was buried here." A hollow murmur ran through the crowd, already augmented by several stragglers who had heard that something strange was going on. All pressed forward, though but to see the cloak, now become an object of curiosity and interest. Several remembered the lady whose mouldered remains were thus revealed, in the pride of youth and beauty, warm of heart, kind, beloved, and this was all left of her. These unseemly bones were all earth had to show of the ever-sweet Alethea. "Mr. Ashley kindly assists me," continued Sir Boyville. "We are both magistrates. The coroner is already sent for, a jury will be summoned. When that duty is performed, the remains of my unfortunate much-wronged wife will be fitly interred. These ceremonies are necessary for the punishment of the murderer. We know him, he cannot escape, and you, every one of you, will rejoice in that vengeance which will be mine at last." Execrations against the villain burst from every lip, yet even then each eye turned from old Sir Boyville, whose vindictive nature had been showed before towards the hapless victim herself, to the young man, the son, whose grief and pious zeal had been the theme of many a gossip's story, and who now, pale and mute as he was, showed in his intent and woe-struck gaze more true touch of natural sorrow than Sir Boyville's wordy harangue could denote. "We must appoint constables to guard this place," said Sir Boyville. Mr. Ashley assented. The proper arrangements were made. The curious were to be kept off, and 2 servants from Dromore were added to the constables. Then the gentleman rode off. Neville, bewildered, desirous to stay to look once again on what had been his mother, yet averse to the vulgar gaze, followed them at a slower pace, till Mr. Ashley, taking leave of Sir Boyville, rode away, and he perceived that his father was waiting for him, and that he must join him. "Thank you, my son," said Sir Boyville, "for your zeal and timely arrival. I expected it of you. We are one now, one to honor your mother, one in our revenge. You will not this time refuse your evidence." "Do you then believe that Mr. Falkner is actually a murderer?" cried Neville. "Let the laws of his country decide on that question," replied Sir Boyville with a sneering laugh. "I bring forward the facts only, you do the same. Let the laws of his country and a jury of his equals acquit or condemn him." "Your design, then, is to bring him to a trial?" asked Gerard. "I should have thought that the publicity—" "I design," cried Sir Boyville with uncontrolled passion, "to bring him to a fate more miserable than his victims. And I thank all-seeing heaven, which places such ample revenge in my hands. He will die by the hands of the hangman, and I shall be satisfied." There was something horrible in the old man's look and voice. He gloated on the foul disgrace about to be heaped on his enemy. The chivalrous notions of Gerard, a duel between the destroyer and his victim's son, was a paltry, trifling vengeance compared with the ignominy he contemplated. "Was not the accusation against your mother loud?" continued Sir Boyville. "Public, universal? Did not the assembled Parliament pronounce upon her guilt and decree her shame? And shall her exculpation be hushed up in private? I court publicity. A less august tribunal, but one whose decisions are no less widely circulated, shall proclaim her innocence. This idea alone would decide my course. If I could so far unman my soul as to forget that vengeance is due, let it decide yours. If so much milk still mingle with your blood, that it sicken at the thought of justice against a felon." Transported by rage, Sir Boyville sought for words bitter and venomous enough to convey his meaning, and Neville discerned at once how much he was incensed by the language used with regard to him in Falkner's manuscript. Wounded vanity sought to ape injured feelings. In such petty, selfish passions, Gerard could take no share, and he observed, "Mr. Falkner is a gentleman. I confess that his narration has won belief from me. His crime, dressed in his own words, is frightful enough, and heavily, if it be left to me, shall I visit it. But the plan you adopt is too discordant with the habits of persons of our rank of life for me to view it without aversion. There is another which I prefer adopting." "You mean," replied Sir Boyville, "that you would challenge him, risk your life on the chance of taking his? Pardon me, I can by no means acquiesce in the propriety of such an act. I look on the wrongs he has done us as depriving him of the right to be treated with courtesy, nor do I wish him to add the death of my only son to the list of injuries I have sustained." The old man paused. His lip quivered, his voice dropped. Neville fancied that tenderness of feeling caused these indications. He was deceived. His father continued, "I am endeavoring so far to command myself as to speak with moderation. It is difficult to find words to express implacable hatred, so let that go by. And let us talk, since you can, and believe doubtless that I ought, calmly and reasonably. You would challenge this villain, this gentleman, as you name him. You would put your life on a par with his. He murdered your mother, and to repay me, you would die by the same hand? If you speak the truth, if he possess a spark of those feelings which as a soldier you have a right to believe may animate him, do you think that he would return your fire? He raves about remorse in that tissue of infamous falsehoods which you put into my hands. If he be human, he must have some touch of that, and he could not, if he would, raise his weapon against the child of poor Alethea. He will therefore refuse to meet you, or meeting you, refuse to fire, and either it will end in a farce for the amusement of the world, or you will shoot a defenseless man. I do not see the mercy of this proceeding. Of that, sir, said Neville, we must take our chance. I will take no chance, cried his father. My unfortunate wife was borne off forcibly from her home. You can bear witness to that. 2 men carried her away, and no tidings ever again reached us of her fate. And now one of these men, the arch-criminal, chooses to gloss over these circumstances, events as it pleases him, tells his own story, giving it such graces of style as may dupe the inexperienced, and we are to rest satisfied and say, "It is so"? The absurdity of such conduct would mark us as madmen. Enough of this. I have reasoned with you as if the decision lay with me, when in fact I have no voice on the subject. It is out of my hands. I have made it over to the law, and we can but stand by and view its course. I believe, and before heaven and your country you must assert the same, that the remains we have uncovered are all that is left us of your lost mother. The clandestine burial at once declares the guilt of murder. Such must be the opinion of impartial judges, if I mistake not. I can interfere no further. The truth will be sifted by 3 juries. This is no hole and corner vengeance. Let our enemy escape, in God's name, if they acquit him. But, if he be guilty, then let him die, as I believe he will, a felon's death. Sir Boyvill looked on his son with glassy eyes, but a sneering lip that spoke of the cruel triumph he desired. There is Ravenglass, he added. There the coroner is summoned. There the court meets. We go to give our deposition. We shall not lie nor pervert facts. We tell who it was revealed to us your mother's unknown grave. It rests with them to decide whether he, who by his own avowal placed her therein, has not the crime of murder on his soul. End of chapter 35. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Chapter 36 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 36. Sir Boyvill quickened his pace. Neville followed. He was still the same being who in his youth had been driven to the verge of insanity by the despotism of his father. His free and feeling heart revolted from arbitrary commands and selfishness. It was not only that his thoughts flew back, wounded and sore, to Elizabeth, and figured her agony, but he detested the fierce and vulgar revenge of his father. It is true that he had seen Falkner, and in the noble though tarnished grandeur of his countenance he had read the truth of the sad tale he related, and he could not treat him with the contempt Sir Boyvill evinced, to whom he was an image of the mind, unseen, unfelt. And then Falkner had loved his mother. Nay, more, she as a sister had loved him, and faulty and cruel as had been his return for her kindness, he, through her, was endued with sacredness in his eyes. To oppose these softening feelings came a sort of rage that Elizabeth was his child, that through him a barrier was raised to separate him from the chosen friend of his heart, the one sweet angel who had first whispered peace to his soul. The struggle was violent. He did not see how he could refuse his evidence at the inquest already summoned. In every way his motives might be misunderstood, and his mother's fame might suffer. This idea became the victor. He would do all that he was called upon to do, to exculpate her. The rest he must leave to the mysterious guidance of Providence. He arrived at the poverty-stricken town of Ravenglass. The legal authorities were assembled, and while preliminaries were being arranged, he was addressed by Sir Boyvill's solicitor, who asked him to relate what he knew, that his legal knowledge might assist in framing his evidence briefly and conclusively. Neville recounted his story simply, confining himself, as much as possible, to the bare outline of the facts. The man of law was evidently struck by the new turn he gave to the tale, for Sir Boyvill had unhesitatingly accused Falkner of murder. This Falkner, he said, had concealed himself for the space of 13 years, till his accomplice Osborne was discovered, until he heard of Gerard's perseverance in sifting the truth. Then, fearful the tale might be disclosed in America, he came forward with his own narrative, which glossed over the chief crime, and, yet, by revealing the burial place of his victim, at once demonstrated the truth of the present accusation. It is impossible that the facts could have occurred as he represents them, plausible as his account is. Could a woman, as timid as Alethea, have rushed on certain death, as he describes? Why should she have crossed the stream in its fury? A bare half-mile would have carried her to a cottage, where she had been safe from Falkner's pursuit. What lady in a well-known country, where every face she met must prove a friend, but would not have betaken herself to the nearest village, instead of to an estuary renowned for danger? The very wetting her feet in a brook had terrified her. Never could she have encountered the roar of waves sufficient to overwhelm and destroy her. Such were the observations of Sir Boyville, and though Gerard, by his simple assertion that he believed Falkner's tale, somewhat staggered the solicitor, yet he could not banish his notion that a trial was the inevitable and best mode of bringing the truth to light. The jury were now met, and Sir Boyville gave such a turn to his evidence as at once impressed them unfavorably toward the accused. In melancholy procession they visited poor Alethea's grave. A crowd of country people were collected about it. They did not dare touch the cloak, but gazed on it with curiosity and grief. Many remembered Mrs. Neville, and their rude exclamations showed how deeply they felt her injuries. "When I was ill," said an old woman, "she gave me medicine with her own hand." "When my son James was lost at sea," said another, "she came to comfort me, and brought young Master Gerard, and cried, bless her, when she saw me take on, rich and grand as she was, she cried for poor James, and that she should be there now." "My dear mistress," cried another, "never did she speak a harsh word to me. But for her I could not have married. If she had lived, I had never known sorrow." Execrations against the murderer followed these laments. The arrival of the jury caused a universal murmur. The crowd was driven back, the cloak lifted from the grave, the men looked in. The skull, bound by her long hair whose color and luxuriance many remembered, attracted peculiar observation. The women, as they saw it, wept aloud. Fragments of her dress were examined, which yet retained a sort of identity, as silk or muslin, though stained and colorless. As farther proof, among the bones were found a few ornaments. Among them, on the skeleton hand, was her wedding ring, with 2 others, both of which were sworn to by Sir Boyville as belonging to his wife. No doubt could exist concerning the identity of the remains. It was sacrilege to gaze on them a moment longer than was necessary, while each beholder, as they contemplated so much beauty and excellence reduced to a small heap of bones, abhorrent to the eye, imbibed a heartfelt lesson on the nothingness of life. Stout-hearted men wept, and each bosom glowed with hatred against her destroyer. After a few moments the cloak was again extended, the crowd pressed nearer, the jury retired and returned to Ravenglass. Neville's evidence was only necessary to prove the name and residence of the assassin. There was no hesitation about the verdict. That of willful murder against Falkner was unhesitatingly pronounced. A warrant issued for his apprehension, and proper officers dispatched to execute it. The moment that the verdict was delivered, Sir Boyville and his son rode back to Dromore. Mr. Ashley and the solicitor accompanied them, and all the ordinary mechanism of life, which intrudes so often for our good, so to jostle together discordant characters and wear off poignant impressions, now forced Neville, who was desirous to give himself up to meditation, to abide for several hours in the society of these gentlemen. There was a dinner to be eaten. Mr. Ashley partook of it, and Gerard felt that his absence would be indecorous. After dinner he was put to a trial, more severe to his sensitive, imaginative mind than any sharp strokes of commonplace adversity. He was minutely questioned as to the extent of his acquaintance with Falkner, how he came to form it, how often he had seen him, and what had drawn confession from him they named the criminal. These inquiries had been easily answered but that the name of Elizabeth must be introduced. And, as he expected, at the mention of a daughter, a world of inquiry followed, and coarse remarks fell from his father's lips, which harrowed up his soul, while he felt that he had no exculpation to offer, nor any explanation that might take from her the name and association of the child of a murderer. As soon as he could, he burst away. He rushed into the open air, and hurried to the spot where he could best combat with and purify the rebellious emotions of his heart. None but the men placed his watch were near his mother's grave. Seeing the young squire, they retreated, and he who had come on foot at such quick pace that he scarcely felt the ground he trod, threw himself on the sands, grateful to find himself alone with nature. The moon was hurrying on among the clouds, now bright in the clear ether, now darkened by heavy masses, and the mirroring ocean was sometimes alive with sparkling silver, now veiled and dim, so that you could hear but not see the breaking of the surge. An eloquent author has said, in contempt of such a being, "Try to conceive a man without the ideas of God and eternity, of the good, the true, the beautiful, and the infinite." Neville was certainly not such. There was poetry in his very essence. An enthusiasm for the ideal of the excellent gave his character a peculiar charm to anyone equally exalted and refined. His mother's decaying form lay beneath the sands on which she was stretched. Death was there in its most hideous form. Beauty and even form had deserted that framework which once was the dear being, whose caresses, so warm and fond, it yet often thrilled him to remember. He had demanded from heaven the revelation of his mother's fate. Here he found it. Here in the narrow grave lay the evidence of her virtues and her death. Did he thank heaven? Even while he did, he felt with bitterness that the granting of his prayer was inextricably linked with the ruin of a being, as good and fair as she whose honor he had so earnestly desired to vindicate. He thought of all the sordid, vulgar, but heart-thrilling misery which by his means was brought on Elizabeth, and he sought his heart for excuses for the success for which he had pined. They came ready. No desire of vulgar vengeance had been his. His motives had been exalted, his conduct straightforward. The divine stamp on woman is her maternal character. It was to prove that his idolized mother had not deserted the first and most sacred duty in the world that had urged him, and he could not foresee that the innocent would suffer through his inquiries. The crime must fall on its first promoter. On Falkner's head must be heaped the consequences of his act. All else were guiltless. These reflections, however, only served to cheat his wound of its pain for a time. Again, other thoughts recurred, the realities, the squalid realities of this scene, in which she, miserable, was about to take a part. The thief-takers and the gyves, the prison, and the public ignominious trial. Falkner was to be subjected to all these indignities, and he well knew that his daughter would not leave his side. And I, her son, the offspring of these sainted bones, placed here by him, how can I draw near his child? God have mercy on her, for man will have none. Still he could not be satisfied. Surely, he thought, something can be done, and something I will do. Already men are gone who are to tear him from his home, and to deliver him up to all those vile contrivances devised for the coercion of the lowest of mankind. She will accompany him, while I must remain here. Tomorrow these remains will be conveyed to our house. On the following day they are to be interred in the family vault, and I must be present. I am tied, forced to inaction, the privilege of free action taken from me. Hope was awakened, however, as he pursued these thoughts, and recollected the generous, kindly disposition of Lady Cecil, and her attachment to her young friend. He determined to write to her. He felt assured that she would do all in her power to alleviate Elizabeth's sufferings. What she could do he did not well understand, but it was a relief to him to take some step for the benefit of the devoted daughter. Bitterly as he thought of these things, did he regret that he had ever seen Elizabeth? So complicated was the web of event that he knew not how to wish any event to have occurred differently. except that he had not trusted to the hollow pretenses of his father. He saw at once how the generous and petty-minded can never coalesce. He ought to have acted for himself, by himself. And miserable as in any case the end must have been, he felt that his own open, honorable revenge would have been less cruel in its effects than the malicious pursuit of his vindictive father. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 37. There is an impatient spirit in the young that will not suffer them to take into consideration the pauses that occur between events. That which they do not see move, they believe to be stationary. Falkner was surprised by the silence of several days on the part of Neville, but he did not the less expect and prepare for the time when he should be called upon to render an account for the wrong he had done. Elizabeth, on the contrary, deemed that the scene was closed, the curtain fallen. What more could arise? Neville had obtained assurance of the innocence and miserable end of his mother. In some manner, this would be declared to the world, but the echo of such a voice would not penetrate the solitude in which she and her guardian were hereafter to live. Silence and exclusion were the signal and seal of discovered guilt. Other punishment she did not expect. The name of Falkner had become abhorrent to all who bore any relationship to the injured Alethea. She had bid an eternal adieu to the domestic circle at Oakley, to the kind and frank-hearted Lady Cecil, and, with her, to Gerard. His mind, fraught with 1,000 virtues, his heart, whose sensibility had awoke her tenderness, were shut irrevocably against her. Did she love Gerard? This question never entered her own mind. She felt, but did not reason on, her emotions. Elizabeth was formed to be alive to the better part of love. Her enthusiasm gave ideality, her affectionate disposition warmth, to all her feelings. She loved Falkner, and that with so much truth and delicacy, yet fervor of passion, that scarcely could her virgin heart conceive a power more absolute, a tie more endearing, than the gratitude she had vowed to him. Yet she intimately felt the difference that existed between her deep-rooted attachment for him she named and looked on as her father, and the spring of playful, happy, absorbing emotions that animated her intercourse with Neville. To the one she dedicated her life and services. She watched him as a mother may a child. A smile or cheerful tone of voice was warmth and gladness to her anxious bosom, and she wept over his misfortunes with the truest grief. But there was more of the genuine attachment of mind for mind in her sentiment for Neville. Falkner was gloomy and self-absorbed. Elizabeth might grieve for, but she found it impossible to comfort him. With Gerard it was far otherwise. Elizabeth had opened in his soul an unknown spring of sympathy, to relieve the melancholy which had hitherto overwhelmed him. With her, he gave way freely to the impulses of a heart which longed to mingle its hitherto checked stream of feeling with other and sweeter waters. In every way, he excited her admiration as well as kindness. The poetry of his nature suggested expressions and ideas at once varied and fascinating. He led her to new and delightful studies, by unfolding to her the pages of the poets of her native country, with which she was little conversant. Except Shakespeare and Milton, she knew nothing of English poetry. The volumes of Chaucer and Spenser of ancient date, of Pope, Gray, and Burns, and, in addition, the writings of a younger but divine race of poets, were all opened to her by him. In music, also, he became her teacher. She was a fine musician of the German school. He introduced her to the simpler graces of song, and brought her the melodies of Moore, so married to immortal verse that they can only be thought of conjointly. Oh, the happy days of Oakley! How had each succeeding hour been gilded by the pleasures of a nascent passion, of the existence of which she had never before dreamed, and these were fled forever. It was impossible to feel assured of so sad a truth, and not to weep over the miserable blight. Elizabeth commanded herself to appear cheerful, but sadness crept over her solitary hours. She felt that the world had grown from being a copy of paradise into a land of labor and disappointment, where self-approbation was to be gained through self-sacrifice, and duty and happiness became separate instead of united objects at which to aim. From such thoughts she took refuge in the society of Falkner. She loved him so truly that she forgot her personal regrets. She forgot even Neville when with him. Her affection for a benefactor was not a stagnant pool, mantled over by memories existing in the depths of her soul, but giving no outward sign. It was a fresh spring of ever-flowing love. It was redundant with all the better portion of our nature. Gratitude, admiration, and pity forever fed it, as from a perennial fountain. It was on a day, the 5th after the disclosure of Falkner, that she had been taking her accustomed ride and, as she rode, given herself up to those reveries, now enthusiastic, now drooping and mournful, that sprung from her singular and painful position. She returned home, eager to forget in Falkner's society many a rebel thought, and to drive away the image of her younger friend, by gazing on the wasted, sinking form of her benefactor, in whose singularly noble countenance she ever found new cause to devote her fortunes and her heart. To say that he was not less than Archangel Ruin is not to express the peculiar interest of Falkner's appearance. Thus had he seemed, perhaps, 13 years before at Raby, but gentle and kindly sentiments, the softening intercourse of Elizabeth, the improvement of his intellect, and the command he had exercised over the demonstration of passion, had molded his face into an expression of benevolence and sweetness, joined to melancholy thoughtfulness, an abstracted but not sullen seriousness that rendered it interesting to every beholder. Since his confession to Neville, since the die was cast, and he had delivered himself up to his fate to atone for his victim, something more was added. Exalted resolution and serene lofty composure had replaced his usual sadness, and the passions of his soul, which had before deformed his handsome lineaments, now animated them with a beauty of mind which struck Elizabeth at once with tenderness and admiration. Now, longing to behold, to contemplate this dear face, and to listen to a voice that always charmed her out of herself and made her forget her sorrows, she was disappointed to find his usual sitting room empty. It appeared even as if the furniture had been thrown into disorder. There were marks of several dirty feet upon the carpet. On the half-written letter that lay on the desk, the pen had hastily been thrown, blotting it. Elizabeth wondered a little, but the emotion was passing away, when the head servant came into the room and informed her that his master had gone out and would not return that night. "Not tonight!" exclaimed Elizabeth. "What has happened? Who have been here?" "2 men, miss." "Men? Gentlemen?" "No, miss, not gentlemen." "And my father went away with them?" "Yes, miss," replied the man. "He did indeed. He would not take the carriage. He went in a hired post-chaise. He ordered me to tell you, miss, that he would write directly, and let you know when you might expect him." "Strange, very strange is this," thought Elizabeth. She did not know why she should be disturbed, but disquiet invaded her mind. She felt abandoned and forlorn, and, as the shades of evening gathered round, even desolate. She walked from room to room. She looked from the window. The air was chill, and from the east, yet she repaired to the garden. She felt restless and miserable. What could the event be that took Falkner away? She pondered vainly. The most probable conjecture was that he obeyed some summons from her own relations. At length one idea rushed into her mind, and she returned to the house and rang for the servant. Falkner's wandering life had prevented his having any servant of long-tried fidelity about him, but this man was good-hearted and respectable. He felt for his young mistress, and consulted with her maid as to the course they should take under the present painful circumstances, and had concluded that they should preserve silence as to what had occurred, leaving her to learn it from their master's expected letter. Yet the secret was in some danger when, fixing her eyes on him, Elizabeth said, "Tell me truly, have you no guess what this business is that has taken your master away?" The man looked confused, but, like many persons not practiced in the art of cross-questioning, Elizabeth balked herself by adding another inquiry before the first was answered, saying, with a faltering voice, "Are you sure, Thompson, that it was not a challenge, a duel?" The domestic's face cleared up. "Quite certain, miss, it was no duel. It could not be. The men were not gentlemen." "Then," thought Elizabeth, as she dismissed the man, "I will no longer torment myself. It is evidently some affair of mere business that has called him away. I shall learn all tomorrow." Yet the morrow and the next day came, and Falkner neither wrote nor returned. Like all persons who determined to conjecture no more, Elizabeth's whole time was spent in endeavoring to divine the cause of his prolonged absence and strange silence. Had any communication from Neville occasioned his departure? Was he sent for to point out his victim's grave? That idea carried some probability with it, and Elizabeth's thoughts flew fast to picture the solitary shore and the sad receptacle of beauty and love. Would Falkner and Neville meet at such an hour? Without a clue to guide her, she wandered forever in a maze of thought, and each hour added to her disquietude. She had not gone beyond the garden for several days. She was fearful of being absent when anything might arise, but nothing occurred, and the mystery became more tantalizing and profound. On the third day, she could endure the suspense no longer. She ordered horses to be put to the carriage, and told the servant of her intention to drive into town, and to call on Falkner's solicitor, to learn if he had any tidings. That he was ill, she felt assured. Where and how? Away from her, perhaps deserted by all the world? The idea of his sick bed became intolerably painful. She blamed herself for her inaction. She resolved not to rest till she saw her father again. Thompson knew not what to say. He hesitated, begged her not to go. The truth hovered on his lips, yet he feared to give it utterance. Elizabeth saw his confusion. It gave birth to 1,000 fears, and she exclaimed, "What frightful event are you concealing? Tell me at once. Great God! Why this silence? Is my father dead?" "No, indeed, miss," said the man. "But my master is not in London. He is a long way off. I heard he was taken to Carlisle." "Taken to Carlisle? Why taken? What do you mean?" "There was a charge against him, miss," Thompson continued, hesitating at every word. "The men who came, they apprehended him for murder." "Murder!" echoed his auditress. "Then they fought. Gerard is killed." The agony of her look made Thompson more explicit. "It was no duel," he said. "It was done many years ago. It was a lady who was murdered, a Mrs. or Lady Neville." Elizabeth smiled, a painful, yet a genuine smile. So glad was she to have her worst fears removed, so futile did the accusation appear. The smile passed away as she thought of the ignominy, the disgraceful realities of such a process. A Falkner torn from his home, imprisoned, a mark for infamy. Weak minds are stunned by a blow like this, while the stronger rise to the level of the exigency, and grow calm from the very call made upon their courage. Elizabeth might weep to remember past or anticipated misfortunes, but she was always calm when called upon to decide and act. Her form seemed to dilate, her eyes flashed with a living fire, her whole countenance beamed with lofty and proud confidence in herself. "Why did you not tell me this before?" she exclaimed. "What madness possessed you to keep me in ignorance? How much time has been lost? Order the horses. I must be gone at once and join my father." "He is in jail, miss," said Thompson. "I beg your pardon, but you had better see some friend before you go." "I must decide upon that," replied Elizabeth. "Let there be no delay on your part. You have caused too much. But the bell rings. Did I not hear wheels? Perhaps he has returned." She rushed to the outer door. She believed that it was her father returned. The garden gate opened. 2 ladies entered. One was Lady Cecil. In a moment, Elizabeth felt herself embraced by her warm-hearted friend. She burst into tears. "This is kind, more than kind," she exclaimed. And you bring good news, do you not? My father is liberated, and all is again well. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 38. The family of Raby must be considered collectively, as each member united in one feeling, and acted on one principle. They were Catholics and never forgot it. They were not bent on proselytism. On the contrary, they rather shunned admitting strangers into their circle. But they never ceased to remember that they belonged to the ancient faith of the land, and looked upon their fidelity to the tenets of their ancestors as a privilege and a distinction far more honorable than a patent of nobility. Surrounded by Protestants, and consequently, as they believed, by enemies, it was the aim of their existence to keep their honor unsullied, and that each member of the family should act for the good and glory of the whole, unmindful of private interests and individual affections. The result of such a system may be divined. The pleasures of mediocrity, toiling merit, the happy home, the cheerful family union, where smiles glitter brighter than gold, all these were unknown or despised. Young hearts were pitilessly crushed, young hopes blighted without remorse. The daughters were doomed, for the most part, to the cloister, the sons to foreign service. This, indeed, was not to be attributed entirely to the family failing. A few years ago, English Catholics were barred out from every road to emolument and distinction in their native country. Edwin Raby had thus been sacrificed. His enlightened mind disdained the trammels thrown over it, but his apostasy doomed him to become an outcast. He had previously been the favorite and hope of his parents. From the moment that he renounced his religion, he became the opprobrium. His name was never mentioned, and his death hailed as a piece of good fortune that freed his family from a living disgrace. The only person among them who regretted him was the wife of his eldest brother. She had appreciated his talents and virtues, and had entertained a sincere friendship for him, but even she renounced him. Her heart, naturally warm and noble, was narrowed by prejudice, but while she acted in conformity with a family principle, she suffered severely from the shock thus given to her better feelings. When Edwin died, her eyes were a little opened. She began to suspect that human life and human suffering deserved more regard than articles of belief. The late remorse of love was awakened, and she never wholly forgot the impression. She had not been consulted concerning, she knew nothing of, his widow and orphan child. Young at that time, the weight of authority pressed also on her, and she had been bred to submission. There was a latent energy, however, in her character that developed itself as she grew older. Her husband died, and her consequence increased in old Oswy Raby's eyes. By degrees, her authority became paramount. It was greatly regulated by the prejudices and systems cherished by the family, as far as regarded the world in general, but it was softened in her own circle by the influence of the affections. Her daughters were educated at home, not one was destined for the cloister. Her only son was brought up at Eton. The privileges granted of late years to the Catholics made her entertain the belief that it was no longer necessary to preserve the old defenses and fortifications which intolerance had forced its victims to institute. Still pride of religion, pride of family, pride in an unblemished name, were too deeply rooted, too carefully nurtured, not to form an integral part of her character. When a letter from her father-in-law revealed to her the existence of Elizabeth, her heart warmed towards the orphan and deserted daughter of Edwin. She felt all the repentance which duties neglected bring on a well-regulated mind. Her pride revolted at the idea that a daughter of the house of Raby was dependent on the beneficence of a stranger. She resolved that no time should be lost in claiming and receiving her, even while she trembled to think of how, brought up as an alien, she might prove rather a burden than an acquisition. She had written to make inquiries as to her niece's abode. She heard that she was on a visit at Lady Cecil's at Hastings. Mrs. Raby was at Tunbridge. She instantly ordered horses and proceeded to Oakley. On the morning of her visit, Lady Cecil had received a letter from Gerard. It was incoherent, and had been written by snatches in the carriage on his way to Dromore. Its first words proclaimed his mother's innocence, and the acknowledgment of her wrongs by Sir Boyville himself. As he went on, his pen lingered. He trembled to write the words, "Our friend, our Elizabeth, is the daughter of the destroyer." It was unnatural. It was impossible. The very thought added acrimony to his detestation of Falkner. It prevented the compassion his generous nature would otherwise have afforded, and yet roused every wish to spare him, as much as he might be spared, for his heroic daughter's sake. He felt deceived, trepanned, doomed. In afterlife, we are willing to compromise with fate, to take the good with the bad, and are satisfied if we can at all lighten the burden of life. In youth, we aim at completeness and perfection. Ardent and single-minded, Neville disdained prejudices, and his impulse was to separate the idea of father and daughter, and to cherish Elizabeth as a being totally distinct from her parentage. But she would not yield to this delusion. She would cling to her father, and if he died by his hand, he would forever become an object of detestation. Well has Alfieri said, "There is no struggle so vehement as when an upright but passionate heart is divided between inclination and duty." Neville's soul was set upon honor and well-doing. Never before had he found the execution of the dictates of his conscience so full of bitterness and impatience. Something of these feelings betrayed themselves in his letter. "We have lost Elizabeth," he wrote, "forever lost her. Is there no help for this? No help for her? None. She clings to the destroyer's side and shares his miserable fate, lost to happiness, to the innocence and sunshine of life. She will live a victim and die a martyr to her duties, and she is lost to us forever." Lady Cecil read again and again. She wondered, she grieved. She uttered impatient reproaches against Gerard for having sought the truth. And yet her heart was with him, and she rejoiced in the acknowledged innocence of Alethea. She thought of Elizabeth with the deepest grief. Had they never met, had she and Gerard never seen each other, neither had loved, and half this woe had been spared. How strange and devious are the ways of fate! How difficult to resign oneself to its mysterious and destructive course! Naturally serene, though vivacious, kind-hearted but not informed with trembling insensibility, yet so struck was Lady Cecil by the prospects of misery for those she best loved, that she wept bitterly, and wrung her hands in impatient, impotent despair. At this moment, Mrs. Raby was announced. Mrs. Raby had something of the tragedy queen in her appearance. She was tall and dignified in person. Her black, full eyes were melancholy. Her brow, shadowing them over, had a world of thought and feeling in its sculpture-like lines. The lower part of her face harmonized, though something of pride lurked about her beautiful mouth. Her voice was melodious, but deep-toned. Her manners had not the ease of the well-bred Lady Cecil. Something of the outcast was imprinted upon them, which imparted consciousness, reserve, and alternate timidity and haughtiness. There was nothing embarrassed, however, in her mien, and she asked at once for Elizabeth with obvious impatience. She heard that she was gone with regret. The praises Lady Cecil almost involuntarily showered on her late guest at once dissipated this feeling, and caused her, with all the frankness natural to her, to unfold at once the object of her visit, the parentage of the orphan, the discovery of her niece. Lady Cecil clasped her hands in a transport, which was not all joy. There was so much of wonder, almost of disbelief, at the strange tale. Had a fairy's wand operated the change, it had not been more magical in her eyes. Heaven's ways were vindicated. All of evil vanished from the scene. Her friend snatched from ignominy and crime, to be shrined forever in their hearts and love. She poured out these feelings impetuously. Mrs. Raby was well acquainted with Alethea's story, and was familiar with Gerald Neville's conduct. All that she now heard was strange indeed. She did not imbibe any of Lady Cecil's gladness, but much of her eagerness. It became of paramount importance in her mind to break at once the link between Elizabeth and her guardian, before the story gained publicity, and the name of Raby became mingled in a tale of horror and crime, which, to the peculiar tone of Mrs. Raby's mind, was singularly odious and disgraceful. No time must be lost. Elizabeth must be claimed, must at once leave the guilty and tainted one, while yet her name received no infection, or she would be disowned forever by her father's family. When Lady Cecil learned Mrs. Raby's intention of proceeding to London to see her niece, she resolved to go also, to act as mediator, and to soften the style of the demands made, even while she persuaded Elizabeth to submit to them. She expressed her intention, and the ladies agreed to travel together. Both were desirous of further communication. Lady Cecil wished to interest Mrs. Raby still more deeply in her matchless kinswoman's splendid qualities of heart and mind, while Mrs. Raby felt that her conduct must be founded on the character and worth of her niece, even while she was more convinced, at every minute, that no half measures would be permitted by Oswy Raby, and others of their family and connection, and that Elizabeth's welfare depended on her breaking away entirely from her present position, and throwing herself unreservedly upon the kindness and affection of her father's relations. Strange tidings awaited their arrival in London, and added to the eagerness of both. The proceedings of Sir Boyville, the accusation of Falkner, and his actual arrest with all its consequent disgrace, made each fear that it was too late to interpose. Mrs. Raby showed most energy. The circumstances were already in the newspapers, but there was no mention of Elizabeth. Falkner had been taken from his home, but no daughter accompanied him. No daughter appeared to have any part in the shocking scene. Had Falkner had the generosity to save her from disgrace? If so, it became her duty to cooperate in his measures. Where Elizabeth had taken refuge was uncertain, but, on inquiry, it seemed that she was still at Wimbledon. Thither the ladies proceeded together. Anxiety possessed both to a painful degree. There was a mysteriousness in the progress of events which they could not unveil. All depended on a clear and a happy explanation. The first words and first embrace of Elizabeth reassured her friend. All indeed would be well, she restored to her place in society, and punishment would fall on the guilty alone. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 39. The first words that Elizabeth spoke, as she embraced Lady Cecil, "You are come, then all is well," seemed to confirm her belief that the offered protection of Mrs. Raby would sound to the poor orphan as a hospitable shore to the wrecked mariner. She pressed her fondly to her heart, repeating her own words. "All is well, dear, dear Elizabeth. You are restored to us, after I believed you lost forever." "What, then, has happened?" asked Elizabeth. "And where is my dear father?" "Your father, Miss Raby," repeated a deep, serious, but melodious voice. "Whom do you call your father?" Elizabeth, in her agitation, had not caught her aunt's name, and turned with surprise to the questioner, whom Lady Cecil introduced as one who had known and loved her real father, as her aunt, come to offer a happy and honorable home, and the affection of a relative to one so long lost, so gladly found. "We have come to carry you off with us," said Lady Cecil. "Your position here is altogether disagreeable, but everything is changed now, and you will come with us." "But my father," cried Elizabeth. "For what other name can I give to my benefactor? Dear Lady Cecil, where is he?" "Do you not then know?" asked Lady Cecil, hesitatingly. "This very morning I heard something frightful, heartbreaking, but since you are here, it must be all a fiction, or at least the dreadful mistake is put right. Tell me, where is Mr. Falkner?" "I know less than you, I believe," replied her friend. "My information is only gathered from the hasty letters of my brother, which explain nothing." "But Mr. Neville has told you," said Elizabeth, "that my dear father is accused of murder, accused by him who possesses the best proof of his innocence. I had thought Mr. Neville generous, unsuspicious—" "Nor is it he," interrupted Lady Cecil, "who brings this accusation. I tell you I know little, but Sir Boyville is the origin of Mr. Falkner's arrest. The account he read seemed to him unsatisfactory, and the remains of poor Mrs. Neville. Indeed, dear Elizabeth, you must not question me, for I know nothing, much less than you. Gerard puts much faith in the innocence of Mr. Falkner." "Bless him for that!" cried Elizabeth, tears gushing into her eyes. "Oh, yes, I knew that he would be just and generous. My poor, poor father! By what fatal mistake is your cause judged by one incapable of understanding or appreciating you?" "Yet," said Lady Cecil, "he cannot be wholly innocent. The flight, the catastrophe, the concealment of his victim's death, is there not guilt in these events?" "Much, much. I will not excuse or extenuate. If ever you read his narrative, which, at his desire, I gave Mr. Neville, you will learn from that every exculpation he can allege. It is not for me to speak, nor to hear even, of his past errors. Never was remorse more bitter, contrition more sincere. But for me, he had not survived the unhappy lady a week. But for me, he had died in Greece to expiate his fault. Will not this satisfy his angry accusers? I must act from higher motives. Gratitude, duty, every human obligation bind me to him. He took me, a deserted orphan, from a state of miserable dependence on a grudging, vulgar woman. He brought me up as his child. He was more to me than father ever was. He has nursed me as my own mother would in sickness. In perilous voyages, he has carried me in his arms and sheltered me from the storm, while he exposed himself for my sake. Year after year, while none else have cared for, have thought of me, I have been the object of his solicitude. He has consented to endure life that I might not be left desolate, when I knew not that one of my father's family would acknowledge me. Shall I desert him now? Never!" "But you cannot help him," said Lady Cecil. "He must be tried by the laws of his country. I hope he is not in truth offended against them, but you cannot serve him." "Where is he, dear Lady Cecil? Tell me where he is." "I fear there can be no doubt he is in prison at Carlisle." "And do you think that I cannot serve him there? In prison as a criminal? Miserable as his fate makes me, miserable as I too well know that he is, it is some compensation to my selfish heart to know that I can serve him, that I can be all in all of happiness and comfort to him. Even now he pines for me. He knows that I never leave his side when in sorrow. He wonders I am not already there. Yes, in prison, in shame, he will be happy when he sees me again. I shall go to him, and then, too, I shall have comfort." She spoke with a generous animation, while yet her eyes glistened, and her voice trembled with emotion. Lady Cecil was moved, while she deplored. She caressed her, she praised. while Mrs. Raby said, "It is impossible not to honor your intentions, which spring from so pure and noble a source. I think, indeed, that you overrate your obligations to Mr. Falkner. Had he restored you to us after your mother's death, you would have found, I trust, a happy home with me. He adopted you because it best pleased him so to do. He disregarded the evil he brought upon us by so doing, and only restored you to us when the consequence of his crimes prevented him from being any longer a protection." "Pardon me," said Elizabeth, "if I interrupt you. Mr. Falkner is a suffering, he believed himself to be a dying man. He lived in anguish till he could declare his error, to clear the name of his unhappy victim. He wished first to secure my future lot, before he dared fate for himself. Chance altered his designs. Such were his motives, generous towards me as they ever were." "And you, dear Elizabeth," said Lady Cecil, "must act in obedience to them and to his wishes. He anticipated disgrace from his disclosures, a disgrace which you must not share. You speak like a romantic girl of serving him in prison. You cannot guess what a modern jail is, its vulgar and shocking inhabitants. The hideous language and squalid sights are such that their very existence should be a secret to the innocent. Be assured that Mr. Falkner, if he be, as I believe him, a man of honor and delicacy, will shudder at the very thought of your approaching such contamination. He will be best pleased to know you are safe and happy with your family." "What a picture do you draw!" cried Elizabeth, trying to suppress her tears. "My poor, poor father, whose life hangs by a thread! How can he survive the accumulation of evil? But he will forget all these horrors when I am with him. I know, thank God, I do indeed know, that I have power to cheer and support him, even at the worst." "This is madness," observed Lady Cecil, in a tone of distress. Mrs. Raby interposed with her suggestions. She spoke of her own desire, the desire of all the family, to welcome Elizabeth. She told her that with them, belonging to them, she had new duties. Her obedience was due to her relatives. She must not act so as to injure them. She alluded to their oppressed religion, to the malicious joy their enemies would have in divulging such a tale as that would be, if their niece's conduct made the whole course of events public. And, as well as she could, she intimated that if she mixed up her name in a tale so full of horror and guilt, her father's family could never after receive her. Elizabeth heard all this with considerable coldness. "It grieves me," she said, "to repay intended kindness with something like repulse. I have no wish to speak of the past, nor to remind you that if I was not brought up in obedience to you all, it was because my father was disowned, my mother abandoned, and I, a little child, an orphan, was left to live and die in dependence. I, who then bore your name, had become a subject of niggard and degrading charity. Then, young as I was, I felt gratitude, obedience, duty, all due to the generous benefactor who raised me from this depth of want, and made me the child of his heart. It is a lesson I have been learning many years. I cannot unlearn it now. I am his, bought by his kindness, earned by his unceasing care for me. I belong to him, his child, if you will, his servant. I do not quarrel with names. A child's duty I pay him, and will ever. Do not be angry with me, dear aunt, if I may give you that name. Dearest Lady Cecil, do not look so imploringly on me. I am very unhappy. Mr. Falkner a prisoner, accused of the most hideous crime, treated with ignominy, he whose nerves are agonized by a touch, whose frame is even now decaying through sickness and sorrow, and I, and every hope, away. I am very unhappy. Do not urge me to what is impossible and thrice, thrice wicked. I must go to him. Day and night I shall have no peace till I am at his side. Do not, for my sake, do not dispute this sacred duty." It was not thus that the two ladies could be led to desist. They soothed her, but again returned to the charge. Lady Cecil brought 1,000 arguments of worldly wisdom, of feminine delicacy. Mrs. Raby insinuated the duty owed to her family, to shield it from the disgrace she was bringing on it. They both insisted on the impossibility, on the foolish romance of her notions. Had she been really his daughter, her joining him in prison was impracticable, out of all propriety. But Elizabeth had been brought up to regard feelings rather than conventional observances. Duties, not proprieties. All her life, Falkner had been her law, rule, every tie to her. She knew and felt nothing beyond. When she had followed him to Greece, when she had visited the Maria to bear him, dying, away, when at Zante she had watched by his sick couch, the world and all the rabies it contained were nothing to her. And now, when he was visited by a far heavier calamity, when in solitude and misery he had, besides her, no one comfort under heaven, was she to adopt a new system of conduct, become a timid, homebred young lady, tied by the most frivolous rules, impeded by fictitious notions of propriety and false delicacy? Whether they were right and she were wrong, whether, indeed, such submission to society, such useless, degrading dereliction of nobler duties, was adapted for feminine conduct, and whether she, despising such bonds, sought a bold and dangerous freedom, she could not tell. She only knew and felt that for her, educated as she had been, beyond the narrow paling of boarding school ideas, or the refinements of a lady's boudoir, that, where her benefactor was, there she ought to be, and that to prove her gratitude, to preserve her faithful attachment to him amid dire adversity, was her sacred duty, a virtue before which every minor moral faded and disappeared. The discussion was long, and, even when they found her proof against every attack, they would not give up. They entreated her to go home with them for that day. A wild light beamed from her eyes. "I am going home," she cried, "an hour hence, and I shall be gone to where my true home is. How strange it is that you should imagine that I could linger here. Be not afraid for me, dear Lady Cecil," she continued. "All will go well with me, and you will, after a little reflection, acknowledge that I could not act other than I do. And will you, Mrs. Raby, forgive my seeming ingratitude? I acknowledge the justice of your demands. I thank you for your proposed kindness. The name of Raby shall receive no injury. It shall never escape my lips. My father will preserve the same silence. Be not angry with me, but, except that I remember my dear parents with affection, I would say I take more joy and pride in being his daughter, his friend at this need, than in the distinction and prosperity your kindness offers. I give up every claim on my family. The name of Raby shall not be tainted, but Elizabeth Falkner, with all her willfulness and faults, shall, at least, prove her gratitude to him who bestowed that appellation on her." And thus they parted, Lady Cecil veiling her distress in sullenness, while Mrs. Raby was struck and moved by her niece's generosity, which was in accordance with her own noble mind. But she felt that other judges would sit upon the cause and decide from other motives. She parted from her as a pagan relative might from a young Christian martyr, admiring, while she deplored her sacrifice, and feeling herself wholly incapable of saving. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 40. Elizabeth delayed not a moment proceeding on her journey. An exalted enthusiasm made her heart beat high and almost joyously. This buoyancy of spirit, springing from a generous course of action, is the compensation provided for our sacrifices of inclination, and at least, on first setting out, blinds us to the sad results we may be preparing for ourselves. Elated by a sense of acting according to the dictates of her conscience, despite the horror of the circumstances that closed in the prospect, her spirits were light, and her eyes glistened with a feeling at once triumphant and tender, while reflecting on the comfort she was bringing to her unfortunate benefactor. A spasm of horror seized her now and then, as the recollection pressed that he was in prison, accused as a murderer, but her young heart refused to be cowed, even by the ignominy and anguish of such a reflection. A philosopher not long ago remarked, when adverting to the principle of destruction latent in all works of art, and the overthrow of the most durable edifices, but when they are destroyed, so as to produce only dust, nature asserts an empire over them, and the vegetative world rises in constant youth, and in a period of annual successions, by the labors of man, providing food, vitality, and beauty adorn the wrecks of monuments, which were once raised for purposes of glory. Thus, when crime and woe attack and wreck an erring human being, the affections and virtues of one faithfully attached decorate the ruin with alien beauty, and make that pleasant to the eye and heart which otherwise we might turn from as a loathsome spectacle. It was a cold September day when she began her journey, and the solitary hours spent on the road exhausted her spirits. In the evening, she arrived at Stony Stratford, and here, at the invitation of her servant, consented to spend the night. The solitary inn-room, without a fire, and her lonely supper chilled her. So susceptible are we to the minor casualties of life, even when we meet the greater with heroic resolution. She longed to skip the present hour, to be arrived. She longed to see Falkner and to hear his voice. She felt forlorn and deserted. At this moment the door was opened. A gentleman was announced, and Gerald Neville entered. Love and nature at this moment asserted their full sway. Her heart bounded in her bosom, her cheek flushed. Her soul was deluged at once with a sense of living delight. She had never thought to see him more. She had tried to forget that she regretted this, but he was there, and she felt that such a pleasure were cheaply purchased by the sacrifice of her existence. He also felt the influence of the spell. He came agitated by many fears, perplexed by the very motive that led him to her. But she was there in all her charms, the dear object of his nightly dreams and waking reveries. Hesitation and reserve vanished in her presence, and they both felt the alliance of their hearts. "Now that I am here and see you," said Neville, "it seems to me the most natural thing in the world that I should have followed you as I have done. While away, I had 1,000 misgivings, and wherefore? Did you not sympathize in my sufferings, and desire to aid me in my endeavors? And I feel convinced that fate, while by the turn of events it appeared to disunite, has, in fact, linked us closer than ever. I am come with a message from Sophia, and to urge also, on my own part, a change in your resolves. You must not pursue your present journey." "You have, indeed, been taking a lesson from Lady Cecil when you say this," replied Elizabeth. "She has taught you to be worldly for me, a lesson you would not learn on your own account. She did not seduce me in this way. I gave you my support when you were going to America." Elizabeth began to speak almost sportively, but the mention of America brought to her recollection the cause of his going, and the circumstances that prevented him, and the tears gushed from her eyes as she continued, in a voice broken by emotion, "Oh, Mr. Neville, I smile while my heart is breaking. My dear, dear father! What misery is this that you have brought on him? And now, while he treated you with unreserve, have you falsely, you must know, accused him of crime, and pursued your vengeance in a vindictive and ignominious manner? It is not well done." "I pardon your injustice," said Neville, "though it is very great. One of my reasons for coming was to explain the exact state of things, though I believed that your knowledge of me would have caused you to reject the idea of my being a party to my father's feelings of revenge." Neville then related all that had passed, the discovery of his mother's remains in the very spot Falkner had indicated, and Sir Boyville's resolve to bring the whole train of events before the public. "Perhaps," he continued, "my father believes in the justice of his accusation. He never saw Mr. Falkner, and cannot be impressed as I am by the tokens of a noble mind, which, despite his errors, are indelibly imprinted on his brow. At all events, he is filled with a sense of his own injuries, stung by the disdain heaped on him in that narration, and angry that he had been led to wrong a wife, the memory of whose virtues and beauty now revives bitterly to reproach him. I cannot wonder at his conduct, even while I deplore it. I do deplore it on your account. For Mr. Falkner, God knows I would have visited his crime in another mode. Yet all he suffers he has brought on himself. He must feel it due, and must bear it as best he may. Forgive me if I seem harsh. I compassionate him through you. I cannot for his own sake." "How falsely do you reason!" cried Elizabeth. "And you also are swayed and perverted by passion. He is innocent of the hideous crime laid to his charge. You know and feel that he is innocent. And were he guilty, I have heard you lament that crime is so hardly visited by the laws of society. I have heard you say that even where guilt is joined to the hardness of habitual vice, that it ought to be treated with the indulgence of a correcting father, not by the cruel vengeance of the law. And now, when one whose very substance and flesh are corroded by remorse, one whose conscience acts as a perpetual scourge, one who has expiated his fault by many years spent in acts of benevolence and heroism, this man, because his error has injured you, forgetting your own philosophy, would make over to a fate which, considering who and what he is the most calamitous human imagination can conceive." Neville could not hear this appeal without the deepest pain. "Let us forget," he at last said, "these things for a few minutes. They did not arise through me, nor can I prevent them. Indeed, they are now beyond all human control. Falkner could as easily restore my mother, whose remains we found mouldering in the grave which he dug for them. He could as easily bring her back to the life and happiness of which he deprived her, as I, my father, or anyone, free him from the course of law to which he is made over. We must all abide by the issue. There is no remedy. But you, I would speak of you." "I cannot think of myself," replied Elizabeth, "except in one way, to think all delays tedious that keep me from my father's side, and prevent me from sharing his wretchedness." "And yet you must not go to him," said Neville. "Yours is the scheme of inexperience, but it must not be. How can you share Mr. Falkner's sorrows? You will scarcely be admitted to see him. And how unfit for you is such a scene? You cannot guess what these things are. Believe me, they are most unfit for one of your sex and age. I grieve to say in what execration the supposed murderer of my mother is held. You would be subjected to insult. You are alone and unprotected. Even your high spirit would be broken by the evils that will gather round you." "I think not," replied Elizabeth. "I cannot believe that my spirit can be broken by injustice, or that it can quail while I perform a duty. It would indeed, spirit and heart would both break, were my conscience burdened with the sin of deserting my father. In prison, amid the hootings of the mob, if for such I am reserved, I shall be safe and well guarded by the approbation of my own mind." "Would that an angel from heaven would descend to guard you!" cried Neville passionately. "But in this inexplicable world, guilt and innocence are so mingled that the one reaps the blessings deserved by the other, and the latter sinks beneath the punishment incurred by the former. Else why, removed by birth, space, and time from all natural connection with the cause of all this misery, are you cast on this evil hour? Were you his daughter, my heart would not rebel. Blood calls to blood, and a child's duty is paramount. But you are no child of his. You spring from another race. Honor, affection, prosperity await you in your proper sphere. What have you to do with that unhappy man? Yet another word," he continued, seeing Elizabeth about to reply with eagerness. "And yet how vain are words to persuade. Could I but take you to a tower, and show you, spread below, the course of events, and the fatal results of your present resolves, you would suffer me to lead you from the dangerous path you are treading. If once you reach Cumberland, and appear publicly as Falkner's daughter, the name of Raby is lost to you forever. And if the worst should come, where will you turn for support? Where fly for refuge? Unable to convince, I would substitute entreaty, and implore you to spare yourself these evils. You know not, indeed, you do not know, what you are about to do." Thus impetuously urged, Elizabeth was for a few minutes half bewildered. "I am afraid," she said. "I suppose, indeed, that I am something of a savage, unable to bend to the laws of civilization. I did not know this. I thought I was much like other girls, attached to their home and parents, fulfilling their daily duties as the necessities of those parents demand. I nursed my father when sick. Now that he is in worse adversity, I still feel my proper place to be at his side, as his comforter and companion, glad if I can be of any solace to him. He is my father, my more than father, my preserver in helpless childhood from the worst fate. May I suffer every evil when I forget that. Even if a false belief of his guilt renders the world inimical to him, it will not be so unjust to one as unoffending as I, and if it is, it cannot touch me. Methinks we speak two languages. I speak of duties the most sacred, to fail in which would entail self-condemnation on me to the end of my days. You speak of the conveniences, the paint, the outside of life, which is as nothing in comparison. I cannot yield. I grieve to seem eccentric and headstrong. It is my hard fate, not my will, so to appear." "Do not give such a name," replied Neville, deeply moved, "to an heroic generosity, only too exalted for this bad world. It is I that must yield, and pray to God to shield and recompense you as you deserve. He only can, he and your own noble heart. And will you pardon me, Miss Raby?" "Do not give me that name," interrupted Elizabeth. "I act in contradiction to my relations' wishes. I will not assume their name. The other, too, must be painful to you. Call me Elizabeth." Neville took her hand. "I am," he said, "a selfish, odious being. You are full of self-sacrifice, of thought for others, of every blessed virtue. I think of myself, and hate myself while I yield to the impulse. Dear, dear Elizabeth, since thus I may call you, are you not all I have ever imagined of excellent? I love you beyond all thought or word, and have for many, many months, since first I saw you at Marseilles. Without reflection, I knew and felt you to be the being my soul thirsted for. I find you, and you are lost." Love's own color dyed deeply the cheeks of Elizabeth. She felt recompensed for every suffering in the simple knowledge of the sentiment she inspired. A moment before, clouds and storms had surrounded her horizon. Now the sun broke in upon it. It was a transcendent, though a transient, gleam. The thought of Falkner again obscured the radiance, which, even in its momentary flash, was as if an angel, bearing with it the airs of paradise, had revealed itself and then again become obscured. Neville was less composed. He had never fully entered into his father's bitter thoughts against Falkner, and Elizabeth's fidelity to the unhappy man made him half suspect the unexampled cruelty and injustice of the whole proceeding. Still, compassion for the prisoner was a passive feeling, while horror at the fate preparing for Elizabeth stirred his sensitive nature to its depths and filled him with anguish. He walked impatiently about the room and stopped before her, fixing on her his soft, lustrous eyes, whose expression was so full of tenderness and passion. Elizabeth felt their influence, but this was not the hour to yield to the delusions of love, and she said, "Now you will leave me, Mr. Neville. I have far to travel tomorrow. Good night." "Have patience with me yet a moment longer," said Neville. "I cannot leave you thus, without offering from my whole heart and conjuring you to accept my services. Parting thus, it is very uncertain when we meet again, and fearful sufferings are prepared for you. I believe that you esteem, that you have confidence in me. You know that my disposition is constant and persevering. You know that the aim of my early life being fulfilled, and my mother's name freed from the unworthy aspersions cast upon it, I at once transfer every thought, every hope, to your well-being. At a distance, knowing the scene of misery in which you are placed, I shall be agitated by perpetual fears, and pass unnumbered hours of bitter disquietude. Will you promise me that, despite all that divides us, if you need any aid or service, you will write to me, commanding me, in the full assurance that all you order shall be executed in its very spirit and letter?" "I will indeed," replied Elizabeth, "for I know that whatever happens, you will always be my friend." "Your true, your best, your devoted friend," cried Neville. "It will always be my dearest ambition to prove all this. I will not adopt the name of brother, yet use me as a brother. No brother ever cherished the honor, safety, and happiness of a sister as I do yours." "You know," said Elizabeth, "that I shall not be alone, that I go to one to whom I owe obedience, and who can direct me. If in his frightful situation he needs counsel and assistance, it is not you, alas, that can render them. Still, in the world of sorrow in which I shall soon be an inhabitant, it will be a solace and support to think of your kindness and rely upon it as unreservedly as I do." "A world of sorrow indeed," repeated Neville. "A world of ignominy and woe, such as ought never to have visited you, even in a dream. Its duration will be prolonged also beyond all fortitude or patience. Of course, Mr. Falkner's legal advisers will insist on the necessity of Osborne's testimony. He must be sent for and brought over. This demands time. It will be spring before the trial takes place. And all this time my father will be imprisoned as a felon in a jail, cried Elizabeth, tears, bitter tears springing into her eyes. Most horrible! Oh, how necessary that I should be with him, to lighten the weary, unending hours. I thought all would soon be over, and his liberation at hand. This delay of justice is indeed beyond my fears. Thank God that you are thus sanguine of the final result, replied Neville. I will not say a word to shake your confidence, and I fervently hope it is well placed. And now indeed, good night. I will not detain you longer. All good angels guard you. You cannot guess how bitterly I feel the necessity that disjoins us in this hour of mutual suffering. Forgive me, said Elizabeth, but my thoughts are with my father. You have conjured up a whole train of fearful anticipations, but I will quell them and be patient again, for his and all our sakes. They separated, and at the moment of parting, a gush of tenderness smoothed the harsher feelings inspired by their grief. Despite herself, Elizabeth felt comforted by her friend's faithful and earnest attachment, and a few minutes passed in self-communion restored her to those hopes for the best, which are the natural growth of youth and inexperience. Neville left the inn immediately on quitting her, and she, unable to sleep, occupied by various reveries, passed a few uneasy, and yet not wholly miserable, hours. A hallowed calm at last succeeded to her anxious fears, springing from a reliance on heaven, and the natural delight of being loved by one so dear. It smoothed her wrinkled cares, and blunted her poignant regrets. At earliest dawn she sprung from her bed, eager to pursue her journey, nor did she again take rest till she arrived at Carlisle. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Carpenter. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 41. In the best room that could be allotted to him consistently with safe imprisonment, and with such comforts around as many might obtain, Falkner passed the lingering days. What so forlorn as the comforts of a prison? The wigwam of the Indian is more pleasing to the imagination. That is in close contiguity with nature, and partakes her charm. No barrier exists between it and freedom, and nature and freedom are the staunch friends of unsophisticated man. But a jail's best room sickens the heart in its very show of accommodation. The strongly barred windows, looking out on the narrow court, surrounded by high frowning walls, the appalling sounds that reach the ear in such close neighborhood to crime and woe, the squalid appearance given to each inhabitant by the confined air, the surly, authoritative manners of the attendants, not dependent on the prisoner, but on the state, the knowledge that all may come in while he cannot get out, and the conviction that the very unshackled state of his limbs depends upon his tame submission and apparent apathy. There is no one circumstance that does not wound the free spirit of man, and make him envy the meanest animal that breathes the free air and is at liberty. Falkner, by that strange law of our nature, which makes us conceive the future, without being aware of our foreknowledge, had acquainted his imagination with these things, and while writing his history amid the far-stretched mountains of Greece, had shrunk and trembled before such an aspect of slavery, and yet now that it had fallen on him, he felt in the first instance more satisfied, more truly free, than for many a long day before. There is no tyranny so hard as fear, no prison so abhorrent as apprehension. Falkner was not a coward, yet he feared. He feared discovery, he feared ignominy, and had eagerly sought death to free him from the terror of such evils, with which, perhaps, so strangely are we formed, Osborne had infected him. It had come, it was here, it was his life, his daily bread, and he rose above the infliction calmly and almost proudly. It is with pride that we say that we endure the worst. There is a very freedom in the thought that the animosity of all mankind is roused against us, and every engine set at work for our injury. No more can be done. The gulf is past. The claw of the wild beast is on our heart, but the spirit soars more freely still. To this was added the singular relief which confession brings to the human heart. Guilt hidden in the recesses of the conscience assumes gigantic and distorted dimensions. When the secret is shared by another, it falls back at once into its natural proportion. Much had this man of woe endured. The feeling against him throughout the part of the country where he now was vehement. The discovery of poor Alethea's remains, the inquest and its verdict, the unhappy lady's funeral, had spread far and wide his accusation. It had been found necessary to take him into Carlisle by night, and even then, some few remained in waiting and roused their fellows, and the hootings of execration were raised against him. I end as I began, thought Falkner, amid revilings and injustice. I can surely suffer now that which was so often my lot in the first dawn of boyhood. His examination before the magistrates was a more painful proceeding. There was no glaring injustice, no vindictive hatred here, and yet he was accused of the foulest crime in nature, and saw in many faces the belief that he was a murderer. The murderer of Alethea! He could have laughed in scorn. To think that such an idea had entered a man's mind. She, an angel whom he worshipped, whom to save he would have met 10,000 deaths. How mad a world, how insane a system must it be, where such a thought was not scouted as soon as conceived. Falkner had no vulgar mind. In early youth he experienced those aspirations after excellence, which betoken the finely molded among our fellow creatures. There was a type of virtue engraved in his heart, after which he desired to model himself. Since the hour when the consequences of his guilt revealed its true form to him, he had striven, like an eagle in an iron-bound cage, to free himself from the trammels of conscience. He felt within how much better he might be than anything he was. But all this was unacknowledged and uncared for in the present scene. It was not the heroism of his soul that was inquired into, but the facts of his whereabouts. Not the sacred nature of his worship for Alethea, but whether he had had opportunity to perpetrate crime. When we are conscious of innocence, what's so heart-sickening as to combat circumstances that accuse us of guilt which we abhor? His prison room was a welcome refuge after such an ordeal. His spirit could not be cowed by misfortune, and he felt unnaturally glad to be where he was. He felt glad to be the victim of injustice, the mark of unspeakable adversity, but his body's strength failed to keep pace with the lofty disdain of his soul. And Elizabeth, where was she? He rejoiced that she was absent when torn from his home. He had directed the servants to say nothing to Miss Falkner. He would write. and he had meant to fulfill this promise, but each time he thought to do so, he shrunk repugnant. He would not for worlds call her to his side, to share the horrors of his lot, and feeling sure that she would be visited by some member of her father's family, he thought it best to let things take their course. Unprotected and alone, she would gladly accept refuge there where it was offered, and the tie snapped between them, happiness and love would alike smile on her. He had it deeply at heart that she should not be mingled in the frightful details of his present situation, and yet drearily he missed her, for he loved her with a feeling which, though not paternal, was as warm as ever filled a father's breast. His passions were ardent, and all that could be spared from remorse were centered in his adopted child. He had looked on her as the prophet might on the angel who ministered to his wants in the desert. In the abandonment of all mankind, in the desolation to which his crime had led him, she had brought love and cheer. She had been his sweet household companion, his familiar friend, his patient nurse. His soul had grown to her image, and when the place was vacant that she had filled, he was excited by eager longings for her presence, that even made his man's heart soft as a woman's with very desire. By degrees, as he thought of her and the past, the heroism of his soul was undermined and weakened. To every eye he continued composed and even cheerful as before. None could read in his impassive countenance the misery that dwelt within. He spent his time in reading and writing, and in necessary communications with the lawyers who were to conduct his defense. And all this was done with a calm eye and unmoved voice. No token of complaint or impatience ever escaped. He seemed equal to the fortune that attacked him. He grew, indeed, paler and thinner, till his handsome features stood out in their own expressive beauty. He might have served for a model of Prometheus, the vulture at his heart producing pangs and spasms of physical suffering, but his will unconquered, his mind refusing to acknowledge the bondage to which his body was the prey. It was an unnatural combat, for the tenderness which was blended with his fiercer passions, and made the charm of his character, sided with his enemies, and made him less able to bear than one more roughly and heartily framed. He loved nature. He had spent his life among her scenes. Nothing of her visited him now, save a star or two that rose above the prison wall into the slip of sky his window commanded. They were the faintest stars in heaven, and often were shrouded by clouds and mist. Thus doubly imprisoned, his body barred by physical impediments, his soul shut up in itself, he became, in the energetic language of genius, the cannibal of his own heart. Without event for any, thoughts revolved in his brain with the velocity and action of 1,000 mill wheels, and would not be stopped. Now a spasm of painful emotion covered his brow with a cold dew. Now self-contempt made every portion of himself detestable in his own eyes. Now he felt the curse of God upon him, weighing him down with heavy, relentless burden. And then again he was assailed by images of freedom and keen longings for the free air. If even, like Mazeppa, I might seek the wilds and career along, though death was the bourne in view, I were happy. These wild thoughts crossed him, exaggerated into gasping desire to achieve such a fate, when the sights and sounds of a prison gathered thick around, and made the very thought of his fellow creatures one of disgust and abhorrence. Thus sunk in gloom, far deeper internally than in outward show, warring with remorse and the sense of unmerited injury, vanquished by fate, yet refusing to yield, nature had reached the acme of suffering. He grew to be careless of the result of his trial, and to neglect the means of safety. He pondered on self-destruction, though that were giving the victory to his enemies. He looked round him. His cell appeared a tomb. He felt as if he had passed out of life into death. Strange thoughts and images flitted through his mind, and the mortal struggle drew to a close. When, on a day, his prison door opened, and Elizabeth stepped within the threshold. To see the beloved being we long for inexpressibly, and believe to be so far, to hear the dear voice, whose sweet accent we imagine to be mute to us forever, to feel the creature's very soul in real communion with us, and the person we dote on visible to our eyes, such are moments of bliss, which the very imperfections of our finite nature render immeasurably dear. Falkner saw his child, and felt no longer imprisoned. She was freedom and security. Looking on her sweet face, he could not believe in the existence of evil. Wrongs and woe, and a torturing conscience, melted and fled away before her, while fresh springing happiness filled every portion of his being. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 42. Elizabeth arrived at the moment of the first painful crisis of Falkner's fate. The assizes came on. Busy faces crowded into his cell, and various consultations took place as to the method of his defense. And here began a series of cares, mortifications, and worse anxieties, which brought home to the hearts of the sufferers the horrors of their position. The details of crime and its punishment are so alien to the individuals placed in the upper classes of society that they read them as tales of another and a distant land, and it is like being cast away on a strange and barbarous country to find such become a part of our own lives. The list of criminals, the quality of their offenses, the position Falkner held among them, were all discussed by the men of law, and Falkner listened, impassive, in seeming apathy, his eagle eye bent on vacancy, his noble brow showing no trace of the rush of agonizing thought that flowed through his brain. It was not till he saw his child's earnest, searching eyes bent on him that he smiled, so to soften the keenness of her lively sympathy. She listened too, her cheek alternately flushed and pale, and her eyes brimming over with tears, as she drew nearer to her unfortunate friend's side, as if her innocence and love might stand between him and the worst. The decision of the grand jury was the first point to be considered. There existed no doubt but that would go against the accused. The lawyers averred this, but still Elizabeth hoped men could not be so blind, or some unforeseen enlightenment might dawn on their understandings. The witnesses against him were Sir Boyvill and his son. The latter, she knew well, abhorred the course pursued, and if some touch could reach Sir Boyvill's heart, and show him the unworthiness and falsehood of his proceedings, through the mode in which their evidence might be given, all would alter. The scales would drop from men's eyes, the fetters from Falkner's limbs, and this strange and horrible entanglement be dissipated like morning mist. She brooded forever on these thoughts. Sometimes she pondered on writing to Neville, sometimes on seeing his father, but his assertion was recollected that nothing now could alter the course of events, and that drove her back upon despair. Forever thinking on these things and hearing them discussed, it was yet a severe blow to both when, in the technical language of the craft, it was announced that a true bill was found against Rupert Falkner. Such is the nature of the mind, that hitherto Falkner had never looked on the coming time in its true proportions or colors. The decision of the preliminary jury, which might be in his favor, had stood as a screen between him and the future. Knowing himself to be innocent, abhorring the very image of the crime of which he was accused, how could 12 impartial, educated men agree that any construction put upon his actions should cast the accusation on him? The lawyers had told him that so it would be. He had read the fearful expectation in Elizabeth's eyes. But it could not. Justice was not a mere word. Innocence bore a stamp not to be mistaken. The vulgar and senseless malice of Sir Boyvill would be scouted and reprobated. Such was his intimate conviction, though he had never expressed it. But this was all changed now. The tale of horror was admitted, registered as a probability, and had become a rule for future acts. The ignominy of a public trial would assuredly be his, and going, as is usual, from one extreme to the other, the belief entered his soul that he should be found guilty and die the death. A dark veil fell over life and nature. Ofttimes he felt glad even to escape thus from a hideous system of wrong and suffering. But the innate pride of the heart rebelled, and his soul struggled as in the toils. Elizabeth heard the decision with even more dismay. Her head swam, and she grew sick at heart. Would his trial come on in a few days? Would all so soon be decided? Was the very moment near at hand to make or mar existence, and turn this earth from a scene of hope into a very hell of torture and despair? For such to her it must be if the worst befell Falkner. The worst, Oh, what a worst! How hideous, squalid, unredeemed! There was madness in the thought, and she hurried to his cell to see him and hear him speak, so to dissipate the horror of her thoughts. Her presence of mind, her equanimity, all deserted her. She looked bewildered. Her heart beat as if it would burst her bosom. Her face grew ashy pale, her limbs unstrung of every strength, and her efforts to conceal her weakness from Falkner's eyes but served the more to confuse. She found him seated near his window, looking on so much of the autumnal sky as could be perceived through the bars of the high narrow opening. The clouds traversed the slender portion of heaven thus visible. They fled fast to other lands, and the spirit of liberty rode upon their outstretched wings. Away they flew far from him, and he had no power to reach their bourne, nor to leave the dingy walls that held him in. O Nature, while we possess thee, thy change is ever lovely, thy vernal airs are majestic storms, thy vast creations spread at our feet, above, around us. How can we call ourselves unhappy? There is brotherhood in the growing, opening flowers, love in the soft winds, repose in the verdant expanse, and a quick spirit of happy life throughout, with which our souls hold glad communion. But the poor prisoner was barred out from these. How cumbrous the body felt, how alien to the inner spirit of a man the fleshy bars that allowed it to become the slave of his fellows. The stunning effects of the first blow had passed away, and there was in Falkner's face that lofty expression that resembled coldness, though it was the triumph over sensibility. Something of disdain curled his lip, and his whole air denoted the acquisition of a power superior to fate. Trembling, Elizabeth entered. Never before had she lost self-command. Even now she paused at the threshold to resume it, but in vain. She saw him, she flew to his arms, she dissolved in tears, and became all woman in her tender fears. He was touched. He would have soothed her. A choking sensation arose in his throat. "I never felt a prisoner till now," he cried. "Can you still cling to one struck with infamy?" "Dearer, more beloved than ever," she murmured. "Surely there is no tie so close and strong as misery." "Dear, generous girl," said Falkner, "how I hate myself for making such large demand on your sympathy. Let me suffer alone. This is not the place for you, Elizabeth. Your free step should be on the mountain side, these silken tresses the playthings of the unconfined winds. While I thought that I should be speedily liberated, I was willing to enjoy the comfort of your society. But now I, the murderer, am not a fit mate for you. I am accursed, and pull disaster down on all near me. I was born to destroy the young and beautiful." With such talk they tried to baffle this fierce visitation of adversity. Falkner told her that on that day it would be decided whether the trial should take place at once, or time be given to send for Osborne from America. The turn Neville had given to his evidence had been so favorable to the accused as to shake the prejudice against him, and it was believed that the judges would at once admit the necessity of waiting for so material a witness. And yet their first and dearest hope had been destroyed, so they feared to give way to a new one. As they conversed, the solicitor entered with good tidings. The trial was put off till the ensuing assizes in March, to give time for the arrival of Osborne. The hard dealing of destiny and man relented a little, and despair receded from their hearts, leaving space to breathe, to pray, to hope. No time was to be lost in sending for Osborne. Would he come? It could not be doubted. A free pardon was to be extended to him, and he would save a fellow creature and his former benefactor without any risk of injury to himself. The day closed, therefore, more cheeringly than it had begun. Falkner conquered himself even to a show of cheerfulness, and recalled the color to his tremulous companion's cheeks, and half a smile to her lips by his encouragement. He turned her thoughts from the immediate subject, narrating the events of his first acquaintance with Osborne, and describing the man, a poltron but kindly-hearted, fearful of his own skin to a contemptible extent, but looking up with awe to his superiors, and easily led by one richer and of a higher station to any line of conduct, an inborn slave, but with many of a slave's good qualities. Falkner did not doubt that he would put himself eagerly forward on the present occasion, and whatever his evidence were good for, it would readily be produced. There was no reason then for despair, while the shock they had undergone took the sting from the present, fearing an immediate and horrible catastrophe. The wretchedness of their actual state was forgotten. It acquired comfort and security by the contrast. Each tried to cheer the other, and they separated for the night with apparent composure. Yet that night Elizabeth's pillow, despite her earnest endeavors to place reliance on Providence, was watered by the bitterest tears that ever such young eyes shed. And Falkner told each hour of the livelong night, as his memory retraced past scenes, and his spirit writhed and bled to feel that, in wantonness and rebellion of youth, he had been the author of so wide-spreading, so dark a web of misery. From this time their days were spent in that sort of monotony which has a peculiar charm to the children of adversity. The recurrence of one day after the other, none being marked by disaster or indeed any event, imparted a satisfaction gloomy indeed and sad, but grateful to the heart wearied by many blows, and by the excitement of mortal hopes and fears. The mind adapted itself to the new state of things, and enjoyments sprung up in the very home of desolation circumstances that in happier days were but the regular routine of life, grew into blessings from heaven, and the thought, "Come what will, this hour is safe," made precious the mere passage of time. Months were placed between them and the dreaded crisis, and so are we made, that when once this is an established, acknowledged fact, we can play on the eve of danger almost like the unconscious animal destined to bleed. Their time was regularly divided, and occupations succeeded one to another. Elizabeth rented apartments not far from the prison. She gave the early morning hours to exercise, and the rest of the day was spent in Falkner's prison. He read to her as she worked at the tapestry frame, or she took the book while he drew or sketched. Nor was music wanting, such as suited the subdued tones of their minds, and elevated it to reverence and resignation, and sweet still hours were spent near their fire. For their hearth gleamed cheerfully despite surrounding horrors. Gaiety was absent, but neither was the voice of discontent heard. All repinings were hidden in the recesses of their hearts. Their talk was calm, abstracted from matters of daily life, but gifted with the interest that talent can bestow on all it touches. Falkner exerted himself chiefly to vary their topics, and to enliven them by the keenness of his observations, the beauty of his descriptions, and the vividness of his narrations. He spoke of India. They read various travels, and compared the manners of different countries. They forgot the bars that checkered the sunlight on the floor of the cell. They forgot the cheerless gloom of each surrounding object. Did they also forget the bars and bolts between them and freedom? The thoughtful tenderness which had become the habitual expression of Elizabeth's face, the subdued manner and calm tones of Falkner, were a demonstration that they did not. Something they were conscious of at each minute, that checked the free pulsations of their hearts. A word in a book, brought by some association home to her feelings, would cause Elizabeth's eyes to fill with unbidden tears, and proud scorn would now and then dilate the breast of Falkner, as he read some story of oppression, and felt, "I also am persecuted, and must endure." In this position they each grew unutterably dear to the other. Every moment, every thought, was full to both of the image of either. There is something inexpressibly winning in beauty and grace. It is a sweet blessing when our household companion charms our senses by the loveliness of her person, and makes the eye gladly turn to her, to be gratified by such a form, and look as we would travel miles to see depicted on canvas. It soothed many a spasm of pain, and turned many an hour of suffering into placid content, when Falkner watched the movements of his youthful friend. You might look in her face for days, and still read something new, something sublime in the holy calm of her brow, in her serious yet intelligent eyes, while all a woman's softness dwelt in the molding of her cheeks and her dimpled mouth. Each word she said and all she did so became her that it appeared the best thing to be said and done, and was accompanied by a fascination both for eye and heart, which emanated from her purity and truth. Falkner grew to worship the very thought of her. She had not the wild spirits and trembling sensibility of her he had destroyed, but in her kind she was no way inferior. Yet though each, as it were, enjoyed the respite given by fortune to their worst fears, yet this very sense of transitory security was in its essence morbid and unnatural. A fever preyed nightly on Falkner, and there were ghastly streaks upon his brow that bespoke internal suffering and decay. Elizabeth grew paler and thinner, her step lost its elasticity, her voice became low-toned, her eyes were acquainted with frequent tears, and the lids grew heavy and dark. Both lived forever in the presence of misery. They feared to move or speak, lest they should awaken the monster, then for a space torpid, but they spent their days under its shadow. The air they drew was chilled by its icy influence. No wholesome, light-hearted mood of mind was ever theirs. They might pray and resign themselves, they might congratulate themselves on the safety of the passing moment, but each sand that flowed from the hourglass was weighed, each thought that passed through the brain was examined, every word uttered was pondered over. They were exhausted by the very vividness of their unsleeping endeavors to blunt their sensations. The hours were very sad that they spent apart. The door closed on Elizabeth and love and hope, and all the pride of life vanished with her. Falkner was again a prisoner, an accused felon, a man over whom impended the most hideous fate, whom the dogs of law barked round, and looked on as their prey. His high heart often quailed. He laid his head on his pillow, desiring never again to raise it. Despair kept his lids open on the livelong nights, while naught but palpable darkness brooded over his eyeballs. He rose languid, dispirited, revolving thoughts of death, till at last she came who by degrees dispelled the gloom, and shed over his benighted soul the rays of her pure spirit. She also was miserable in solitude. The silent evening hours spent apart from him were melancholy and drear. Nothing interrupted their stillness. She felt deserted by every human being, and was indeed reduced to the extremity of loneliness. In the town and neighborhood many pitied, many admired her, and some offered their services, but none visited or tried to cheer the solitary hours of the devoted daughter. As the child of a man accused of murder, there was a barrier between her and the world. The English are generous to their friends, but they are never kind to strangers. The tie of brotherhood, which Christ taught as uniting all mankind, is unacknowledged by them. They so fear that their sullen fireside should be unduly invaded, and so expect to be ill-treated, that each man makes a martello tower of his home, and keeps watch against the gentler charities of life, as from an invading enemy. Hour after hour, therefore, Elizabeth spent, thought her only companion. From Falkner and his miserable fortunes, sometimes her reflections strayed to Gerald Neville, the generous friend on whom she wholly relied, yet who could in no way aid or comfort her. They were divided. He thought of her, she knew. His constant and ardent disposition would cause her to be forever the cherished object of his reveries. And now and then, as she took her morning ride, or looked from her casement at night upon the high stars and pale still moon, nature spoke to her audibly of him, and her soul overflowed with tenderness. Still he was far. No word from him reached her, no token of living remembrance. Lady Cecil also, she neither wrote nor sent. The sense of abandonment is hard to bear, and many bitter tears did the young sufferer shed, and many a yearning had she to enter with her ill-starred father the silent abode of the tomb, scarcely more still or dark than the portion of life which was allotted to them, even while existence was warm in their hearts, and the natural impulse of their souls was to seek sympathy and receive consolation. End of chapter 42. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 43 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 43. The varied trains of hopes and fears which belonged to the situation of the prisoner and his faithful young companion stood for some time suspended. In some sort, they might be said neither to hope nor fear, for reasoning calmly, they neither expected that the worst would befall, and the actual and impending evil was certain. Like shipwrecked sailors who have betaken themselves to a boat, and are tossed up upon a tempestuous sea, they saw a ship nearing. They They believed that their signal was seen, and that it was bearing down towards them. What if, with sudden tack, the disdainful vessel should turn its prow aside and leave them to the mercy of the waves? They did not anticipate such a completion to their disasters. Yet as time passed, new anxieties occurred. Falkner's solicitor, Mr. Colville, had dispatched an agent to America to bring Osborne over. The pardon promised ensured his coming, and yet it was impossible not to feel inquietude with regard to his arrival. Falkner experienced least of this. He felt sure of Osborne, his creature, the being whose life he had heretofore saved, whose fortunes he had created. He knew his weakness, and how easily he was dealt with. The mere people of business were not so secure. Osborne enjoyed a comfortable existence far from danger. Why should he come over to place himself in a disgraceful situation, to be branded as a pardoned felon? In 1,000 ways he might evade the summons. Perhaps there was nothing to prove that the Osborne whom Hoskins named was the Osborne who had been employed by Falkner, and was deemed an accessory in Mrs. Neville's death. Hilary, who had been sent to Washington in September, had written immediately on his arrival. His passage had been tedious, as autumnal voyages to America usually are. He did not arrive till the last day of October. He announced that Osborne was in the town, and that on the morrow he should see him. This letter had arrived towards the end of November, and there was no reason wherefore Hilary and Osborne should not quickly follow it. But November passed away, and December had begun, and still the voyagers did not arrive. The southwest wind continued to reign with slight variation, except that as winter advanced, it became more violent. Packets perpetually arrived in Liverpool from America, after passages of 17 and 20 days, but Hilary did not return, nor did he write. The woods were despoiled of their leaves, but still the air was warm and pleasant, and it cheered Elizabeth as favorable to her hopes. The sun shone at intervals, and the misty mornings were replaced by cheerful days. Elizabeth rode out each morning, and this one day, the 16th of December, she found a new pleasure in her solitary exercise. The weather was calm and cheerful. A brisk canter gave speed to the current of her blood, and her thoughts, though busy, had a charm in them that she was half angry with herself for feeling, but which glowed all warm and bright despite every effort. On the preceding evening she had observed on her return home at 9 o'clock from the prison the figure of a man, which passed her hastily and then stood aloof, as if guarding and watching her at a distance. Once, as he stood under an archway, a flickering lamp threw his shadow across her path. It was a bright moonlight night, and as he stood in the midst of an open space near which her house was situated, she recognized, muffled as he was, the form of Gerald Neville. No wonder then that her heart was lightened of its burden. He had not forgotten her. He could no longer command himself to absence. If he might not converse with her, at least he might look upon her as she passed. On the same morning she entered her father's prison room. She found 2 visitors already there, Colville and his agent, Hilary. The faces of both were long and serious. Elizabeth turned anxiously to Falkner, who looked stern and disdainful. He smiled when he saw her and said, "You must not be shocked, my love, at the news which these gentlemen bring. I cannot tell how far it influences my fate, but it is impossible to believe that it is irrevocably sealed by it. But who can express the scorn that a man must feel to know that so abject a poltron wears the human form? Osborne refuses to come." Such an announcement naturally filled her with dismay. At the request of Falkner, Hilary began again to relate the circumstances of his visit to America. He recounted that finding that Osborne was in Washington, he lost no time in securing an interview. He delivered his letters to him, and said that he came from Mr. Falkner on an affair of life and death. At the name, Osborne turned pale. He seemed afraid of opening the letters, and muttered something about there being a mistake. At length he broke the seals. Fear, in its most abject guise, blanched his cheek as he read, and his hand trembled so that he could scarcely hold the paper. Hilary, perceiving at last that he had finished reading, and was hesitating what to say, began himself to enter on the subject, when, faltering and stammering, Osborne threw the letter down, saying, "I said there was a mistake. I know nothing. All this affair is new to me. I never had concern with Mr. Falkner. I do not know who Mr. Falkner is." But for the pale quivering lips of the man, and his tremulous voice, Hilary might have thought that he spoke truth. But he saw that cowardice was the occasion of the lie he told, and he endeavored to set before him the perfect safety with which he might comply with the request he conveyed. But the more he said, Osborne, gathering assurance, the more obstinately denied all knowledge of the transactions in questions, or their principal actor. He changed, warmed by his own words, from timid to impudent, in his denials, till Hilary's conviction began to be shaken a little, and at the same time he grew angry, and cross-questioned him, with a lawyer's art, about his arrival in America, questions which Osborne answered with evident trepidation. At last, he asked him if he remembered such and such a house, and such a journey, and the name of his companion on the occasion, and if he recollected a person of the name of Hoskins. Osborne started at the word as if he had been shot. Pale he was before, but now his cheeks grew of a chalky white, his limbs refused to support him, and his voice died away, till rousing himself, he pretended to fly into a violent passion at the insolence of the intrusion and impertinence of the questions. As he spoke, he unwarily betrayed that he knew more of the transaction than he would willingly have allowed. At last, after running on angrily and incoherently for some time, he suddenly broke away, and, they were at a tavern, left the room and also the house. Hilary hoped that, on deliberation, he would come to his senses. He sent the letters after him to his house, and called the next day. But he was gone. He had left Washington the evening before, by the steamer to Charleston. Hilary knew not what to do. He applied to the government authorities. They could afford him no help. He also repaired to Charleston. Some time he spent in searching for Osborne vainly. It appeared plain that he had traveled under another name. At length, by chance, he found a person who knew him personally, who said that he had departed a week before for New Orleans. It seemed useless to make this further journey, yet Hilary made it, and with like ill success. Whether Osborne was concealed in that town, whether he had gone to Mexico, or lurked in the neighboring country, could not be discovered. Time wore away in fruitless researches, and it became necessary to come to a decision. Hopeless of success, Hilary thought it best to return to England with the account of his failure, so that no time might be lost in providing a remedy, if any could be found, to so fatal an injury to their cause. While this tale was being told, Falkner had leisure to recover from that boiling of the blood which the first apprehension of unworthy conduct in one of our fellow creatures is apt to excite, and now spoke with his usual composure. "I cannot believe," he said, "that this man's evidence is of the import which is supposed. No one, in fact, believes that I am a murderer. Everyone knows that I am innocent. All that we have to do is to prove this in a sort of technical and legal manner, and yet hardly that, for we are not to address the deaf ear of law, but the common sense of 12 men, who will not be slow, I feel assured, in recognizing the truth. All that can be done to make my story plain, and to prove it by circumstances, of course must be done, and I do not fear but that, when it is ingenuously and simply told, it will suffice for my acquittal." "It is right to hope for the best," said Mr. Colville, "but Osborne's refusal to come is in itself a bad fact. The prosecutor will insist much upon it. I would give £100 to have him here." "I would not give 100 pence," said Falkner dryly. The other stared. The observation had an evil effect on his mind. He fancied that his client was even glad that a witness so material refused to appear, and this to him had the aspect of guilt. He continued, "I am so far of a different opinion that I should advise sending a second time, had you a friend sufficiently zealous to undertake a voyage across the Atlantic for the purpose of persuading Osborne." "I would not ask him to cross a ditch for the purpose," interrupted Falkner with some asperity. "Let such men as would believe a dastard like Osborne in preference to a gentleman and a soldier take my life if they will. It is not worth this pains in my own eyes, and thirsted for by my fellow men. It is a burden I would willingly lay down." The soft touch of Elizabeth's hand placed on his recalled him. He looked on her tearful eyes and became aware of his fault. He smiled to comfort her. "I ought to apologize to these gentlemen for my hastiness," he said, "and to you, my dear girl, for my apparent trifling. But there is a degradation in these details that might chafe a more placid temper. I will not descend to beg my life. I am innocent. This all men must know, or at least will know, when their passions are no longer in excitement against me. I can say no more. I cannot win an angel from heaven to avouch my guiltlessness of her blood. I cannot draw this miserable fellow from his cherished refuge. All must fall on my shoulders. I must support the burden of my fate. I shall appear before my judges. If they, seeing me and hearing me speak, yet pronounce me guilty, let them look to it. I shall be satisfied to die, so to quit at once a blind, bloodthirsty world." The dignity of Falkner as he spoke these words, the high, disdainful, yet magnanimous expression of his features, the clear though impassioned tone of his voice, thrilled the hearts of all. "Thank God, I do love this man, even as he deserves to be loved," was the tender sentiment that lighted up Elizabeth's eyes, while his male auditors could not help, both by countenance and voice, giving token that they were deeply moved. On taking their leave soon after, Mr. Colville grasped Falkner's hand cordially, and bade him rest assured that his zeal, his utmost endeavours, should not be wanting to serve him. And, he added, in obedience rather to his newly awakened interest than his judgment, "I cannot doubt but that our endeavours will be crowned with complete success." A man of real courage always finds new strength unfold within him to meet a larger demand made upon it. Falkner was now perhaps for the first time thoroughly roused to meet the evils of his lot. He threw every natural, every morbid sensibility, and strung himself at once to a higher and firmer tone of mind. He renounced the brittle hopes before held out to him. Of this or that circumstance being in his favor, he entrusted unreservedly his whole cause to the mighty irresistible power who rules human affairs, and felt calm and free. If by disgrace and death he were to atone for the destruction of his victim, so let it be. The hour of suffering would come, and it would pass away, and leaving him a corpse, the vengeance of his fellow creatures would end there. He felt that the decree for life or death, having received already the irrefragable fiat, he was prepared for both, and he resolved from that hour to drive all weak emotions, all struggle, all hope or fear from his soul. Let God's will be done. Something of Christian resignation, something, derived from his Eastern life, of belief in fatality, and something of philosophic fortitude, composed the feeling that engraved this sentiment in his heart in ineffaceable characters. He now spoke of Osborne to Elizabeth without acrimony. "My indignation against that man was all thrown away," he said. "We do not rebuke the elements when they destroy us, and why should we spend our anger against men? A word from Osborne, they say, would save me. The falling of the wind, or the allaying of the waves, would have saved Alethea. Both are beyond our control. I imagined in those days that I could guide events, till suddenly the reins were torn from my hands. A few months ago I exulted, in expectation that the penalty demanded for my crime would be the falling by the hands of her son, and here I am, an imprisoned felon, and now we fancy that this thing or that might preserve me, while in truth all is decreed, all registered, and we must patiently await the appointed time. Come what may, I am prepared. From this hour I have taught my spirit to bend, and to be content to die. When all is over, men will do me justice, and that poor fellow will bitterly lament his cowardice. It will be agony to him to remember that one word would have preserved my life then, when no power on earth can recall me to existence. He is not a bad man, and could he now have represented to him his after remorse, he would cease to exhibit such lamentable cowardice, a cowardice, after all, that has its origin in the remnants of good feeling. The fear of shame, horror at having participated in so fearful a tragedy, and a desire to throw off the consequences of his actions, which is the perpetual and stinging accompaniment of guilt, form his motives. But could he be told how immeasurably his sense of guilt will be increased if his silence occasions my death, all these would become minor considerations and vanish on the instant. "And would it be impossible," said Elizabeth, "to awaken this feeling in him?" "By no means," replied Falkner, "though it is out of our power. We sent a mercenary, not indeed altogether lukewarm, but still not penetrated by that ardor, nor capable of that eloquence which is necessary to move a weak man, like the one he had to deal with. Osborne is in some sort a villain, but he is too feeble-minded to follow out his vocation. He always desired to be honest. Now he has the reputation of being such. From being one of those miserable creatures, the refuse of civilization, preying upon the vices, while they are outcasts of society, he has become respectable and trustworthy in the eyes of others. He very naturally clings to advantages dearly earned, lately gained. He fancies to preserve them by deserting me. Could the veil be lifted? Could the conviction be imparted of the wretch he will become in his own eyes, and of the universal execration that will be heaped on him after my death, his mind would entirely change, and he would be as eager, I had almost said, to come forward, as now he is set upon concealment and silence. End of chapter 43. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 44 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 44. Elizabeth listened in silence. All that had passed made a deep impression, from the moment that the solicitor had expressed a wish that Falkner had a zealous friend to cross the Atlantic, till now, that he himself dilated on the good that would result from representations being clearly and fervently made to Osborne. She was revolving an idea that absorbed her whole faculties. This idea was no other than going to America herself. She had no doubt that seeing Osborne she could persuade him, and the difficulties of the journey appeared slight to her who had traveled so much. She asked Falkner many questions, and his answers confirmed her more and more in her plan. No objection presented itself to her mind. Already she felt sure of success. There was scarcely time, it was true, for the voyage, but she hoped that the trial might be again deferred, if reasonable hopes were held out of Osborne's ultimate arrival. It was painful to leave Falkner without a friend, but the object of her journey was paramount even to this consideration. But it should be undertaken. Still, she said nothing of her scheme, and Falkner could not guess at what was passing in her mind. Wrapped in the reverie suggested by such a plan, she returned home in the evening, without thinking of the apparition of Neville, which had so filled her mind in the morning. It was not till at her own door that the thought glanced through her mind, and she remembered she had seen nothing of him. She looked across the open space where he had stood the evening before. It was entirely vacant. She felt disappointed and saddened, and she began to reflect on her total friendlessness. No one to aid her in preparations for her voyage, none to advise. Her sole resource was in hirelings, but her independent, firm spirit quickly threw off this weakness, and she began a note to Mr. Colville, asking him to call on her, as she wished to arrange everything definitively before she spoke to Falkner. As she wrote, she heard a rapid, decided step in her quiet street, followed by a hurried yet gentle knock at her door. She started up. "It is he!" The words were on her lips when Gerard entered. She held out her hand, gladness thrilling through her whole frame, her heart throbbing wildly, her eyes lighted up with joy. "This is indeed kind," she cried. "Oh, Mr. Neville, how happy your visit makes me!" He did not look happy. He had grown paler and thinner, and the melancholy which had sat on his countenance before, banished for a time by her, had returned, with the addition of a look of wildness that reminded her of the youth of Baden. Elizabeth was shocked to remark these traces of suffering, and her next impulse was to ask, "What has happened? I fear some new misfortune has occurred." "It is the property of misfortune to be ever new," he replied, "to be always producing fresh and more miserable results. I have no right to press my feelings on you. Your burden is sufficient. But I could not refrain any longer from seeing in what way adversity had exerted its pernicious influence over you." His manner was gloomy and agitated. She, resigned, devoted to her duties, commanding herself day by day to fulfill her task of patience, and of acquiring cheerfulness for Falkner's sake. She imagined that some fresh disaster must be the occasion of these marks of emotion. She did not know that fruitless struggles to alleviate the ills of her situation, vain broodings over its horrors, and bitter regret at losing her had robbed him of sleep, of appetite, of all repose. "I despise myself for my weakness," he said, "when I see your fortitude. You are more than woman, more than human being ever was, and you must feel the utmost contempt for one whom fortune bends and breaks as it does me. You are well, however, and half my dreams of misery have been false and vain. God guards and preserves you. I ought to have placed more faith in him. But tell me, dear Mr. Neville, tell me what has happened." "Nothing," he replied. "And does not that imply the worst? I cannot make up my mind to endure the visitation of ill fallen upon us. It drives me from place to place like an unlaid ghost. I am very selfish to speak in this manner, yet it is your sufferings that fill my mind to bursting. Were all the evil poured on my own head, while you were spared, welcome, most welcome, would be the bitterest infliction. But you, Elizabeth, you are my cruel father's victim, and the future will be more hideous than the hideous present." Elizabeth was shocked and surprised. What could he mean? "The future," she replied, "will bring my dear father's liberation. How, then, can that be so bad?" He looked earnestly and inquiringly on her. "Yes," she continued, "my sorrows, heavy as they are, have not that additional pang. I have no doubt of the ultimate justice that will be rendered my father. We have much to endure in the interim, much that undermines the fortitude and visits the heart with sickening throes. There is no help but patience. Let us have patience, and this adversity will pass away. The prison and the trial will be over, and freedom and security again be ours." "I see how it is," replied Neville. "We each live in a world of our own, and it is wicked in me to give you a glimpse of the scene as it is presented to me." "Yet speak, explain," said Elizabeth. "You have frightened me so much that any explanation must be better than the thoughts which your words, your manner suggest." "Nay," said Neville, "do not let my follies infect you. Your views, your hopes are doubtless founded on a reason. It is, if you will forgive the allusion that may seem too light for so sad a subject, but the old story of the silver and brazen shield. I see the dark, the fearful side of things. I live among your enemies, that is, the enemies of Mr. Falkner. I hear of nothing but his guilt, and the expiation prepared for it. I am maddened by all I hear. I have implored my father not to pursue his vengeance. Convinced as I am of the truth of Mr. Falkner's narration, the idea that one so gifted should be made over to the fate that awaits him is abhorrent. And when I think that you were involved in such a scene of wrong and horror, my blood freezes in my veins. I have implored my father, I have quarreled with him. I have made Sophia advocate the cause of justice against malice. All in vain. Could you see the old man, my father I mean, pardon my irreverence, how he revels in the demoniacal hope of revenge, and with what hideous delight he gloats upon the detail of ignominy to be inflicted on one so much his superior in every noble quality? You would feel the loathing I do. He heaps sarcasm and contempt on my feeble spirit, as he names my pardon of my mother's destroyer, my esteem for him, and my sympathy for you. But that does not touch me. It is the knowledge that he will succeed, and you will be lost and miserable forever, that drives me to desperation. I fancied that these thoughts must pursue you even more painfully than they do me. I saw you writhing beneath the tortures of despair, wasting away under the influence of intense misery. You haunted my dreams, accompanied by every image of horror. Sometimes you were bleeding, ghastly dying. Sometimes you took my poor mother's form, as Falkner describes it, snatched cold and pale from the waves. Other visions flitted by, still more frightful. Despairing of moving my father, abhorring the society of every human being, I have been living for the last month at Dromore. A few days ago my father arrived there. I wondered till I heard the cause. The time for expecting Osborne had arrived. As vultures have instinct for carrion, so he swooped down at the far-off scent of evil fortune. He had an emissary at Liverpool, on the watch, to hear of this man's arrival. Disgusted at this foul appetite for evil, I left him. I came here only to see you, to gaze on you afar, to purify the world of the blasts from hell, which the bad passions I have so long contemplated spread round me. My father learned whither I had gone. I had a letter from him this morning, you may guess at its contents. He triumphs in Osborne's refusal to appear, said Elizabeth, who was much moved by the picture of hatred and malice Neville had presented to her, and trembled from head to foot as she listened, from the violent emotions his account excited, and the vehemence of his manner as he spoke. He does indeed triumph, replied Neville. And you and your Mr. Falkner do not despair? If you could see my dear father, said Elizabeth, her courage returning at the thought, you would see how innocence and a noble mind can sustain. At the worst, he does not despair. He bears the present with fortitude. He looks to the future with resignation. His soul is firm, his spirit inflexible. And you share these feelings? Partly I do, and partly I have other thoughts to support me. Osborne's cowardice is a grievous blow, but it must be remedied. The man we sent to bring him was too easily discouraged. Other means must be tried. I shall go to America, I shall see Osborne, and you cannot doubt of my success. You? Cried Neville. You go to America? You to follow the traces of a man who hides himself? Impossible! This is worse madness than all. Does Falkner consent to so senseless an expedition? You use strong expressions, interrupted Elizabeth. I do, he replied, and I have a right to do so. I beg your pardon, but my meaning is justifiable. You must not undertake this voyage. It is as useless as improper. Suppose yourself arrived on the shores of wide America. You seek a man who conceals himself. You know not where. Can you perambulate large cities? Cross wide extents of country? Go from town to town in search of him? It is my personal exertion alone that he can be found, and your age and sex wholly prevent that. Yet I shall go, said Elizabeth thoughtfully. So much is left undone, because we fancy it impossible to do, which upon endeavour is found plain and easy. If insurmountable obstacles oppose themselves, I must submit, but I see none yet. I have not the common fears of a person whose life has been spent in one spot. I've been a traveller, and know that, but for the fatigue, it is as easy to go 1,000 miles as 100. If there are dangers and difficulties, they will appear light to me, encountered for my dear father's sake. She looked beautiful as an angel as she spoke. Her independent spirit had nothing rough in its texture. It did not arise from a love of opposition, but from a belief that in fulfilling a duty she could not be opposed or injured. Her fearlessness was that of a generous heart that could not believe in evil intentions. She explained more fully to her friend the reasons that induced her determination. She repeated Falkner's account of Osborne's character, the injury that it was believed would arise from his refusal to appear, and the probable facility of persuading him, were he addressed by one zealous in the cause. Neville listened attentively. She paused. He was lost in thought and made no reply. She continued to speak, but he continued mute, till at last she said, You are conquered. I know, you yield, and agree that my journey is a duty, a necessity. We are both apt, it would seem, he replied, to see our duties in a strong light, and to make sudden, or they may be called rash resolutions. Perhaps we both go too far, and are in consequence reprehended by those about us. In each other, then, let us find approval. You must not go to America, for your going would be useless. With all your zeal you could not succeed. But I will go. Of course this act will be treated as madness or worse by Sir Boyvill and the rest, but my own mind assures me that I do right. For many years I devoted myself to discovering my mother's fate. I have discovered it. Falkner's narrative tells all, but clear and satisfactory as that is to me, others choose to cast frightful doubts over its truth, and conjure up images the most revolting. Have they any foundation? I do not believe it, but many do, and all assert that the approaching trial alone can establish the truth. This trial is but a mockery, unless it is fair and complete. It cannot be that without Osborne. Surely then it neither misbecomes me as her son, nor as the son of Sir Boyvill, to undertake any action that will tend to clear up the mystery. I am resolved I shall go. Be assured that I shall not return without Osborne. You will allow me to take your place, to act for you. You do not distrust my zeal. Elizabeth had regarded her own resolves as the simple dictates of reason and duty, but her heart was deeply touched by Neville's offer. Tears rushed into her eyes as she replied in a voice faltering with emotion, "I fear this cannot be. It will meet with too much opposition, but never, never can I repay your generosity in but imagining so great a service." "It is a service to both," he said, "and as to the opposition I shall meet, that is my affair. You know that nothing will stop me when once resolved, and I am resolved. The inner voice that cannot be mistaken assures me that I do right. I ask no other approval. A sense of justice, perhaps of compassion, for the original author of all our wretchedness, ought probably to move me, but I will not pretend to be better than I am. Were Falkner alone concerned, I fear I should be lukewarm. But not one cloud, nor the shadow of a cloud, shall rest on my mother's fate. All shall be clear, all universally acknowledged, nor shall your life be blotted, and your heart broken by the wretched fate of him to whom you cling with matchless fidelity. He is innocent, I know, but if the world thinks and acts by him as a murderer, how could you look up again? Through you I succeeded in my task. To you I owe unspeakable gratitude, which it is my duty to repay. Yet away with such expressions. You know that my desire to serve you is boundless, that I love you beyond expression, that every injury you receive is trebled upon me, that vain were every effort of self-command. I must do that thing that will benefit you, though the whole world rose to forbid. You are of more worth in your innocence and nobleness than a nation of men such as my father. Do you think I can hesitate in my determinations thus founded, thus impelled?" More vehement, more impassioned than Elizabeth, Neville bore down her objections, while he awakened all her tenderness and gratitude. "Now I prove myself your friend," he said proudly. "Now heaven affords me opportunity to serve you, and I thank it." He looked so happy, so wildly delighted, while a more still but not less earnest sense of joy filled her heart. They were young, and they loved. This of itself was bliss, but the cruel circumstances around them added to their happiness by drawing them closer together, and giving fervor and confidence to their attachment. And now that he saw a mode of serving her, and she felt entire reliance on his efforts, the last veil and barrier fell from between them, and their hearts became united by that perfect love which can result alone from entire confidence and acknowledged, unshackled sympathy. Always actuated by generous impulses, but often rash in his determinations and impetuous in their fulfillment, full of the warmest sensibility, hating that the meanest thing that breathed should endure pain, and feeling the most poignant sympathy for all suffering, Neville had been maddened by his own thoughts, while he brooded over the position in which Elizabeth was placed. Not one of those various circumstances that alleviate disaster to those who endure it presented themselves to his imagination. He saw adversity in its most hideous form, without relief or disguise. Names and images appending to Falkner's frightful lot, which he and Elizabeth carefully banished from their thoughts, haunted him. The fate of the basest felon hung over the prisoner. Neville believed that it must inevitably fall on him. He often wondered that he did not contrive to escape, that Elizabeth, devoted and heroic, did not contrive some means of throwing open his dungeon's doors. He had endeavored to open his father's eyes to soften his heart in vain. He had exerted himself to discover whether any trace of long-past circumstances existed that might tend to acquit Falkner. He had gone to Raby, visited the graves of the hapless parents of Elizabeth, seen Mrs. Baker, and gathered there the account of his landing, but nothing helped to elucidate the mystery of his mother's death. Falkner's own account was the only trace left behind that bore the stamp of truth in every line, and appeared to him so honorable a tribute to poor Alethea's memory, that he looked with disgust on his father's endeavors to cast upon it suspicions and interpretations the most hideous and appalling. In the first instance, he had been bewildered by Sir Boyvill's sophistry, and half conquered by his plausible arguments, but a short time and the very circumstance of Elizabeth's fidelity to his cause sufficed to show him the baseness of his motives, and the real injury he did his mother's fame. Resolved to clear the minds of other men from the prejudice against the prisoner thus spread abroad, and at least to secure a fair trial, Neville made no secret of his belief that Falkner was innocent. He represented him everywhere as a gentleman, a man of humanity and honor, whose crime ought to receive its punishment from his own conscience, and at the hand of the husband or son of the victim in the field, and whom to pursue as his father did was at once futile and disgraceful. Sir Boyville, irritated by Falkner's narrative, his vanity wounded to the quick by the avowed indifference of his wife, was enraged beyond all bounds by the opposition of his son. Unable to understand his generous nature, and relying on his previous zeal for his mother's case, he had not doubted but that his revenge would find a ready ally in him. His present arguments, his esteem for their enemy, his desire that he should be treated with a forbearance which between gentlemen was but an adherence to the code of honor, appeared to Sir Boyville insanity, and worse, a weakness the most despicable, a want of resentment the most low-minded. But he cared not. The game was in his hands. Reveling in the idea of his enemy's ignominious sufferings, he more than half persuaded himself that his accusation was true, and that the punishment of a convicted felon would at last satisfy his thirst for revenge. A feeble old man, tottering on the verge of the grave, he gloried to think that his grasp was still deadly, his power acknowledged in throes of agony by him by whom he had been injured. Returning to Dromore from Carlisle, Gerard sought his father. Osborne's refusal to appear crowned Sir Boyville's utmost hopes, and his sarcastic congratulations when he saw his son expressed all the malice of his heart. Gerard replied with composure that he did indeed fear that this circumstance would prove fatal to the course of justice, but that it must not tamely be submitted to, and that he himself was going to America to induce Osborne to come, that nothing might be wanting to elucidate the mystery of his mother's fate, and to render the coming trial full, fair, and satisfactory. Such an announcement rendered for a moment Sir Boyville speechless with rage. A violent scene ensued. Gerard, resolved and satisfied of the propriety of his resolution, was calm and firm. Sir Boyville, habituated to the use of vituperative expressions, boiled over with angry denunciations and epithets of abuse. He called his son the disgrace of his family, the opprobrium of mankind, the detractor of his mother's fame. Gerard smiled, yet at heart he deeply felt the misery of thus for ever finding an opponent in his father, and it required all the enthusiasm and passion of his nature to banish the humiliating and saddening influence of Sir Boyville's indignation. They parted worse friends than ever. Sir Boyville set out for town. Gerard repaired to Liverpool. The wind was contrary. There was little hope of change. He thought that it would conduce to his success in America if he spent the necessary interval in seeing Hoskins again, and also in consulting with his friend, the American minister. So in all haste, having first secured his passage on board a vessel that was to sail in 4 or 5 days, he also set out for London. End of chapter 44. Recording by Beth Blakely. Chapter 45 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Falkner by Mary Shelley, Chapter 45. The philosophy of Falkner was not proof against the intelligence that Gerald Neville was about to undertake the voyage to America for the sake of inducing Osborne to come over. Elizabeth acquainted him with her design, and her friend's determination to replace her with sparkling eyes and cheeks flushed by the agitation of pleasure, the pure pleasure of having such proof of the worth of him she loved. Falkner was even more deeply touched, even though he felt humiliated by the very generosity that filled him with admiration. His blood was stirred and his feelings tortured him by a sense of his own demerits, and the excellence of one he had injured. "Better die without a word than purchase my life thus," were the words hovering on his lips. Yet it was no base cost that he paid, and he could only rejoice at the virtues of the son of her whom he had so passionately loved. There are moments when the past is remembered with intolerable agony, and when to alter events, which occurred at the distance of many years, becomes a passion and a thirst. His regret at Alethea's marriage seemed all renewed. His agony that thenceforth she was not to be the half of his existence, as he had hoped, that her child was not his child, that her daily life, her present pleasures, and future hopes were divorced from his. All these feelings were revived, together with a burning jealousy, as if instead of being a buried corpse, she had still adorned her home with her loveliness and virtues. Such thoughts lost their poignancy by degrees, and he could charm Elizabeth by dwelling on Gerard's praises, and he remarked with pleasure that she resumed her vivacity and recovered the color and elasticity of motion which she had lost. She did not feel less for Falkner, but her contemplations had lost their sombre hue. They were full of Neville, his voyage, his exertions, his success, his return, and the spirit of love that animated each of these acts were gone over and over again in her waking dreams. Unbidden smiles gleamed in her countenance. Her ideas were gaily colored, and her conversation gained a variety and cheerfulness that lightened the burden of their prison hours. Meanwhile Neville arrived in London. He visited the American minister, and learned from him that Osborne had given up the place he held and had left Washington. No one knew whither he was gone, these events being still too recent to leave any trace behind. It was evident that to seek and find him would be a work of trouble and time, and Neville felt that not a moment must be lost. December was drawing to a close. The voyages to and from America might, if not favorable, consume the whole interval that still remained before the spring assizes. Hoskins, he learned, was gone to Liverpool. He visited Lady Cecil before he left town. Though somewhat tainted by worldliness, yet this very feeling made her highly disapprove Sir Boyvill's conduct. A plausible, and she believed, true account was given of Mrs. Neville's death, exonerating her, redounding indeed to her honor. It was injurious to all to cast doubts upon this tale. It was vulgar and base to pursue revenge with such malicious and cruel pertinacity. Falkner was a gentleman, and deserved to be treated as such, and now he and Elizabeth were mixed up in loathsome scenes and details that made Lady Cecil shudder even to think of. That Gerard should go to America as the advocate, as it were, of Falkner, startled her, but he represented his voyage in a simpler light, as not being undertaken for his benefit, but for the sake of justice and truth. Sir Boyville came in upon them while they were discussing this measure. He was absolutely frenzied by his son's conduct and views. His exasperation but tended to disgust, and did not operate to shake their opinions. Neville hastened back to Liverpool. A southwest wind reigned, whose violence prevented any vessel from sailing for America. It was evident that the passage would be long, and perhaps hazardous. Neville thought only of the delay, but this made him anxious. A portion of his time was spent in seeking for Hoskins, but he was not to be found. At last it was notified to him that the wind had a little changed, and that the packet was about to sail. He hurried on board. Soon they were tossing on a tempestuous sea. They lost sight of land, sky and ocean each dusky, and the one rising at each moment into more tumultuous commotion surrounded them. Neville, supporting himself by a rope, looked out over the horizon. A few months before he had anticipated the same voyage over a summer sea. Now he went under far other auspices. The veil was raised, the mystery explained, but the wintry storms that had gathered round him were but types of the tempestuous passions which the discoveries he had made raised in the hearts of all. For 3 days and nights the vessel beat about in the Irish Channel, unable to make any way. 3 days were thus lost to their voyage, and when were they to arrive? Impatient, almost terrified by the delay which attended his endeavors, Neville began to despair of success. On the 4th night the gale rose to a hurricane. There was no choice but to run before it. By noon the following day the captain thought himself very lucky to make the harbor of Liverpool, and though the gale had much abated, and the wind had veered into a more favorable quarter, it was necessary to run in to refit. With bitter feelings of disappointment, Neville disembarked. Several days must elapse before the packet would be able to put to sea, so he abandoned the idea of going by her, and finding a New York merchantman preparing to sail at an early hour the following morning, he resolved to take his passage on board. He hastened to the American coffee-house to see the captain, and make the necessary arrangements for his voyage. The captain had just left the tavern, but a waiter came up to Neville and told him that the Mr. Hoskins, concerning whom he had before inquired, was in the house, in a private room. "Show me to him," said Neville, and followed the man as he went to announce him. Hoskins was not alone. He had a friend with him, and they were seated over their wine on each side of the fire. Neville could not help being struck with the confusion evinced by both as he entered. The person with Hoskins was a fair, light-haired, rather good-looking man, though past the prime of life. He had at once an expression of good nature and cunning in his face, and added to this a timid, baffled look, which grew into something very like dismay when the waiter announced Mr. Neville. "Good morning, sir," said Hoskins. "I hear that you have been inquiring for me. I thought all our business was settled." "On your side, probably," replied Neville. "On mine, I have reasons for wishing to see you. I have been seeking you in vain in London and here." "Yes, I know," said the other. "I went round by Ravenglass to take leave of the old woman before I crossed, and here I am, my passage taken, with not an hour to lose. I sail by the Auyi, Captain Bateman." "Then we shall have time enough for all my inquiries," observed Neville. "I came here for the very purpose of arranging my passage with Captain Bateman." "You, sir, are going to America? I thought that was all at an end." "It is more necessary than ever. I must see Osborne. I must bring him over. His testimony is necessary to clear up the mystery that hangs over my mother's fate." "You are nearer hanging Mr. Falkner without him than with him," said Hoskins. "I would bring him over for the very purpose of saving a man whom I believe to be innocent of the crime he is charged with. For that purpose I go to America. I wish the truth to be established. I have no desire for revenge." "And do you really go to America for that purpose?" repeated Hoskins. "Certainly. I consider it my duty," replied Neville. "Nay, it may be said that I went for this design, for I sailed by the John Adams, which has been driven back by the contrary winds. I disembarked only half an hour ago." "That beats all," cried Hoskins. "Why, do you know, I have more than half a mind to tell you, you had really sailed for America for the purpose of bringing Osborne over, and you now intend taking a passage on board for the Auyi?" "Certainly, why not? What is there so strange in all this? I sought you for the sake of making inquiries that might guide me in my search for Osborne, who wishes to conceal himself." "You could not have addressed a better man. By the Lord, he's a craven, and deserves no better. So I'll just let out, Mr. Neville, that Osborne sneaked out of this room at the instant he saw you come into it." Neville had seen Hoskins' companion disappear. He thought it but an act of civility. The strangeness of this coincidence, the course of events at once so contrary and so propitious, staggered him for a moment. "They tell of the rattlesnake," said Hoskins, "that fixing its eye on its prey, a bird becomes fascinated, and wheels round nearer and nearer till he falls into the jaws of the enemy. Poor Osborne, he wishes himself on the shores of the Pacific, to be far enough off, and here he is, and turn and twist as he will, it will end by the law grasping him by the shoulder, and dragging him to the very noose he so fears to slip into. Not that he helped to murder the lady. You do not believe that, Mr. Neville? You do not think that the lady was murdered?" "I would stake my existence that she was not," said Neville. "Were it otherwise, I should have no desire to see Osborne or to interfere. Strange, most strange it is, that he should be here. And he is come, you think, with no design of offering his testimony to clear Mr. Falkner?" "He is come under a feigned name," replied Hoskins. "Under pretence that he was sent by Osborne. He has brought a quantity of attested declarations, and hopes to serve Mr. Falkner without endangering his own neck. It was even so. Osborne was a weak man, good-hearted, as it is called, but a craven. No sooner did he hear that Hilary had sailed for Europe, and that he might consider himself safe, than he grew uneasy on another score. He had still possession, even while he had denied all knowledge of the writer, of Falkner's letter, representing to him the necessity of coming over. It was simply but forcibly written. Every word went to the heart of Osborne. Now that he believed that his conduct would make over his generous benefactor to an ignominious end, this idea haunted him like an unlaid ghost. Yet if they hanged Falkner, what should prevent them from hanging him too? Suspicion must fall equally on both. When Hilary had urged the case, many other objections had presented themselves to Osborne's mind. He thought of the new honest course he had pursued so long, the honorable station he had gained, the independence and respectability of his present life, and he shrunk from giving up these advantages and becoming again, in all men's eyes, the Osborne whose rascality he had left behind in England. It seemed hard that he should feel the weight of the chain that bound his former existence to his present one, when he fondly hoped that time had broken it. But these minor considerations vanished as soon as the idea of Falkner's danger fastened itself on his mind. It is always easy to fall back upon a state of being which once was ours. The uncertain, disreputable life Osborne had once led, he had gladly bidden adieu to, but the traces were still there, and he could fall into the way of it without any great shock. Besides this, he knew that Hilary had made his coming, and the cause of it, known to the legal authorities in Washington, and though he might persist in his denials, still he felt that he should be universally disbelieved. A dislike at being questioned and looked askance upon by his American friends made him already turn his eyes westward. A longing to see the old country arose unbidden in his heart. Above all, he could neither rest nor sleep nor eat, nor perform any of the offices of life, for the haunting image of his benefactor, left by him to die a felon's death. Not that he felt tempted to alter his determination, and to come forward to save him. On the contrary, his blood grew chill, and his flesh shrunk at the thought. But still he might conceal himself in England. No one would suspect him of being there. He would be on the spot to watch the course of events, and if it was supposed that he could render any assistance without compromising himself, he should at least be able to judge fairly how far he might concede. His vacillating mind could go no further in its conclusions. Hoskins had rightly compared him to the bird and the rattlesnake. He was fascinated. He could not avoid drawing nearer and nearer to the danger which he believed to be yawning to swallow him. 10 days after Hilary left America, he was crossing the Atlantic. Hoskins was the first person he saw on landing. The second was Neville. His heart grew cold. He felt himself in the toils. How bitterly he repented his voyage. Coward as he was, he died 1,000 deaths from fear of that one which, in fact, there was no danger of his incurring. That Osborne should of his own accord have come to England appeared to smooth everything. Neville did not doubt that he should be able to persuade him to come forward at the right time. He instructed Hoskins to reassure him, and to induce him to see him, and if he objected, to contrive that they should meet. He promised to take no measures for securing his person, but to leave him in all liberty to act as he chose. He depended that the same uneasy conscience that brought him from America to Liverpool would induce him at last, after various throes and struggles, to act as it was supposed he would have done at the beginning. But day after day passed, and Osborne was not to be found. Hoskins had never seen him again, and it was impossible to say whither he was gone or where he was hid. The Audiobook, whose voyage had again been delayed by contrary winds, now sailed. Hoskins went with her. It was possible that Osborne might be on board, returning to the land of refuge. Neville saw the captain, and he denied having such a passenger, but he might be bound to secrecy, or Osborne might have disguised himself. Neville went on board. He carefully examined each person. He questioned both crew and passengers. He even bribed the sailors to inform him if anyone were secreted. The Audiobook was not, however, the only vessel sailing. Nearly 30 packets and merchantmen, who had been detained by foul winds, were but waiting for a tide to carry them out. Neville deliberated whether he should not apply to a magistrate for a search warrant. He was averse to this, nay repugnant. It was of the first importance to the utility of Osborne as a witness, that he should surrender himself voluntarily. The seizing him by force, as an accomplice in the murder, would only place him beside Falkner in the dock, and render his evidence of no avail, and his, Neville's, causing his arrest, could only be regarded as a piece of rancorous hostility against the accused. Yet to suffer him to depart from the English shores was madness, and worse still, to be left in doubt of whether he had gone or remained. If the first were ascertained, Neville could take his passage also, and there might still be time to bring him back. When we act for another, we are far more liable to hesitation than when our deeds regard ourselves only. We dread to appear lukewarm. We dread to mar all by officiousness. Ill success always appears a fault, and yet we dare not make a bold venture, such as we should not hesitate upon, were it our own case. Neville felt certain that Falkner would not himself deliberate, but risk all to possess himself of the person of Osborne. Still he dared not take so perilous, perhaps so fatal, a step. The tide rose, and the various docks filled. One by one the American-bound vessels dropped out and put to sea. It was a moment of agony to Neville to see their sails unfurl, swell to the wind, and make a speedy and distant offing. He now began to accuse himself bitterly of neglect. He believed that there was but one mode of redeeming his fault, to hurry on board one of the packets, and to arrive in America as soon as Osborne, whom he felt convinced was already on his way thither. Swift in his convictions, rash in execution, uncertainty was peculiarly hostile to his nature, and these moments of vacillation and doubt, and then of self-reproach at having lost all in consequence, were the most painful of his life. To determine to do something was some consolation, and now he resolved on his voyage. He hurried back to his hotel for a few necessaries and money. On his entrance, a letter was put into his hands. The contents changed the whole current of his ideas. His countenance cleared up. The tumult of his thoughts subsided into a happy calm. Changing all his plans, instead of undertaking a voyage to America, he the same evening set out for London. End of chapter 45. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Chapter 46 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 46. The prisoner and his faithful companion knew nothing of these momentous changes. Day by day, Elizabeth withdrew from the fire to the only window in her father's room, moving her embroidery table close to it. Her eyes turned, however, to the sky, instead of to the flowers she was working, and leaning her cheek upon her hand, she perpetually watched the clouds. Gerard was already, she fancied, on the waste of waters, yet the clouds did not change their direction. They all sped one way, and that contrary to his destination. Thus she passed her mornings, and when she returned to her own abode, where her heart could more entirely spend its thoughts on her lover and his voyage, her lonely room was no longer lonely, nor the gloomy season any longer gloomy. More than happy, a breathless rapture quickened the beatings of her heart, as she told over again and again Neville's virtues, and, dearer than all, his claims on her gratitude. Falkner saw with pleasure the natural effects of love and hope add to the cheerfulness of his beloved child, diffuse a soft charm over her person, her motions, and her voice, and impart a playful tenderness to her before rather serious manners. Youth, love, and happiness are so very beautiful in their conjunction. God grant, he thought, I do not mar this fair creature's life. May she be happier than Alethea. If man can be worthy of her, Gerald Neville surely is. As he turned his eyes silently from the book that apparently occupied him, and contemplated her pensive countenance, whose expression showed that she was wrapped in, yet enjoying her thoughts, retrospect made him sad. He went over his own life, its clouded morning, the glad beams that broke out to dissipate those clouds, and the final setting amid tempests and wreck. Was all life like this? Must all be disappointed hope, baffled desires, lofty imaginations, engendering fatal acts, and bringing the proud thus low? Would she at his age view life as he did, a weary wilderness, a tangled, endless labyrinth, leading by one rough path or another to a bitter end? He hoped not. Her innocence must receive other reward from heaven. It was on a day as they were thus occupied, Falkner refrained from interrupting Elizabeth's reverie, which he felt was sweeter to her than any converse, and appeared absorbed in reading. Suddenly she exclaimed, "The wind has changed, dear father. Indeed it has changed. It is favorable now. Do you not feel how much colder it is? The wind has got to the north. There is a little east in it. His voyage will not be a long one if this change only lasts." Falkner answered her by a smile, but it was humiliating to think of the object of that voyage, and her cheerful voice announcing that it was to be prosperous struck, he knew not why, a saddening chord. At this moment he heard the bolts of the chamber door pushed back, and the key turn in the lock. The turnkey entered, followed by another man, who hesitated as he came forward, and then, as he glanced at the inhabitants of the room, drew back, saying, "There is some mistake. Mr. Falkner is not here." But for his habitual self-command, Falkner had started up, and made an exclamation. So surprised was he to behold the person who entered, for he recognized his visitant on the instant. He himself was far more changed by the course of years. Time, sickness, and remorse had used other than Praxitelean art, and had defaced the lines of grace and power which had marked him many years ago, before his hands had dug Alethea's grave. He was indeed surprised to see who entered, but he showed no sign of wonder, only saying with a calm smile, "No, there is no mistake. I am the man you seek." The other now apparently recognized him, and advanced timidly and in confusion. The turnkey left them, and Falkner then said, "Osborne, you deserve my thanks for this, but I did believe that it would come to this." "No," said Osborne, "I do not deserve thanks. And he looked confused, and glanced towards Elizabeth. Falkner followed his eye, and understanding his look, said, "You do not fear being betrayed by a lady, Osborne. You are safe here as in America. I see how it is. You are here under a false name. No one is aware that you are the man who, a few weeks ago, refused to appear to save a fellow creature from death." "I see no way to do that now," replied Osborne hesitatingly. "I do not come for that. I could not stay away. I thought something might be done." "Elizabeth, my love," said Falkner, "you at least will thank Mr. Osborne for his spontaneous services. You are watching the clouds which were to bear along the vessel towards him, and beyond our hopes he is already here." Elizabeth listened breathlessly. She feared to utter a word, lest it should prove a dream. Now, gathering Falkner's meaning, she came forward, and with all a woman's grace addressed the trembling man, who already looked at the door as if he longed to be on the other side, fearful that he was caught in his own toils. For, as Hoskins said, the fascinated prey had wheeled yet nearer to his fate involuntarily. He had been unable to resist his desire to see Falkner and learn how it was with him. But he still resolved not to risk anything. He had represented himself to the magistrates as coming from Osborne, showing false papers, and a declaration drawn up by him at Washington, and attested before official men there, setting forth Falkner's innocence. He had brought this over to see if it would serve his benefactor, and had thus got access to him. Such was his reliance on the honor of his patron, that he had not hesitated in placing himself in his power, well aware that he should not be detained by him against his will. For still his heart quailed, and his soul shrunk from rendering him the service that would save his life. His manner revealed his thoughts to the observant Falkner. But Elizabeth, less well read in men's hearts, younger and more sanguine, saw in his arrival the completion of her hopes, and she thanked him with so much warmth, and with such heartfelt praises of his kindness and generosity, that Osborne began to think that his greatest difficulty would be in resisting her fascination and disappointing her wishes. He stammered out at last some lame excuses. All he could do consistently with safety, they might command. He had shown this by coming over. More could not be asked, could not be expected. He himself, God knew, was innocent. So was Mr. Falkner of the crime he was charged with. But he had no hand whatever in the transaction. He was not in his confidence. He had not known even who the lady was. His testimony, after all, must be worth nothing, for he had nothing to tell, and for this he was to expose himself to disgrace and death. Acquiring courage at the sound of his own voice, Osborne grew fluent. Elizabeth drew back. She looked anxiously at Falkner, and saw a cloud of displeasure and scorn gather over his countenance. She put her hand on his, as if to check the outbreak of his indignation. Yet she herself, as Osborne went on, turned her eyes flashing with disdain upon him. The miserable fellow cowed before the glances of both. He shifted from one foot to the other. He dared not look up. But he knew that their eyes were on him, and he felt the beams transfix him and wither up his soul. There are weak men who yield to persuasion. There are weaker who are vanquished by reproaches and contempt. Of such was Osborne. His fluency faded into broken accents. His voice died away. As a last effort, he moved towards the door. "Enough, sir," said Falkner in a calm, contemptuous voice. "And now be gone. Hasten away. Do not stop till you have gained the shore, the ship, the waves of the Atlantic. Be assured I shall not send for you a second time. I have no desire to owe my life to you." "If I could save your life, Mr. Falkner," he began, "but—" "We will not argue that point," interrupted Falkner. "It is enough that it is generally asserted that your testimony is necessary for my preservation. Were my crime as great as it is said to be, it would find its punishment in that humiliation. Go, sir. You are safe. I would not advise you to loiter here. Return to America. Walls have ears in abodes like these. You may be forced to save a fellow creature against your will. Hasten then away. Go, eat, drink, and be merry. Whatever betides me, not even my ghost shall haunt you. Meanwhile, I would beg you no longer to insult me by your presence. Begone at once." "You are angry, sir," said Osborne timidly. "I hope not," replied Falkner, who had indeed felt his indignation rise, and checked himself. "I should be very sorry to feel anger against a coward. I pity you. You will repent this when too late?" "Oh, do not say so!" cried Elizabeth. "Do not say he will repent when too late. But now, in time, I am sure that he repents. Do you not, Mr. Osborne? You are told that your fears are vain. You know Mr. Falkner is far too noble to draw you into danger to save himself. You know even that he does not fear death, but ignominy, eternal, horrible disgrace. And the end, the frightful end prepared, even he must recoil from that. And you! No, you cannot in cold blood, and with calm forethought, make him over to it. You cannot! I see that you cannot." "Forbear, Elizabeth," interrupted Falkner in a tone of displeasure. "I will not have my life, nor even my honor, begged by you. Let the worst come, the condemnation, the hangman. I can bear all, except the degradation of supplicating such a man as that." "I see how it is," said Osborne. "Yes, you do with me as you will. I feared this. And yet I thought myself firm. Do with me as you will. Call the jailer. I will surrender myself." He turned pale as death, and tottered to a chair. Falkner turned his back on him. "Go, sir," he repeated. "I reject your sacrifice." "No, father, no!" cried Elizabeth eagerly. "Say not so. You accept it, and I also, with thanks and gratitude. Yet it is no sacrifice, Mr. Osborne. I assure you that it is not. At least the sacrifice you fear. All is far easier than you think. There is no prison for you. Your arrival need not yet be known. Your consent being obtained, a pardon will be at once granted. You are to appear as a witness, not as a—" Her voice faltered. She turned to Falkner, her eyes brimming over with tears. Osborne caught the infection. He was touched. He was cheered also by Elizabeth's assurances, which he hoped that he might believe. Hitherto he had been too frightened and bewildered to hear accurately even what he had been told. He fancied that he must be tried. The pardon might or might not come afterward. The youth, earnestness, and winning beauty of Elizabeth moved him. And now that his fears were a little allayed, he could see more clearly. He was even more touched by the appearance of his former benefactor. Dignity and yet endurance, suffering as well as fortitude, marked his traits. There was something so innately noble, and yet so broken by fortune, expressed in his commanding yet attenuated features and person. He was a wreck that spoke so plainly of the glorious being he had once been. There was so much majesty in his decay, such real innocence sat on his high and open brow, streaked though it was with disease, such lofty composure in his countenance, pale from confinement and suffering, that Osborne felt a mixture of respect and pity that soon rose above every other feeling. Reassured with regard to himself, and looking on his patron with eyes that caught the infection of Elizabeth's tears, he came forward. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Falkner," he said, "for my doubts, for my cowardice, if you please so to name it. I request you to forget it, and to permit me to come forward in your behalf. I trust you will not disdain my offer, though late it comes, I assure you, from my heart." There was no mock dignity about Falkner. A sunny smile broke over his features as he held out his hand to Osborne. "And from my heart I thank you," he replied, "and deeply regret that you are to suffer any pain through me. Mine was the crime, you the instrument. It is hard, very hard, that you should be brought to this through your complaisance to me. Real danger for you there is none, or I would die this worse death rather than expose you to it." Elizabeth now in all gladness wrote a hasty note, desiring Mr. Colville to come to them, that all might at once be arranged. "And Gerard, dear father," she said, "we must write to Mr. Neville, to recall him from his far and fruitless journey." "Mr. Neville is in Liverpool," said Osborne. "I saw him the very day before I came away. He doubtless was on the lookout for me, and I dare swear Hoskins betrayed me. We must be on our guard." "Fear nothing from Mr. Neville," replied Elizabeth. "He is too good and generous not to advocate justice and truth. He is convinced of my father's innocence." They were interrupted. The solicitor entered. Osborne's appearance was beyond his hopes. He could not believe in so much good fortune. He had begun to doubt, suspect, and fear. He speedily carried off his godson, as he named him, to talk over and bring into form his evidence, and all that appertained to his surrender, thus leaving Falkner with his adopted child. Such a moment repaid for much. For Elizabeth's hopes were high, and she knelt before Falkner, embracing his knees, thanking heaven in a rapture of gratitude. He also was thankful, yet mortification and wounded pride struggled in his heart with a sense of gratitude for unhoped for preservation. His haughty spirit rebelled against the obligation he owed to so mean a man as Osborne. It required hours of meditation, of reawakened remorse for Alethea's fate, of renewed wishes that she should be vindicated before all the world, of remembered love for the devoted girl at his feet, to bring him back from the tumult of contending passions to the fortitude and humility which he at every moment strove to cultivate. Elizabeth's sweet voice dispelled such storms, and rewarded him for the serenity he at last regained. It was impossible not to feel sympathy in her happiness, and joy in possessing the affection of so gentle, yet so courageous and faithful a heart. Elizabeth's happiness was even more complete when she left him, and sat in her solitary room, there where Gerard had so lately visited her, and his image and her gratitude towards him mingled more with her thoughts. Her last act that night was to write to him, to tell him what had happened. It was her note that he received at Liverpool on the eve of his second departure, and which had changed his purpose. He had immediately set out for London to communicate the good tidings to Lady Cecil. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 47. These had been hours of sunshine for the prisoner and his child, such as seldom visit the precincts of a jail. And soon, too, they changed, and the usual gloom returned to the abode of suffering. In misfortune, various moods assail us. At first we are struck, stunned, and overwhelmed. Then the elastic spirit rises. It tries to shape misery in its own way. It adapts itself to it. It finds unknown consolations arise out of circumstances which, in moments of prosperity, were unregarded. But this temper of mind is not formed for endurance. as a sick person finds comfort in a new posture at first, but after a time the posture becomes restrained and wearisome. Thus, after mustering fortitude, patience, the calm spirit of philosophy, and the tender one of piety, and finding relief, suddenly the heart rebels, its old desires and old habits recur, and we are the more dissatisfied from being disappointed in those modes of support in which we trusted. There was a perpetual struggle in Falkner's heart, hatred of life, pride, a yearning for liberty, and a sore, quick spirit of impatience for all the bars and forms that stood between him and it, swelled like a tide in his soul. He hated himself for having brought himself thus low. He was angry that he had exposed Elizabeth to such a scene. He reviled his enemies in his heart. He accused destiny. Then again, if he but shut his eyes, the stormy river, the desolate sands, and the one fair being dead at his feet, presented themselves, and remorse like a wind drove back the flood. He felt that he had deserved it all, that he had himself woven the chain of circumstances which he called his fate, while his innocence of the crime brought against him imparted a lofty spirit of fortitude and even of repose. Elizabeth, with an angel's love, watched the changes of his temper. Her sensibility was often wounded by his sufferings, but her benign disposition was so fertile of compassion and forbearance that her own mood was never irritated by finding her attempts to console fruitless. She listened meekly when his overladen heart spent itself in invectives against the whole system of life. Or, catching a favorable moment, she strove to raise his mind to nobler and purer thoughts, unobtrusive but never weary, eagerly gathering all good tidings, banishing the ill. Her smiles, her tears, her cheerfulness or calm sadness by turns relieved and comforted him. Winter came upon them. It was wild and drear. Their abode, far in the north of the island, was cold beyond their experience. The dark prison walls were whitened by snow. The bars of their windows were laden. Falkner looked out. The snow drifted against his face. One peep at the dusky sky was all that was allowed him. He thought of the wide steppes of Russia, the swift sledges, and how he longed for freedom. Elizabeth, as she walked home through the frost and sleet, gave a sigh for the soft seasons of Greece, and felt that a double winter gathered round her steps. Day by day time passed on. Each evening returning to her solitary fireside, she thought, "Another is gone, the time draws near." She shuddered, despite her conviction that the trial would be the signal for the liberation of Falkner. She saw the barriers time had placed between him and fate fall off one by one with terror. January and February passed. March had come. The 1st of March, the very month when all was to be decided, arrived. Poor tempest-tossed voyagers! Would the wished-for port be gained? Should they ever exchange the uncertain element of danger for the firm land of security? It was on the 1st of March that, returning home in the evening, she found a letter on her table from Neville. Poor Elizabeth! She loved with tenderness and passion, and yet how few of the fairy thoughts and visions of love had been hers! Love with her was mingled, and with so dire a tragedy, such real oppressive griefs, that its charms seemed crimes against her benefactor. Yet now, as she looked on the letter and thought, "From him," the rapture of love stole over her. Her eyes were dimmed by the agitation of delight, and the knowledge that she was loved suspended every pain, filling her with soft triumph and thrilling though vague expectation. She broke the seal. There was an inner envelope directed to Miss Raby, and she smiled at the mere thought of the pleasure Gerard must have felt in tracing that name. The seal, as he regarded it, of their future union. But when she unfolded the sheet and glanced down the page, her attention was riveted by other emotions. Thus Neville wrote: "My own sweet Elizabeth, I write in haste, But doubt is so painful, and tidings fly so quickly, that I hope you will hear first, by means of these lines, the new blow fate has prepared for us. My father lies dangerously ill. This, I fear, will again delay the trial, occasion prolonged imprisonment, and keep you still a martyr to those duties you so courageously fulfill. We must have patience. We are impotent to turn aside irrevocable decrees. Yet, when we think how much hangs on the present moment of time, the heart, my weak heart at least, is wrung by anguish. I cannot tell whether Sir Boyvill is aware of his situation. He is too much oppressed by illness for conversation. The sole desire he testifies is to have me near him. Once or twice he has pressed my hand and looked on me with affection. I never remember to have received before such testimonials of paternal love. Such is the force of the natural tie between us, that I am deeply moved, and would not leave him for the whole world. My poor father! He has no friend, no relative but me, and now, after so much haughtiness and disdain, he, in his need, is like a little child, reduced to feel his only support in natural affections. His unwonted gentleness subdues my soul. Oh, who would rule by power, when so much more absolute a tyranny is established through love? Sophia is very kind, but she is not his child. The hour approaches when we should be at Carlisle. What will be the result of our absence? What the event of this illness? I am perplexed and agitated beyond measure. In a day or two all will be decided. If Sir Boyvill becomes convalescent, still it may be long before he can undertake so distant a journey. Do not fear that for a moment I shall neglect your interests. They are my own. For months I have lived only on the expectation of the hour when you should be liberated from the horrors of your present position, and the anticipation of another delay is torture. Even your courage must sink, your patience have an end. Yet a little longer, my Elizabeth, support yourself. Let not your noble heart fail at this last hour, this last attack of adversity. Be all that you have ever been, firm, resigned, and generous. In your excellence I place all my trust. I will write again very speedily, and if you can imagine any service that I can do you, command me to the utmost. I write by my father's bedside. He does not sleep, but he is still. Farewell, I love you. In those words is summed a life of weal or woe for me and for you also, my Elizabeth. Do not call me selfish for feeling thus, even here. Yes, yes, thought Elizabeth, busy fingers are weaving, the web of destiny is unrolling fast. We may not think, nor hope, nor scarcely breathe. We must await the hour. Death is doing his work. What victim will he select? The intelligence in this letter, communicated on the morrow to all concerned in the coming trial, filled each with anxiety. In a very few days the assizes would commence. Falkner's name stood first on the list. Delay was bitter, yet he must prepare for delay, and arm himself anew with resolution. Several anxious days passed. Elizabeth received no other letter. She felt that Sir Boyvill's danger was protracted, that Gerard was still in uncertainty. The post hour now became a moment of hope and dread. It was a sort of harassing inquietude, hard to endure. At length a few lines from Lady Cecil arrived. They brought no comfort. All remained in the same state. The assizes began. On the morrow the judges were expected in Carlisle, and already all that bustle commenced that bore the semblance of gaiety in the rest of the town, but which was so mournful and fearful in the jail. There were several capital cases. As Elizabeth heard them discussed, her blood ran cold. She hated life and all its adjuncts. To know of misery she could not alleviate was always saddening, but to feel the squalid, mortal misery of such a place and hour brought home to her own heart was a wretchedness beyond all expression, poignant and hideous. The day that the judges arrived, Elizabeth presented herself in Falkner's cell, a letter in her hand. Her first words announced good tidings. Yet she was agitated, tearful. Something strange and awful had surely betided. It was a letter from Neville that she held, and gave to Falkner to read. I shall soon be in Carlisle, my dearest friend, but this letter will outspeed me, and bring you the first intelligence of my poor father's death. Thank God I did my duty by him to the last. Thank God he died in peace with me and the whole world. The uneasiness of pain yielded at first to torpor, and thus we feared he would die. But before his death he recovered himself an hour or two, and though languid and feeble, his mind was clear. How little, dear Elizabeth, do we know of our fellow creatures, each shrouded in the cloak of manner. That cloak of various dyes displays little of the naked man within. We thought my father vain, selfish, and cruel. He was all this, but he was something else that we knew not of. He was generous, humane, humble. These qualities he hid as if they had been vices. He struggled with them. Pride prevented him from recognizing them as the redeeming points of a faulty nature. He despised himself for feeling them until he was on his deathbed. Then, in broken accents, he asked me, his only son, to pardon his mistakes and cruelties. He asked me to forgive him in my dear mother's name. He acknowledged his injustices towards her. Would that I might live, he said, for my awakened conscience urges me to repair a portion of the evils I have caused. But it is too late. Strange that I should never have given ear to the whisperings of justice, though they were often audible, till now, when there is no help. Yet is it so? Cannot some reparation be made? There is one. And as he spoke, he half raised himself, and some of the wonted fire flashed from his glazed eye. But he sunk back again, saying in a low but distinct voice, Falkner, Rupert Falkner, he is innocent. I know and feel his innocence, yet I have striven to bring him to the death. Let me record my belief that his tale is true, and that Alethea died the victim of her own heroism, not by his hand. Gerard, remember, report these words, save him. His sufferings have been great. Promise me, that I may feel that God and Alethea will forgive me, as I forgive him. I act now as your mother would have had me act. I act to please her. I speak it without shame. My eyes ran over with tears, and this softening of a proud heart before the remembered excellence of one so long dead, so long thought of with harshness and resentment, was the very triumph of the good spirit of the world. Yet tears were all the thanks I could give for several minutes. He saw that I was moved, but his strength was fast leaving him, and pressing my hand and murmuring, My last duty is now performed. I will sleep. He turned away his head. He never spoke more, except to articulate my name. And once or twice, as his lips moved, and I bent down to listen, I heard the name of my mother breathed at the latest hour. I cannot write more. The trial will take place, I am told, immediately before the funeral. I shall be in Carlisle. All will go well, dear Elizabeth, and when we meet again, happier feelings will be ours. God bless you now and always, as you deserve. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 48. All things now assumed an anxious aspect. All was hurrying to a conclusion. Tomorrow the trial was to come on. Security is not a word for mortal man to use, more especially when the issue of an event depends on the opinions and actions of his fellow creatures. Falkner's acquittal was probable, but not certain. Even if the impression went in general in his favor, a single juryman might hold out, and perverseness, adding to obstinacy, would turn the scale against him. Sickening fears crept over Elizabeth's heart. She endeavored to conceal them. She endeavored to smile and repeat, "This is our last day of bondage." Falkner cast no thought upon the worst. Innocence shut out fear. He could not look forward to the ignominy of such a trial without acute suffering. Yet there was an austere composure in his countenance that spoke of fortitude and reliance on a power beyond the limit of human influence. His turn had come to encourage Elizabeth. There was a nobleness and simplicity of character common to both that made them very intelligible to each other. Falkner, however, had long been nourishing secret thoughts and plans, of which he had made no mention till now, the crisis impending, he thought it best to lift a portion of the veil that covered the future. "Yes," he said, in reply to Elizabeth, "tomorrow will be the last day of slavery. I regain my human privileges after tomorrow, and I shall not be slow to avail myself of them. My first act will be to quit this country. I have never trod its soil but to find misery. After tomorrow I leave it forever." Elizabeth started and looked inquiringly. Were her wishes, her destiny, to have no influence over his plans? He knew of the hope, the affection, that rendered England dear to her. Falkner took her hand. "You will join me hereafter, dearest. But you will, in the first instance, yield to my request, and consent to a separation for a time." "Never," said Elizabeth. "You cannot deceive me. You act thus for my purposes, and not your own, and you misconceive everything. We will never part." "Daughters, when they marry," observed Falkner, "leave father, mother, all, and follow the fortunes of their husbands. You must submit to the common law of human society." "Do not ask me to reason with you and refute your arguments," replied Elizabeth. "Our position is different from that of any other parent and child. I will not say I owe you more than daughter ever owed father. Perhaps the sacred tie of blood may stand in place of the obligations you have heaped on me. But I will not reason. I cannot leave you. Right or wrong in the eyes of others, my own heart would perpetually reproach me. I should image your solitary wanderings, your lonely hours of sickness and suffering, and my peace of mind would be destroyed." "It is true," said Falkner, "that I am more friendless than most men. Yet I am not so weak and womanish that I need perpetual support. Your society is dear to me, dearer, God, who reads my heart, knows, than liberty or life. I shall return to that society, and again enjoy it. But for a time do not fear but that I can form such transitory ties as will prevent solitary suffering. Men and women abound who will feel benevolently towards the lonely stranger. Money purchases respect. Blameless manners win kindness. I shall find friends in my need if I desire it, and I shall return at last to you." "My dearest father," said Elizabeth, "you cannot deceive me. I penetrate your motives, but you wholly mistake. You would force me also to mistake your character, but I know you too well. You never form transitory friendships. You take no pleasure in the ordinary run of human intercourse. You inquire, you seek for instruction, you endeavor to confer benefits, but you have no happiness except such as you derive from your heart, and that is not easily impressed. Did you not for many long years continue faithful to one idea, adhere to one image, devote yourself to one only, despite all that separated you? Did not the impediment you found to the fulfillment of your visions blight your whole life and bring you here? Pardon me if I allude to these things. I cannot be to you what she was, but you can no more banish me from your heart and imagination than you could her. I know that you cannot. We are not parent and child," she continued playfully, "but we have a strong resemblance on one point. Fidelity is our characteristic. We will not speak of this to others. They might think that we boasted. I am not quite sure that it is not a defect, at least in some cases, as with you it proved a misfortune. To me it can never be such. It repays itself. I cannot leave you, whatever befalls. If Gerald Neville is hereafter lost to me, I cannot help it. It would kill me to fall off from you. I must follow the natural, the irresistible bent of my character. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we will speak more of this. What is necessary for your happiness, be assured, I will fulfill without repining. But now, dearest father, let us not speak of the future now. My heart is too full of the present. The future appears to me a dream never to be arrived at. Oh, how more than blessed I shall be when the future, the long future, shall grow into interest and importance. They were interrupted. One person came in, and then another, and the appalling details of the morrow effectually banished all thoughts of plans, the necessity of which Falkner wished to impress on his young companion. He also was obliged to give himself up to present cares. He received all, he talked to all, with a serious but unembarrassed air, while Elizabeth sat shuddering by, wiping away her tears unseen, and turning her dimmed eyes from one to the other, pale and miserable. We have fortitude and resignation for ourselves, but when those beloved are in peril, we can only weep and pray. Sheltered in a dusky corner, a little retreated behind Falkner, she watched, she listened to all, and her heart almost broke. Leave him? After this, leave him, she thought, a prey to such memories. Oh, may all good angels desert me when I become so vile a wretch. The hour came when they must part. She was not to see him on the morrow until the trial was over, for her presence during the preliminary scenes was neither fitting nor practicable. Already great indulgences had been granted to the prisoner, arising from his peculiar position, the great length of time since the supposed crime had been committed, and the impression now become general that he was innocent. But this had limits. The morrow was to decide all, and send him forth free and guiltless, or doom him to all the horrors of condemnation and final suffering. Their parting was solemn. Neither indulged in grief. Falkner felt composed. Elizabeth endeavored to assume tranquillity, but her lips quivered, and she could not speak. It was like separating, not to meet for years. A few short hours, and she would look again upon his face, but how much would happen in the interval? How mighty a change have occurred? What agony would both have gone through, the one picturing, the other enduring the scene of the morrow, the gaze of thousands, the accusation, the evidence, the defense, the verdict, each of these bearing with it, to the well-born and refined, a barbed dart, pregnant with thrilling poison, ignominy added to danger. How Elizabeth longed to express to the assembled world the honor in which she held him, whom all looked on as overwhelmed with disgrace. How she yearned to declare the glory she took in the ties that bound them, and the affection that she bore. She must be mute, but she felt all this to bursting, and her last words, best of men, excellent, upright, noble, generous, God will preserve you and restore you to me, expressed in some degree the swelling emotions of her soul. They parted. Night and silence gathered round Falkner's pillow. With stoical firmness he banished retrospect, he banished care. He laid his hopes and fears at the feet of that almighty power, who holds earth and all it contains in the hollow of his hand, and he would trouble himself no more concerning the inevitable, though unknown decree. His thoughts were at first solemn and calm, and then, as the human mind can never, even in torture, fix itself unalterably on one point, milder and more pleasing reveries presented themselves. He thought of himself as a wild, yet not worthless schoolboy. He remembered the cottage porch, clustered over with odoriferous parasites, under whose shadow sat the sick, pale lady with her starry eyes and wise lessons, and her radiant daughter, whose soft hand he held as they both nestled close at her feet. He recalled his wanderings with that daughter over hill and dale, when their steps were light and their hearts unburdened with a care, soared to that heaven which her blessed spirit had already reached. Oh, what is life, that these dreams of youth and innocence should have conducted her to an untimely grave, him to a felon's cell! The thought came with a sharp pang. Again he banished it, and the land of Greece, his perils, and his wanderings with Elizabeth on the shores of Zante, now replaced his other memories. He then bore a burden on his heart, which veiled with dark crape the glories of a sunny climate, the heart-cheering tenderness of his adopted child. This was less bitter, this meeting of fate, this atonement. Sleep crept over him at last, and such is the force of innocence, that though a cloud of agony hung over his awakening, yet he slept peacefully on the eve of his trial. Towards morning his sleep became less tranquil. He moved, he groaned. Then opening his eyes, he started up, struggling to attain full consciousness of where he was, and wherefore. He had been dreaming, and he asked himself what had been the subject of his dreams. Was it Greece, or the dreary waste shores of Cumberland? And why did that fair lingering shape beckon him? Was it Alethea or Elizabeth? Before these confused doubts could be solved, he recognized the walls of the cell, and saw the shadow of the bars of his windows on the curtains spread before it. It was morning, the morning, where would another sun find him? He rose and drew aside the curtain, and there were the dark high walls, weather-stained and huge. Clear but sunless daylight was spread over each object. It penetrated every nook, and yet was devoid of cheer. There is indeed something inexpressibly desolate in the sight of the early, gray, chill dawn dissipating the shadows of night, when the day which it harbingers is to bring misery. Night is a cloak, a shelter, a defense. All men sleep at night. The law sleeps, and its dread ministrants are harmless in their beds, hushed like cradled children. Even now they sleep, thought Falkner, pillowed and curtained in luxury. But day is come, and they will soon resume their offices, and drag me before them. And wherefore? Because it is day, because it is Wednesday, because names have been given to portions of time which otherwise might be passed over and forgotten. To the surgeon's eye, a human body sometimes presents itself merely as a mass of bones, muscles, and arteries, though that human body may contain a soul to emulate Shakespeare. And thus there are moments when the wretched dissect the forms of life, and contemplating only the outward semblance of events, wonder how so much power of misery, or the reverse, resides in what is after all but sleeping or waking, walking here or walking there, seeing one fellow creature instead of another. Such were the morbid sensations that absorbed Falkner as day grew clearer and clearer, the narrow court more gloomy as compared with the sky, and the objects in his cell assumed their natural color and appearances. All asleep, he again thought, except I, the sufferer. And does my own Elizabeth sleep? Heaven grant it, and guard her slumbers. May those dear eyes long remain closed in peace upon this miserable day. He dressed himself long before anyone in the prison, and jailers are early risers, was awake. At last there were steps in the passage, bolts were drawn, and voices heard. These familiar sounds recalled him to actual life and approaching inevitable events. His haughty soul awoke again. A dogged pride steeled his heart. He remembered the accusation, the execration in which he believed himself to be held, and his innocence. Retribution or atonement, I am ready to pay it, as it is demanded of me for Alethea's sake. But the injustice of man is not lessened on this account. Henceforth I am to be stamped with ignominy. And yet in what am I worse than my fellows? At least they shall not see that my spirit bends before them. He assumed cheerfulness, and bore all the preliminaries of preparation with apparent carelessness. Sometimes his eagle eye flashed fire, sometimes fixed on vacancy. A whole life of memories passed across his mental vision. But there was no haste, no trepidation, no faltering. He never thought of danger or of death. Innocence sustained him. The ignominy of the present was all that he felt that he had to endure and master. That and the desolation beyond, when branded through life as he believed he should be, even by acquittal, he was henceforth to be looked on as an outcast. At length he was led forth to trial, pride in his heart, resolution in his eye. He passed out of the gloomy portal of the prison, and entered the sunlit street. Houses were around, but through an opening he caught a glimpse of the country. Uplands and lawny fields and tree-crested hills, the work of God himself. Sunshine rested on the scene. One used to liberty had regarded with contempt the restricted view presented by the opening. But to the prisoner, who for months had only seen his prison walls, it seemed as if the creation lay unrolled in its majesty before him. What was man in comparison with the power that upheld the earth and bade the sun to shine? And man was to judge him? What mockery! Man and all his works were but a plaything in the hands of omnipotence, and to that Falkner submitted his destiny. He rose above the degrading circumstances around him. He looked down upon his fate. A real, a lofty calm at last possessed his soul. He felt that naught said or done that day by his fellow creatures could move him. His reliance was elsewhere. It rested on his own innocence, and his intimate sense that he was in no more danger now than if sheltered in the farthest, darkest retreat, unknown to man. He walked as if surrounded by an atmosphere which no storms from without could penetrate. He entered the court with a serene brow, and so much dignity added to a look that expressed such entire peace of conscience, that everyone who beheld him became prepossessed in his favor. His distinct calm voice declaring himself not guilty, the confidence, untinged by vaunting, with which he uttered the customary appeal to God and his country, excited admiration at first, and then, when a second sentiment could be felt, the most heart-moving pity. Such a man, so unstained by vice, so raised above crime, had never stood there before. Accustomed to the sight of vulgar rogues or hardened ruffians, wonder was mingled with a certain self-examination, which made each man feel that, if justice were done, he probably deserved more to be in that dock than the prisoner. And then they remembered that he stood there to be consigned to life or death, as the jury should decide. A breathless interest was awakened, not only in the spectators, but even in those hardened by habit to scenes like this. Every customary act of the court was accompanied by a solemnity unfelt before. The feeling, indeed, that reigned was something more than solemn. Thirsting curiosity and eager wonder gave way before a thrilling awe, to think that that man might be condemned to an ignominious end. When once the trial had begun, and his preliminary part had been played, Falkner sat down. He became, to all appearance, abstracted. He was, indeed, thinking of things more painful than even the present scene, the screams and struggles of the agonized Alethea, her last sad sleep in the hut upon the shore, the strangling, turbid waves, her wet, lifeless form, her low, unnamed grave dug by him. Had those been atoned for by long years of remorse and misery, or was the present ignominy and worse that might ensue fitting punishment? Be it as it might, he was equal to the severest blows, and ready to lay down a life in compensation for that of which he, most unintentionally and yet most cruelly, had deprived her. His thoughts were not recalled to the present scene till a voice struck his ear, so like hers, Did the dead speak? Knit up as he was to the endurance of all, he trembled from head to foot. He had been so far away from that place, till the echo, as it were, of Alethea's voice recalled him. In a moment he recovered himself, and found that it was her child, Gerald Neville, who was giving his evidence. He heard the son of his victim speak of him as innocent, and a thrill of thankfulness entered his soul. He smiled, and hope and sympathy with his fellow creatures, and natural softening feelings, replaced the gloomy bitterness and harshness of his past reflections. He felt that he should be acquitted, and that it became him to impress all present favorably. It became him to conduct himself so as to show his confidence in the justice of those on whom his fate depended, and at once to assert the dignity of innocence. From that time he gave himself entirely up to the details of the trial. He became attentive, and not the less calm and resolute, because he believed that his own exertions would crown the hour with success. The spectators saw the change in him, and were roused to double interest. The court clock, meanwhile, kept measure of the time that passed. The hands traveled silently on. Another turn, and all would be over. And what would then be? End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 49. Elizabeth, meanwhile, might envy the resolution that bore him through these appalling scenes. On the night after leaving him, she had not even attempted to rest. Wrapped in a shawl, she threw herself on a sofa, and told each hour during the livelong night. Her reveries were wild, vague, and exquisitely painful. In the morning she tried to recall her faculties. She remembered her conviction that on that day Falkner would be liberated, and she dressed herself with care, that she might welcome him with the appearances of rejoicing. She expected with unconquerable trepidation the hour when the court would meet. Before that hour there was a knock at her door, and a visitor was announced. It was Mrs. Raby. It was indeed a solace to see a friendly face of her own sex. She had been so long deprived of this natural support. Lady Cecil had now and then written to her. Her letters were always affectionate, but she seemed stunned by the magnitude of the blow that had fallen on her friend, and unable to proffer consolation. With kindness of heart, sweetness of temper, and much good sense, still Lady Cecil was commonplace and worldly. Mrs. Raby was of a higher order of being. She saw things too exclusively through one medium, and thus the scope of her exertions was narrowed. But that medium was a pure and elevated one. In visiting Elizabeth on this occasion, she soared beyond it. Long and heavily had her desertion of the generous girl weighed on her conscience. She could sympathize in her heroism, and warmly approve. It was in her nature to praise and to reward merit, and she had withheld all tribute from her abandoned niece. The interests of her religion, blended with those of family, actuated her, and while resisting a natural impulse of generosity, she fancied that she was doing right. She had spoken concerning her with no one but Lady Cecil, and she, while she praised her young friend, forgot to speak of Falkner, and there lay the stumbling block to every motion in her favor. When Elizabeth repaired to Carlisle, Mrs. Raby returned to Belforest. She scarcely knew how to introduce the subject to her father-in-law, and when she did, he, verging into dotage, only said, "Act as you please, my dear, I rely on you. Act for the honor and welfare of yourself and your children." The old man day by day lost his powers of memory and reason. By the time of the trial he had become a mere cipher. Every responsibility fell on Mrs. Raby, and she, eager to do right and fearful to do wrong, struggled with her better nature, wavered, repented, and yet remained inactive. Neville strongly reprobated the conduct of everyone towards Elizabeth. He had never seen Mrs. Raby, but she in particular he regarded with the strongest disapprobation. It so happened that, the very day after his father's death, he was at Lady Cecil's when Mrs. Raby called, and by an exception in the general orders made for Elizabeth's sake, she was let come up. Gerard was alone in the drawing-room when she was announced. He rose hastily, meaning to withdraw, when the lady's appearance changed his entire mind. We ridicule the minutiae of the science of physiognomy, but who is not open to first impressions? Neville was prepossessed favorably by Mrs. Raby's countenance, her open, thoughtful brow, her large, dark, melancholy eyes, her dignity of manner, joined to evident marks of strong feeling, at once showed him that he saw a woman capable of generous sentiments and heroic sacrifice. He felt that there must have been some grievous error in Sophia's proceedings not to have awakened more active interest in her mind. While he was forming these conclusions, Mrs. Raby was struck by him in an equally favorable manner. No one could see Gerard Neville without feeling that something angelic, something nobly disinterested, unearthly in its purity, yet beyond the usual nature of man, sympathetic, animated a countenance that was all sensibility, genius, and love. In a minute they were intimate friends. Lady Cecil, hearing that they were together, would not interrupt them, and their conversation was long. Neville related his first acquaintance with Elizabeth Raby. He sketched the history of Falkner. He described him, and the scene when he denounced himself as the destroyer of Alethea. He declared his conviction of his innocence. He narrated Sir Boyville's dying words. Then they both dwelt on his long imprisonment, Elizabeth's faithful affection, and all that they must have undergone, enough to move the stoniest heart. Tears rushed into Gerard's eyes while he spoke, while he described her innocence, her integrity, her total forgetfulness of self. "And I have deserted her!" exclaimed Mrs. Raby. "We have all deserted her. This must not continue. You go to Carlisle tomorrow for the trial. The moment it is over, and Mr. Falkner acquitted, when they have left that town, where all is so full of their name and story, I will see her, and try to make up for my past neglect." "It will be too late," said Gerard. "You may then please yourself by admiring one so superior to every human being, but you will not benefit her. Falkner acquitted, she will have risen above all need of your support. Now is the hour to be of use, the very hour of the trial, when this unfortunate heroic girl is thrown entirely on herself, wounded by her absolute friendlessness, yet disdaining to complain. I could almost wish that Sophia would disregard appearances and hasten to her side, although her connection with our family would render that too strange. But you, Mrs. Raby, what should stop you? She is your niece. How vain to attempt to conceal this from the world! It must be known, through me, I fondly trust. It will be known. Who shall claim her as Miss Raby, when, as Elizabeth Falkner, I could never see her more? And when it is known, will not your desertion be censured? Be wise, be generous, win that noblest and gentlest heart by your kindness now, and the very act will be your reward. Hasten to Carlisle, be with her in the saddest hour that ever one so young and innocent passed through." Mrs. Raby was moved. She was persuaded. She felt a veil fall from before her eyes. She saw her duty, and she keenly felt the littleness of her past desertion. She did not hesitate. And now that she perceived how gladly her niece welcomed her in this hour of affliction, and how gratefully she appreciated her kindness, she found in the approval of her own heart the sweetest recompense for her disinterestedness. Elizabeth's swollen eyes and timid, hurried manner betrayed how she had passed the night, and how she was possessed by the most agitating fears. Still she spoke of the acquittal of her father, as she took pride in calling him at this crisis as certain; and Mrs. Raby, taking advantage of this, endeavored to draw her mind from the torture of representing to herself the progress of the scene then acting at so short a distance from them, by speaking of the future. Elizabeth mentioned Falkner's determination to quit England, and her own to accompany him. The hinted dissuasion of Mrs. Raby she disregarded. "He has been a father to me. I am his child. What would you say to a daughter who deserted her father in adversity and sickness? And, dear Mrs. Raby, you must remember that my father is, in spite of all his courage, struck by disease. Accustomed to my attentions, he would die if left to hirelings. Deserted by me, he would sink into apathy or despair." Mrs. Raby listened. She admired the enthusiasm, and yet the softness, the sensibility, and firmness of her young kinswoman. But she was pained. Many ideas assailed her, but she would not entertain them. They were too wild and dangerous. And yet her heart, formed for generosity, was tempted to trample upon the suggestions of prudence and the qualms of bigotry. To give diversion to her thoughts, she mentioned Gerald Neville. A blush of pleasure, a smile shone more in the eyes than on the lips, mantled over her niece's countenance. She spoke of him as of a being scarcely earthly in his excellence. His devotion to his mother first, and lately his generosity towards her, his resolution to go to America, to seek Osborne, for her sake and the sake of justice, were themes for eloquence. She spoke with warmth and truth. "Yet, if you follow Mr. Falkner's fortune," said Mrs. Raby, "you will see him no more." "I cannot believe that," replied Elizabeth. "Yet, if it must be so, I am resigned. He will never forget me, and I shall feel that I am worthy of him, though separated. Better that than to remain at the sacrifice of all I hold honorable and good. He would despise me, and that were worse absence, an absence of the heart 10,000 times more galling than mere distance of place. One would be eternal and irremediable, the other easily obviated when our duties should no longer clash. I go with my father because he is suffering. Neville may join us because he is innocent. He will not, I feel and know, either forget me or stay away forever." End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 50. While they were conversing, quick footsteps were heard in the street below. Mrs. Raby had succeeded in making the time pass more lightly than could be hoped. It was 3 o'clock. There was a knock at the door of the house. Elizabeth, breaking off abruptly, turned ashy pale, and clasped her hands in the agony of expectation. Osborne rushed into the room. "It is all over!" he exclaimed. "All is well!" Tears streamed from his eyes as he spoke, and ran up to shake hands with Elizabeth and congratulate her, with an ardor and joy that contrasted strangely with the frightened-looking being he had always before shown himself. "Mr. Falkner is acquitted. He is free. He will soon be here." No one could doubt his innocence that saw him. No one did doubt it. The jury did not even retire. Thus Osborne ran on, relating the events of the trial. Falkner's mere appearance had prepossessed everyone. The frankness of his open brow, his dignified, unembarrassed manner, his voice, whose clear tones were the very echo of truth, vouched for him. The barrister who conducted the prosecution narrated the facts rather as a mystery to be inquired into than as a crime to be detected. Gerald Neville's testimony was entirely favorable to the prisoner. he showed how Falkner, wholly unsuspected, safe from the shadow of accusation, had spontaneously related the unhappy part he took in his unfortunate mother's death, for the sake of restoring her reputation and relieving the minds of her relatives. The narrative, written in Greece and left as explanation in case of his death, was further proof of the truth of his account. Gerard declared himself satisfied of his innocence, and when he stated his father's dying words, his desire, at the last hour on the bed of death, to record his belief in Falkner's being guiltless of the charge brought against him, words spoken as it were yesterday, for he who uttered them still lay unburied, the surprise seemed to be that he should have suffered a long imprisonment and the degradation of a trial. Osborne's own evidence was clear and satisfactory. At last Falkner himself was asked what defense he had to make. As he rose, every eye turned on him, every voice and breath were hushed. A solemn silence reigned. His words were few, spoken calmly and impressively. He rested his innocence on the very evidence brought against him. He had been the cause of the lady's death, and asked for no mercy. But for her sake, and the sake of that heroic feeling that led her to encounter death amid the waves, he asked for justice, and he did not for a moment doubt that it would be rendered him. "Nor could you doubt it, as you heard him," continued Osborne. "Never were truth and innocence written so clearly on human countenance as on his, as he looked upon the jury with his eagle eyes, addressing them without pride, but with infinite majesty, as if he could rule their souls through the power of a clear conscience and a just cause. They did not hesitate. The jury did not hesitate a moment. I rushed here the moment I heard the words, and now he is come." Many steps were again heard in the street below, and one, which Elizabeth could not mistake, upon the stairs. Falkner entered. She flew to his arms, and he pressed her to his bosom, wrapping her in a fond, long embrace, while neither uttered a word. A few moments of trembling, almost to agony, a few agitated tears, and the natural gladness of the hour assumed its genuine aspect. Falkner, commanding himself, could shake hands with Osborne and thank him, and Elizabeth presented him to Mrs. Raby. He at once comprehended the kindness of her visit, and acknowledged it with a heartfelt thankfulness that showed how much he had suffered while picturing Elizabeth's abandonment. Soon various other persons poured into the room, and it was necessary to pass through many congratulations, and to thank, and what was really painful, to listen to the outpouring talk of those persons who had been present at the trial. Yet, at such a moment, the heart, warmed and open, acknowledges few distinctions. Among those whose evident joy in the result filled Elizabeth with gratitude, she and Falkner felt touched by none so much as the visit of a turnkey, who was ashamed to show himself, yet who, hearing they were immediately to quit Carlisle, begged permission to see them once again. The poor fellow, who looked on Elizabeth as an angel and Falkner as a demigod, for, not forgetting others in their adversity, they had discovered and assisted his necessities. The poor fellow seemed out of his mind with joy. Ecstasy was painted on his face. There was no mistaking the clear language of a full and grateful heart. At length the hurry and tumult subsided. All departed. Falkner and his beloved companion were left alone, and for a few short hours enjoyed a satisfaction so perfect that angels might have envied them. Falkner was humbled, it is true, and looked to the past with the same remorse, but in vain did he think that his pride ought to feel deeply wounded by the scene of that day. In vain did he tell himself that, after such a trial, the purity of his honor was tarnished. His heart told another tale. Its emphatic emotions banished every conventional or sophisticated regret. He was honestly though calmly glad, and acknowledge the homely feeling with the sincerity of a man who had never been nourished in false refinements or factitious woes. In the evening, when it was dusk, said Falkner, "Let us, love, take a walk." The words made Elizabeth both laugh and cry for joy. He put on his hat, and with her on his arm they got quickly out of the town and strolled down a neighboring lane. The wind that waved the heads of the still leafless trees, the aspect of the starry sky, the widespread fields, were felt as blessings from heaven by the liberated prisoner. "They all seem," he said, "created purely for my enjoyment. How sweet is nature! How divine a thing is liberty! Oh, my God! I dare not be so happy as I would. There is one thought to chill the genial glow. But for the image of lost dead Alethea, I should enjoy a felicity too pure for frail humanity." As they returned into the town, a carriage with 4 posters passed them. Elizabeth recognized at once Gerald Neville within. A pang shot through her heart to remember that they did not share their feelings, but were separated, perhaps forever, at this very hour. On her return, worn out with fatigue and oppressed with this reflection, she bade good night to Falkner, and he, happy in the idea that the same roof would cover them, kissed and embraced her. On entering her room she found a letter on her toilette, and smiles again dimpled her face. It was a letter from Neville. It contained a few words, a very few, of congratulation, reminding her that he must hurry back to town for the melancholy task of his father's funeral, and imploring that neither she nor Falkner would determine on any immediate step. "I cannot penetrate the cloud in which we are enveloped," he said, "but I know that I ought not, that I cannot lose you. A little time, a little reflection, may show us how to accord our various duties with the great necessity of our not being separated. Be not rash, therefore, my own Elizabeth, nor let your friend be rash. Surely the worst is over, and we may be permitted at last to hate no more, and to be happy." Elizabeth kissed the letter and placed it beneath her pillow. That night she slept sweetly and well. Early in the morning Mrs. Raby called on them. The same prepossession which Gerard had felt in her favor as soon as he saw her had taken place in her on seeing Falkner. There is a sort of magnetism that draws like to like, and causes minds of fine and lofty tone to recognize each other when brought in contact. Mrs. Raby saw and acknowledged at once Falkner's superiority. Whatever his faults had been, they were winnowed away by adversity, and he was become at once the noblest and gentlest of human beings. Mrs. Raby had that touch of generosity in her own character that never permitted her to see merit without openly acknowledging and endeavoring to reward it. The first thought of the plan she now entertained she had cast away as impracticable, but it returned. The desire to give and to benefit, a natural growth in her heart, made her look on it with complacency. By degrees she dismissed the objections that presented themselves, and resolved to act upon it. We complain, she thought, of the barrenness of life, and the tediousness and faults of our fellow creatures. And when Providence brings before us 2 selected from the world as endowed with every admirable quality, we allow 1,000 unworthy considerations, which assume the voice of prudence, to exile us from them. Where can I find a man like Falkner, full of honor, sensibility, and talent? Where a girl like Elizabeth, who has proved herself to be the very type of virtuous fidelity? Such companions will teach my children better than volumes of moral treatises the existence and loveliness of human goodness. Mrs. Raby passed a sleepless night, revolving these thoughts. In the morning she called on her new friends, and then, with all the grace that was her peculiar charm, she invited them to accompany her to Belforest, and to take up their residence there for the next few months. Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with delight. Falkner at once accepted the invitation for her, and declined it for himself. "You hear him, my dear aunt," cried Elizabeth, "but you will not accept his refusal. You will not permit this perversity." "You forget many things when you speak thus," said Falkner, "but Mrs. Raby remembers them all. I thank her for her kindness, but I am sure she will admit of the propriety of my declining her invitation." "You imagine, then," replied Mrs. Raby, "that I made it for form's sake, intending it should be refused. You mistake. I know what you mean, and all you would covertly suggest. Let us cast aside the ceremonies of mere acquaintanceship. Let us be friends, and speak with the openness natural to us. Do you consent to this?" "You are good, very good," said Falkner. "Except this dear girl, who will deign to be my friend?" "If I thought," replied Mrs. Raby, "that your heart was so narrowed by the disasters and injustice you have suffered, that you must hereafter shut yourself up with the remembrance of them, I should feel inclined to retract my offer, for friendship is a mutual feeling, and he who feels only for himself can be no one's friend. But this is not the case with you. You have a heart true to every touch of sympathy, as Elizabeth can testify, since you determined to live for her sake when driven to die by the agony of your sufferings. Let us then at once dismiss notions which I must consider as unworthy of us. When we turn to the page of history and read of men visited by adversity, what do we say to those of their fellow creatures who fall off from them on account of their misfortunes? Do we not call them little-minded, and visit them with our contempt? Do not class me with such. I might pass you carelessly by, if you had always been prosperous. It is your misfortunes that inspire me with friendship, that render me eager to cultivate an intimacy with one who has risen above the most frightful calamity that could befall a man, and shown himself at once repentant and courageous. You will understand what I mean without long explanation. We shall have time for that hereafter. I honor you. What my heart feels, my voice and actions will ever be ready to proclaim. For Elizabeth's sake, you must not permit the world to think that he who adopted and brought her up is unworthy of regard and esteem. Come with us to Belforest, you must not refuse. I long to introduce my girls to their matchless cousin. I long to win her heart by my affection and kindness. And if you will permit me the enviable task, how proud and glad I shall be to repay a portion of what we owe you on her account, by endeavoring to compensate by a few months of tranquillity and friendship for the misery you have undergone." Mrs. Raby spoke with sincerity and earnestness, and Elizabeth's eyes pleaded her cause yet more eloquently. "Where you go," she said to Falkner, "there also I shall be. I shall not repine, however you decide, but we shall be very happy at Belforest." It was real modesty and no false pride that actuated Falkner. He felt happy, yet when he looked outward, he fancied that hereafter he must be shut out from society, a branded man. He intimately felt the injustice of this. He accepted it as a punishment for the past, but he did not the less proudly rise above it. It was a real pleasure to find one entertaining the generous sentiments which Mrs. Raby expressed, and capable of acting on them. He felt worthy of her regard, and acknowledged that none but conventional reasons placed any barrier to his accepting her kind offers. Why, then, should he reject them? He did not. Frankly and with sincere thanks, he suffered himself to be overruled, and on the following day they were on their road to Belforest. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 51. It was one of those days which do sometimes occur in March, warm and balmy and enlivening as spring always is. The birds were busy among the leafless boughs, and if the carriage stopped for a moment, the gushing song of the skylark attracted the eye to his blue ethereal bower. A joyous welcome was breathed by nature to every heart, and none answered it so fervently as Falkner. Sentiments of pleasure possessed all three travelers. Mrs. Raby experienced that exultation natural to all human beings when performing a generous action. Elizabeth felt that in going to Belforest she drew nearer Neville, for there was no reason why he should not enter her grandfather's doors. But Falkner was happier than either. It was not the vulgar joy of having escaped danger. Partly it was gladness to see Elizabeth restored to her family, where only as things were she could find happiness, and yet not divided from him. Partly it arose from the relief he felt as the burden of heavy, long-endured care was lifted from his soul. But there was something more, which was incomprehensible even to himself. His bosom's lord sat lightly on its throne. He no longer turned a saddened, reproachful eye on nature, nor any more banished soft emotions, nourishing remorse as a duty. He was reconciled to himself and the world. The very circumstances of his prison and his trial being over, took with them the more galling portion of his retrospections. Health again filled his veins. At the moment when he had first accused himself, Neville saw in him a man about to die. It was evident now that the seeds of disease were destroyed. His person grew erect, his eye clear and animated. Elizabeth had never, since they left Greece, seen him so free from suffering. During all her intercourse with him, she never remembered him so bland and cheerful in his mood. It was the reward of much suffering, the gift of heaven to one who had endured patiently, opening his heart to the affections instead of cherishing pride and despair. It was the natural result of a noble disposition which could raise itself above even its own errors, throwing off former evil as alien to its nature, embracing good as its indefeasible right. They entered the majestic avenues and embowered glades of Belforest, where cedar, larch, and pine diversified the bare woods with a show of foliage. The turf was covered with early flowers. The buds were green and bursting on the boughs. Falkner remembered his visit the preceding summer. How little had he then foreseen impending events, and how far from his heart had then been the peace that at present so unaccountably possessed it. Then the wide demesne and stately mansion had appeared the abode of gloom and bigotry. Now it was changed to a happy valley where love and cheerfulness reigned. Mrs. Raby was welcomed by her children, 2 elegant girls of 15 and 16, and a spirited boy of 12. They adored their mother, and saw in their new cousin an occasion for rejoicing. Their sparkling looks and gay voices dispelled the last remnant of melancholy from the venerable mansion. Old Oswy Raby himself, too much sunk in dotage to understand what was going on, yet smiled and looked glad on the merry faces about him. He could not exactly make out who Elizabeth was. He was sure that it was a relation, and he treated her with an obsequious respect, which, considering his former impertinent tone, was exceedingly amusing. What was wanting to complete the universal happiness? Elizabeth's spirits rose to unwonted gaiety in the society of her young relations, and her cousin Edwin in particular found her the most delightful companion in the world, for she was as fearless on horseback as himself, and was unwearied in amusing him by accounts of the foreign countries she had seen, and adventures, ridiculous or fearful, that she had encountered. In Mrs. Raby she found a beloved friend for serious hours, and Falkner's recovered health and spirits were a source of exhaustless congratulation. Yet where was Gerald Neville? where the looks of love and rapturous sense of sympathy, before which all the other joys of life fade into dimness. Love causes us to get more rid of our haunting identity, and to give ourselves more entirely away than any other emotion. It is the most complete, the most without veil or shadow to mar its beauty. Every other human passion occupies but a distinct portion of our being. This assimilates with all, and turns the whole into bliss or misery. Elizabeth did not fear that Gerard would forget her. He had remembered through the dark hours gone by, and now his shadow walked with her beneath the avenues of Belforest, and the recollection of his love impregnated the balmy airs of spring with a sweetness unfelt before. Elizabeth had now leisure to love, and many an hour she spent in solitary yet blissful dreams, almost wondering that such happiness was to be found on earth. What a change, what a contrast between the death-girt prison of Carlisle and the love-adorned glades of her ancestral park! Not long ago the sky appeared to bend over one universe of tears and woe, and now in the midst a piece of heaven had dropped down upon earth, and she had entered the enchanted ground. Yet, as weeks sped on, some thoughts troubled her repose. Gerard neither came nor wrote. At length she got a letter from Lady Cecil, congratulating her on Falkner's acquittal, and the kindness of her aunt. Her letter was amiable, yet it was constrained; and Elizabeth, reading it again and again, and pondering on every expression, became aware that her friends felt less satisfaction than she did in the turn of fortune that placed her and Falkner together under her paternal roof. She had believed that, as Elizabeth Raby, Neville would at once claim her; but she was forced to recollect that Falkner was still at her side, and what intercourse could there be between him and his mother's destroyer? Thus anxiety and sadness penetrated poor Elizabeth's new-found paradise. She strove to appear the same, but she stole away when she could, to meditate alone on her strange lot. It doubled her regret to think that Neville also was unhappy. She figured the struggles he underwent. She almost thought that, if he were happy, she could bear all. She remembered him as she last saw him, agitated and wretched. She alone, she felt sure, could calm, she alone minister happiness. And were they never more to meet? Falkner, who watched Elizabeth with all the jealousy of excessive affection, soon perceived the change. At first her gaiety had been spontaneous, her step free, her voice and laugh the very echo of joy. Now the forced smile, the frequent abstraction, the eagerness with which she watched for opportunities to steal into solitude, while her attentions to him became even more sedulous and tender, as if she wished to prove how ready she was to make every sacrifice for his sake. All these appearances he saw, and his heart ached to think how the effects of his errors still spread poison over his own life and that of one so dear. He felt sure that Mrs. Raby shared his uneasiness. She and her niece were much less together than before. Elizabeth could not speak of the thoughts that occupied her, and she could not feign with her dear wise friend, whose eyes read her soul, and whose counsels or consolations she alike feared. Falkner saw Mrs. Raby's regards fix anxiously on her young relative. He penetrated her thoughts, and again he was forced to abhor himself as the destroyer of the happiness of all who came within his sphere. It was evident that some communication must take place between some one of the individuals thus misplaced and wretched. Elizabeth alone was resigned, and therefore silent. Falkner longed to act rather than to speak, to depart, to disappear forever. He also therefore brooded mutely over the state of things. Mrs. Raby, seeing the wretchedness that was creeping over the hearts of those whose happiness she most desired, was the first to enter on the subject. One day, being alone with Falkner, she began, "The more I see and admire my dearest niece," she said, "the greater I feel our obligation to be to you, Mr. Falkner, for having made her what she is. Her natural disposition is full of excellence, but it is the care and the education you bestowed which give her character so high a tone. Had she come to us in her childhood, it is more than probable she would have been placed in a convent. And what nature, however perfect, but would be injured by the system that reigns in those places? To you we owe our fairest flower, and if gratitude could repay you, you would be repaid by mine. To prove it and to serve you must always be the most pleasing duty of my life." "I should be much happier," said Falkner, "if I could regard my interference as you do. I fear I have injured irreparably my beloved girl, and that, through me, she is suffering pangs which she is too good to acknowledge, but which in the end may destroy her. Had I restored her to you, had she been brought up here, she and Gerald Neville would not now be separated." "But they might never have met," replied Mrs. Raby. "It is indeed vain thus to regard the past. Not only is it unalterable, but each link of the chain, producing the one that followed, seems, in our instance, to have been formed and riveted by a superior power for peculiar purposes. The whole order of events is inscrutable. One little change, and none of us would be as we are now. Except as a lesson or a warning, we ought not to contemplate the past, but the future certainly demands our attention. It is impossible to see Gerald Neville and not to feel an intense interest in him. He is worthy of our Elizabeth, and he is ardently attached to her, and has, besides, made a deep impression on her young heart, which I would not have erased or lessened. For I am sure that her happiness, as far as mortals can be happy, will be ensured by their marriage." "I stand in the way of this union, of that I am well aware," said Falkner. "But be assured I will not continue to be an obstacle to the welfare of my angel girl. It is for this that I would consult you. How are contradictions to be reconciled? Or rather, how can we contrive my absence so as to remove every impediment, and yet not to awaken Elizabeth's suspicions?" "I dislike contrivances," replied Mrs. Raby, "and I hate all mystery. Suffer me, therefore, to speak frankly to you. I have often conversed with Elizabeth. She is firm not to marry, so as to be wholly divided from you. She reasons calmly, but she never wavers. She will not, she says, commence new duties by, in the first place, betraying her old ones. She should be forever miserable if she did, and therefore those who love her must not ask it. Sir Gerard entertains similar sentiments with regard to himself, though less resolute, and, I believe, less just than hers. I received a letter from him this morning. I was pondering whether to show it to you or to my niece. It seems to me best that you should read it, if it will not annoy you." "Give it me," said Falkner, "and permit me also to answer it. It is not in my nature to dally with evils. I shall meet those that now present themselves, and bring the best remedy I can, at whatever cost." Neville's letter was that of a man whose wishes were at war with his principles, and yet who was not convinced of the justice of the application of those principles. It began by deeply regretting the estrangement of Elizabeth from his family, by asking Mrs. Raby if she thought that she could not be induced to pay another visit to Lady Cecil. He said that that lady was eager to see her, and only delayed asking her till she ascertained whether her friendship, which was warm and lively as ever, would prove as acceptable as formerly. "I will at once be frank with you," the letter continued, "for your excellent understanding may direct us, and will suggest excuses for our doubts. You may easily divine the cause of our perplexities, though you can scarcely comprehend the extreme painful nature of mine. Permit me to treat you as a friend. Be the judge of my cause. I have faith in the purity and uprightness of a woman's heart, when she is endowed with gifts such as you possess. I had once thought to refer myself to Miss Raby herself, but I dread the generous devotedness of her disposition. Will you, who love her, take therefore the task of decision on yourself?" Neville went on to express, in few but forcible words, his attachment to Elizabeth, his conviction that it could never change, and his persuasion that she returned it. "It is not therefore my cause merely that I plead," he said, "but hers also. Do not call me presumptuous for thus expressing myself. A mutual attachment alone can justify extraordinary conduct, but where it is mutual, every minor consideration ought to give way before it. The happiness of both our lives depends upon our not trifling with feelings which I am sure can never change. They may be the source of perpetual felicity. If not, they will. They must be pregnant with misery to the end of our lives. But why this sort of explanation, when the meaning that I desire to convey is, that if, that as, may I not say, we love each other, no earthly power shall deprive me of her. Sooner or later she shall be mine. And meanwhile this continued separation is painful beyond my fortitude to bear. Can I take my mother's destroyer by the hand, and live with him on terms of intimacy and friendship? Such is the price I must pay for Elizabeth. May I so far forget the world's censure, and, I may say, the instigations of nature, as unreservedly to forgive? I will confess to you, dear Mrs. Raby, that when I saw Falkner in the most degraded situation in which a man can be placed, manacled and as a felon, his dignity of mien, his majestic superiority to all the race of common mortals around, the grandeur of his calm yet piercing eye, and the sensibility of his voice, won my admiration. With such is peopled that heaven, where the noble penitent is more welcome than the dull follower of a narrow code of morals, who never erred because he never felt. I pardon him, then, from my heart, in my mother's name. These sentiments, the entire forgiveness of the injury done me, and the sense of his merits still continue. But may I act on them? Would not you despise me if I did? Say but that you would, and my sentence is pronounced. I lose Elizabeth. I quit England forever. It matters little where I go. Yet, before you decide, consider that this man possesses virtues of the highest order. He honored as much as he loved my mother, and if his act was criminal, dearly has he paid the result. I persuade myself that there is more real sympathy between me and my mother's childhood friend, who loved her so long and truly, whose very crime was a mad excess of love, than one who knew nothing of her, to whom her name conjures up no memories, no regret. I feel that I could lament with Falkner the miserable catastrophe, and yet not curse him for bringing it about. Nay, as with such a man there can be no half sentiments. I feel that if we are thrown together, his noble qualities will win ardent sentiments of friendship. Were not his victim my mother, there does not exist a man whose good opinion I should so eagerly seek and highly prize as that of Rupert Falkner. It is that fatal name which forms the barrier between me and charity, shutting me out at the same time from hope and love. Thus incoherently I put down my thoughts as they rise, a tangled maze which I ask you to unravel. I will endeavor to abide by your decision, whatever it may be. Yet I again ask you to pause. Is Elizabeth's happiness as deeply implicated as mine? If it be, can I abide by any sentence that shall condemn her to a wretchedness similar to that which has so long been an inmate of my struggling heart? No. Sooner than inflict one pang on her, I will fly from the world. We three will seek some far obscure retreat, and be happy despite the world's censure, and even your condemnation. Falkner's heart swelled within him as he read. He could not but admire Neville's candor, and he was touched by the feelings he expressed towards himself. but pride was stronger than regret, and prompted an instant and decisive reply. He rebelled against the idea that Gerard and Elizabeth should suffer through him, and thus he wrote: "You have appealed to Mrs. Raby. Will you suffer me to answer that appeal and to decide? I have a better right, for kind as she is, I have Elizabeth's welfare yet more warmly at heart. The affection that she feels for you will endure to the end of her life, for her faithful heart is incapable of change. On you, therefore, depends her happiness, and you are called upon to make some sacrifice to ensure it. Come here, take her at my hand. It is all I ask. From that hour you shall never see me more. The injured and the injurer will separate. My fortunes are of my own earning, and I can bear them. You must compensate to my dear child for my loss. You must be father as well as husband, and speak kindly of me to her, or her heart will break. We must be secret in our proceedings. Mystery and deception are contrary to my nature, but I willingly adopt them for her sake. Mrs. Raby must not be trusted. But you and I love Elizabeth sufficiently even to sacrifice a portion of our integrity to secure her happiness. For her own sake we must blindfold her. She need never learn that we deceived her. She will naturally be separated from me for a short time. The period will be indefinitely prolonged, till new duties arise wholly to wean her from me, and I shall be forgotten. Come then at once. Endure the sight of the guilty Falkner for a few short days, till you thus earn his dearest treasure. And do not fear that I shall intrude one moment longer than is absolutely necessary for our success. Be assured that when once Elizabeth is irrevocably yours, wide seas shall roll between us. Nor will your condescension to my wish bring any stigma on yourself or your bride, for Miss Raby does not bear my tainted name. All I ask is that you will not delay. It is difficult for me to cloak my feelings to one so dear. Let my task of deception be abridged as much as possible. I shall give my Elizabeth to you with confidence and pleasure. You deserve her. Your generous disposition will enable you to endure her affection for me, and even her grief at my departure. Never speak unkindly of me to her. When you see me no more, you will find less difficulty in forgetting the injury I have done you. You must endeavor to remember only the benefit you receive in gaining Elizabeth. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Falkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Falkner by Mary Shelley. Chapter 52. The beautiful month of May had arrived, with her light budding foliage, which seems to hang over the hoar branches of the trees like a green aerial mist. The nightingales sung through the moonlight night, and every other feathered chorister took up the note at early dawn. The sweetest flowers in the year embroidered the fields, and the verdant cornfields were spread like a lake, now glittering in the sun, now covered over by the shadows of the clouds. It appeared impossible not to hope, not to enjoy. Yet a seriousness had again gathered over Falkner's countenance that denoted the return of care. He avoided the society even of Elizabeth. His rides were solitary, his evenings passed in the seclusion of his own room. Elizabeth, for the first time in her life, grew a little discontented. I sacrificed all to him, she thought, yet I cannot make him happy. Love alone possesses the scepter and arbitrary power to rule. Every other affection admits a parliament of thoughts, and debate and divisions ensue, which may make us wiser, but which sadly derogates from the throned state of what we fancy a master sentiment. I cannot make Falkner happy. Yet Neville is miserable through my endeavors, and to such struggle there is no end. My promised faith is inviolable, nor do I even wish to break it. One balmy, lovely day, Elizabeth rode out with her cousins. Mrs. Raby was driving her father-in-law through the grounds in the pony phaeton. Falkner had been out and was returned. Several days had passed, and no answer arrived from Neville. He was uneasy and sad, and yet rejoiced at the respite afforded to the final parting with his child. Suddenly, from the glass doors of the salon, he perceived a gentleman riding up the avenue. He recognized him and exclaimed, "All is over!" At that moment he felt himself transported to a distant land, surrounded by strangers, cut off from all he held dear. Such must be the consequence of the arrival of Gerald Neville, and it was he who, dismounting, in a few minutes after, entered the room. He came up to Falkner and held out his hand, saying, "We must be friends, Mr. Falkner. From this moment I trust that we are friends. We join together for the happiness of the dearest and most perfect being in the world." Falkner could not take his hand. His manner grew cold, but he readily replied, "I hope we do, and we must concert together to ensure our success." "Yet there is one other," continued Neville, "whom we must take into our consultations." "Mrs. Raby?" "No, Elizabeth herself. She alone can decide for us all, and teach us the right path to take. Do not mistake me. I know the road she will point out, and am ready to follow it. Do you think I could deceive her? Could I ask her to give me her dear self, and thus generously raise me to the very height of human happiness, with deception on my lips? I am indeed unworthy of her, if I were capable of such an act. Yet, but for the sake of honest truth, I would not even consult her. My own mind is made up, if you consent. I am come to you, Mr. Falkner, as a suppliant, to ask you to give me your adopted child, but not to separate you from her. I should detest myself if I were the cause of so much sorrow to either. If my conduct need explanation in the world, you are my excuse. I need go no further. We must both join in rendering Miss Raby happy, and both, I trust, remain friends to the end of our lives." "You are generous," replied Falkner. "Perhaps you are just. I am not unworthy of the friendship you offer, were you any other than you are. It is because I am such as I am that I venture to make advances which would be impertinent from any other." At this moment a light step was heard on the lawn without, and Elizabeth stood before them. She paused in utter wonder on seeing Falkner and Neville together. Soon surprise was replaced by undisguised delight. Her expressive countenance became radiant with happiness. Falkner addressed her. "I present a friend to you, dear Elizabeth. I leave you with him. He will best explain his purposes and wishes. Meanwhile, I must remark that I consider him bound by nothing that has been said. You must take counsel together. You must act for your mutual happiness. That is all the condition I make. I yield to no other. Be happy, and, if it be necessary, forget me, as I am very willing to forget myself." Falkner left them, and they instinctively, so to prevent interruption, took their way into a woody glade of the park. And as they walked beneath the shadows of some beautiful lime trees, on the crisp green turf, disclosed to each other every inner thought and feeling. Neville declared his resolve not to separate her from her benefactor. "If the world censure me," he said, "I am content. I am accustomed to its judgments, and never found them sway or annoy me. I do right for my own heart. It is a godlike task to reward the penitent. In religion and morality I know that I am justified. Whether I am in the code of worldly honor, I leave others to decide. And yet I believe that I am. I had once thought to have met Falkner in a duel, but my father's vengeance prevented that. He is now acquitted before all the world of being more than the accidental cause of my dear mother's death. Knights of old, after they fought in right good earnest, became friends, each finding in the bravery of the other a cause for esteem. Such is the situation of Rupert Falkner and myself, and we will both join, dear Elizabeth, in making him forget the past and rendering his future years calm and happy. Elizabeth could only look her gratitude. She felt, as was most true, that this was not a cause for words or reason. Falkner in himself offered, or did not offer, full excuse for the generosity of Neville. No one could see him and not allow that the affectionate, duteous son in no way derogated from his reverence for his mother's memory by entirely forgiving him who honored her as an earthly angel, and had deplored through years of unutterable anguish the mortal injury done her. Satisfied in his own mind that he acted rightly, Neville did not seek for any other approval. And yet he gladly accepted it from Elizabeth, whose heart, touched to its very core by his nobleness, felt an almost painful weight of gratitude and love. She tried to express it. Fortunately, between lovers, mere language is not necessary ineffectually to utter that which transcends all expression. Neville felt himself most sweetly thanked. A more happy pair never trod this lovely earth than the two that, closely linked hand in hand, and with hearts open and true as the sunlight about them, enjoyed the sweetest hour of love, the first of acknowledged perpetual union, beneath the majestic deep-shadowing thickets of Belforest. All that had seemed so difficult now took its course easily. They did not any of them seek to account for or to justify the course they took. They each knew that they could not do other than they did. Elizabeth could not break faith with Falkner. Neville could not renounce her. It might be strange, but it must be so. They three must remain together through life, despite all of tragic and miserable that seemed to separate them. Even Lady Cecil admitted that there was no choice. Elizabeth must be won. She was too dear a treasure to be voluntarily renounced. In a few weeks, the wedding day of Sir Gerald Neville and Miss Raby being fixed, she joined them at Belforest, and saw with genuine pleasure the happiness of the two persons whom she esteemed and loved most in the world secured. Mrs. Raby's warm heart reaped its own reward in witnessing this felicitous conclusion of her interference. Whether the reader of this eventful tale will coincide with every other person, fully in the confidence of all, in the opinion that such was the necessary termination of a position full of difficulty, is hard to say. But so it was. And it is most certain that no woman who ever saw Rupert Falkner but thought Neville just and judicious. And if any man disputed this point, when he saw Elizabeth he was an immediate convert. As much happiness as anyone can enjoy, whose inner mind bears the unhealing wound of a culpable act, fell to the portion of Falkner. He had repented, and was forgiven, we may believe, in heaven as well as on earth. He could not forgive himself, and this one shadow remained upon his lot. It could not be got rid of. Yet perhaps in the gratitude he felt to those about him, in the softened tenderness inspired by the sense that he was dealt with more leniently than he believed that he deserved, he found full compensation for the memories that made him feel himself a perpetual mourner beside Alethea's grave. Neville and Elizabeth had no drawback to their felicity. They cared not for the world, and when they did enter it, the merits of both commanded respect and liking. They were happy in each other, happy in a growing family, happy in Falkner, whom, as Neville had said, it was impossible to regard with lukewarm sentiments. And they derived a large store of happiness from his enlightened mind, from the elevated tone of moral feeling, which was the result of his sufferings, and from the deep affection with which he regarded them both. They were happy also in the wealth which gave scope to the benevolence of their dispositions, and in the talents that guided them rightly through the devious maze of life. They often visited Drawmore, but their chief time was spent at their seat in Bucks, near which Falkner had purchased a villa. He lived in retirement. He grew a sage amid his books and his own reflections. But his heart was true to itself to the end, and his pleasures were derived from the society of his beloved Elizabeth, of Neville, who was scarcely less dear, and their beautiful children. Surrounded by these, he felt no want of the nearest ties. They were to him as his own. Time passed lightly on, bringing no apparent change. Thus they still live, and Neville has never for a moment repented the irresistible impulse that led him to become the friend of him whose act had rendered his childhood miserable, but who completed the happiness of his maturer years. End of Chapter 52. End of Falkner by Mary Shelley.